the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Welcome in, and thank you so much for deciding, yes, we will tune on over to Rick and Bubba. We will turn on YouTube. Hey, how are y'all? It's the Good Time Gang. We're fired up, ready to go, because it's Read Across America Day. That's right. A little over 3 hours from now, if you're listening live, we'll have our annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham, as it's Dr. Seuss's birthday. It's Read Across America Day. And so we ask all of you to show us that you're part of the Rick and Bubba largest classroom with the Green Eggs and Ham reading. So if you are a teacher, a parent, homeschool, whatever, and you've got a group of kiddos that are going to be watching us read Green Eggs and Ham, then we want you to tag us in that post at Rick and Bubba, or email us the picture, support@rickandbubba.com, so we can let everybody see it. And so that's going to be a lot of fun today. If you're just doing the audio version, where maybe you just tuning in over to the radio or using the podcast, still take a picture and let us see what that looks like, and we'll try to get that out today. 9 minutes past the hour. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Holmes. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey,
Gentlemen.
what up?
What is happening, gentlemen?
Oh, man.
Huh?
Just trying to get through it. I was about to sneeze.
Were you really?
Something about this building.
I've had that hit me like I'm about to. You don't want to sneeze in the mic.
Yeah.
No,
It's nasty.
you don't.
When's the last time y'all have ever gotten to a coughing fit where you're like, man, I can't shake
No,
this?
not a lot.
I got 12:30 last night.
Really?
I mean, yeah, to the point where I contemplated going to the couch out of respect to Terry, because she kept moving around going, are you okay?
Yeah.
You know, so
you
finally.
were that guy.
Yeah, so I finally got up and went out
Golly.
to the kitchen and had to kind of gather myself a little
Ooh,
bit.
I got a little something.
Yeah, I was like, okay, let me figure this out. I even went to the point where I got water, out of the refrigerator, and I was like gargling it, like whatever, trying to drink some. Of course, then that makes you pee. So it was just a
Yeah.
mess. So I didn't sleep much last night,
a
but
little coughing.
well, I don't. And then I was fine. Then I went back to sleep around 1:15 and
Strange.
got at least 2 more hours.
Yeah.
And so here I am.
It's funny.
You just seem to be. You've overcome it. It seems, unless you start coughing here at
Yeah.
any moment.
Good. Any second now.
So this morning, you talking about Terry made me think of Amanda. Listen, this morning, the pants that I have on right now were in my truck this morning because I didn't wear them yesterday.
You go
I
outside
took
in your
them.
underwear?
Please
Well,
tell me, is there
listen,
security footage of this?
I took my pants. I told myself last night,
Self.
you're gonna wear those pants that are in the car that you put in there that you never put on
Well, go
yesterday
get 'em.
because you kept shorts.
Yeah.
So instead of going and getting them this morning, I just told myself I'll just put them on at standing in the car at the car in the morning. So this
You should have
morning,
got 'em last
listen,
night when you thought about it.
so this morning,
Oh,
I
that's
went
good.
to tell Amanda bye. She was
Yeah.
rolling. The dogs were kind of stirring, and she was rolling over. And she grabbed her phone, so I knew she was up. And I went over and I said bye. I was sitting in this hoodie, okay, socks on and underwear,
Oh.
and had my
I'm out.
shoes in my hand,
good.
telling her bye.
See you later.
And she said, "So you're not wearing pants today?" And I said, "They're in the car."
You should say it's no pants day.
And but it was
work.
just a funny moment because I had to walk from our bedroom to the car in the garage in my underwear, only to put my pants on.
I wish you would
Golly.
have forgotten, drove here and got out
Yes.
and walked in and
Yes,
went, oh, crap,
yes.
let me go get my pants.
Pulled a Rick.
And to your point, Speedy, on the coughing, I don't know if this is. I'm starting to feel a little bit. Yesterday, I noticed some blooms here or there and some things falling from trees, and I
Yeah.
thought, okay, so allergy season is
It's
upon
coming.
us.
Oh,
It's so funny.
The
So that may
pollen's
be what. Yeah.
My dark truck, the pollen's already
Yeah,
out.
yeah. I noticed that, and I've kind of done a self-analysis of myself, and that
How'd
makes
that
makes
go?
it a self-analysis.
How'd that turn out?
And I'm like, maybe this is allergies, And so I
It could
started.
be.
I feel a little frou-frou here for just even saying it, but now I started my allergy medicine back. But
Zyrtec.
I need to do the same thing.
I got a little Zyrtec.
just to see, because it takes a day or two for it to kick in. Just to see, I'm like, okay, if it's all over the trucks, then we're obviously breathing.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
So we sound like three.
I
old
saw
men right
things.
now.
I saw
do.
things just floating around in the
Sonny.
air on the courts yesterday, and I thought, so it's here.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it is
Well,
here.
even the weather.
and it is March,
even-
and it's been weird weather.
The trees are confused.
Yeah,
My
they are.
grass is confused. It's like starting to turn a little green. Not really sure.
Yeah.
I know it.
There comes the wild onion.
Yeah, I know it's a little early. But I mean, every region, it's different weather. I was reading parts of California and everything. There's so much snow.
It's unreal.
That it's halfway up on the side of the houses.
Places like 12 feet up in the mountains and all.
Yeah, and they're saying, hey, just FYI, we probably can't get to some of you for a week.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, struggling.
And so I'm like, what in the world?
I know. Let me tell you,
and here we are. It's 75
because I can't stand snow.
And pollen's falling. It's
I hope it stays that way because I can't stand snow. Don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, we don't like that.
If I want snow, I'll move up north.
But but even to your point, Helms. I mean, because I saw where Span said, our daddy, that it's not over, and it never is because this will dupe you.
Yeah,
and he's like, no, mid-March, be ready.
Yeah,
because he was showing like a model, whatever. I know Greg loves those.
March is known for the windy.
Mm-hmm.
It's real windy.
Well, we're going to get that today if you live here.
The only reason I know that is because that play I was in, I told you all about.
Right.
I had to.
What were your lines?
March was on the witness stand, and I was cross-examining her, and the whole time she's making wind noises.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was seated, and anyway, so I stood up and I objected. I want to know if this exhibition was necessary. I don't know why I remember that line.
God,
y'all don't know about February on trial.
I could hear that every single day. All right, so when we come back,
is that exhibition necessary?
We have got a great story. I say great. It's great for us. It wasn't great for him. As Greg recaps taking Mr. Buddy to the vet.
How about this?
Can't clear my throat. Don't know what's wrong. I feel fine. Everything's okay. Can't clear my throat.
I got a story about how you and President Biden are kind of alike. I found a common ground between you in this article.
Is it Richard Simmons?
Just because they ordered the same meal.
Richard licked his eye.
Is it the same meal?
Yes.
Yeah, but maybe
That's
they like
you.
the same thing.
I know, but first of all, people are being silly about
right, they
it,
are.
even pointing it out.
And for them to say, that never happens, that's not true.
That's not true.
But we'll talk about it.
Speedy, you know how he'll ask you what you're ordering and then he'll get it?
Yes.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Everybody's on them because President Biden and the First Lady ordered the same thing at a restaurant, some soup or whatever. But we'll talk about it. We'll break it down.
Yeah, but I thought of you. You were the first person I thought of.
But I tell you what, first, the adventures of Greg and Mr. Buddy go to the vet.
Yeah. Now you're sneezing.
Yeah. Mr.
Buddy.
Buddy.
I'm leaving.
Mr. Buddy got
Buddy's
sliced
been
up
sewn
again.
He's been sewn up more than any dog I've ever owned. I can't tell you how many times he's been sewn up.
We'll break it all
He
down.
sits there and lets them do it, too.
Mr. Happy over here to the left will break it all down because I know he had a great mood about it. Now, I wonder how Mr. Buddy got in the car. I cannot wait to hear.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get Get cash back today with Upside. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. It is Read Across America Day. And 3 hours from right now, if you're listening live, we will read the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham. It's Dr. Seuss's birthday, Read Across America Day. We'd love to see the photos, so make sure that you tag us at Rick and Bubba on any social media so we can, send that out, retweet it, whatever, repost it. That's at Rick and Bubba. If you don't have social media, send it through email, support@rickandbubba.com. All right, so, excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. Had to literally run to the restroom and come back. All right, so, Greg, yesterday, I know that you came in and said that Mr. Buddy.
Well, this is a story that happens all the time.
Yeah, anytime you live in a rural part of the country and there's no underground fence, no fencing, and your dog is just kind of free roaming, but stays close, but free roaming. Yeah. He can come back with any kind of problems, and he's come back quite chewed up from time to time.
Well, he's been better since we got him neutered. Yeah. He's not off chasing women. That's when he would usually get chewed up. So I came out day before yesterday. Lisa called and said, "Come out here and look at him." And I look, and on his hip, there's a big chunk ripped out of him, and it's just kind of hanging there. So I push it back in there. You could tell this is going. It's not just going to heal.
Almost like somebody filleted him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if I thought a dog. The veterinarian seems to think it wasn't a dog, or he thinks he caught it on something. I don't. There's no telling with him.
Yeah.
And but he's been sewn up more than any animal I've ever had. I mean, it's usually a good one too. He don't just get a little.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Right.
And anyway, so I was like, well, I got to figure out one because Lisa can't handle him. She can't put him in the car.
Yeah.
Because he's 55 pounds and he'll freeze, won't walk when he sees you got to pick him up because he won't walk in the door.
So you're saying he's not into going anywhere?
No,
Okay.
and she can't. So I said, I got to figure out how to do this. So my normal vet that I've always went to, Dr. Barry, they close half a day on Wednesday.
Okay.
Because I couldn't go till after I got off work. So I thought, well, what am I going to do? Of course, I was like, well, let him hang in there a couple of days. I'll take him Friday. Right. And, of course, Lisa's having none of that. Now, look, you need to get him. I said, well, anyway,
because this injury is pretty substantial.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
So I finally said, well, look, let me see if I can find somebody open. And I called Lil E. Hubbard, and it's up around the Piedmont. He said, oh, I got a guy.
I got a guy.
Anyway.
You love somebody to say that. I got a guy.
So I called, and of course, they were booked up. And but AJ Young, and he's a young man, by the way, did a heck of a job. He said, come on, I'll try to squeeze you in.
Okay.
So he come in there, and he started. But Buddy was also limping on his other leg, and we don't know what that was from. That'd been going on for about a week.
Oh.
He usually just works through that. So he was like, something's wrong with his other leg. So he gave him a thorough, and then he shaved him down, sewed him up. And basically, if not, then I would have had to deal with it somehow today, which I you
didn't want that.
And I was even talking to you about doing the feed for me because I got to get this off my plate. Because you know me, I was like, well, he can be, but he couldn't reach it and lick it that good, but it probably wasn't healed anyway.
No, anytime you're pushing down an injury to see if you can get to the next day is not good.
Of course, Lisa blamed me because he followed me to the end of the driveway.
Okay.
And I was putting the trash out the day before yesterday.
All right, so you're thinking back now. So
and that's when he gets near the road. If he sees, a lot of times if I drive down, but he'll chase cars, but he stays on the side of the road as he chases them.
Yeah. Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
And Lisa's like, don't let him follow. Well, what am I supposed to do? Okay. So, but when I pull out, I normally look back, and I'll even holler at him out the window. He'll turn around and go back down the driveway and go home.
Can you tell me what you say? Can you holler?
Get on back, buddy. Go on home. And he'll cut back.
Right. Okay. And that's a window half down, hollering that?
Well, she claims, because there's some dogs across the street that he's fought before. And when he gets close to the road, she says,
are they free roaming too?
Yes.
Okay.
She said, well, she goes, you took him down there, and I guarantee them dogs jumped him. I said, I watched him go back. Then she claimed he got hit by a car. And anyway, bottom line was, I was blamed because he had a hole in his hip. I said, why are you trying to blame somebody? She goes, well, I told you I don't like you. You don't need to take the trash when he can run down there and follow you. I said, well, I'm supposed to lock him up in the garage to take the trash out? And she's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so.
Actually, that's a great idea.
I don't know what happened, but I'm blamed for it.
Yeah. Well, the book of blame will come out. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry he followed me. And I told her, I said, he follows me all the time down the driveway. He runs on the, she goes, he's going to get run. I said, he's good at chasing cars. He stays in the grass.
He's good at chasing cars. That's your argument?
He's safe at chasing
He doesn't
cars.
get on the road, you're saying.
No, he stays in the grass.
Yeah.
Now, the fire hydrant nearly gets him when he goes running by and if he's not looking.
Maybe that's what clipped him.
It may have been. But Dr. Young, he said, I don't. This doesn't look like a bite. He got hung on something. But and look, don't forget, he's hung on that hip, big hole in it. Now they've shaved. I showed you a picture of it.
Sure,
they shaved
it looks good too.
Up. And then his other leg's hurt. We don't know what that's from. And Dr. Young checked him out. I mean, he said we got to see what's wrong with this other leg. He did everything he could. And he said, I don't know what's wrong.
So now you're investigating. How did this happen? Are you going to talk about the other
but
thing?
See, the other leg was already happening before they got
right.
So
I get it.
It didn't all happen because Lisa tried to act like that was the case. So he's running. I said, no, he's been limping on that leg for a week. Because he'll three-legged in a minute.
During your investigation, can you talk about the other missing ingredient? The male lady.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean maybe
I'm waiting to hear from
she
her.
saw something because
because I saw her at the end of the driveway. You know, you become
security?
friends with your mail carrier.
Yeah. Time out a minute. Just stop. What was your mail? What was the motions you were?
I
thought you were dealing cards.
I thought
you were dealing blackjack.
No, I was giving him his mail.
Okay.
I thought he was counting money.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's a weird twist to it.
Yeah. I thought he would just pick that up, but
I'm sorry.
This is a big part of the story.
When I left the day he got whatever happened to him,
right.
I don't know what happened to him. Like I said, with him, you don't know. And the mail lady, and she gives him milk bones because she knows Buddy. Because he'll aggravate. He don't bother her, but he tries to bite other people. But anyway, she said, I was at the end of the drive putting the dress. She said, I ain't got no packages for you today. So she kept going. Well, when we got home and he's chewed up, Lisa goes, well, let's look at the ring camera and see if we see like some dogs in the yard, maybe got in a fight. So we put on the ring camera, and it's actually the mail lady pulling up, and she walks to the door and rings the doorbell. And, of course, we're not home. And then she gets in the truck and leaves. So she didn't leave a package. So she may have, because she loves Buddy, she may have saw what happened to him and was trying to tell us, but I didn't see her yesterday. So maybe I'm anxious to hear. Maybe she saw. It was really weird. I mean, the way it looks just like something hooked him and just.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if the vet says it looks like he got hung on something.
I got to give Bud this. He's so used to being sewed up. He's
resilient.
He's a good patient. He sits there.
All right, so
they finally had to knock him out. He was cleaning it around. About that. He said, look, this is a little more in depth than I want. He said, let's put him to sleep. It'll be a lot better on him.
Right.
And I was like, well, crap, now I got to leave him.
Yeah.
They knocked him out. Then they give him another shot that brings him back. It's pretty funny. They bring him in there and put him in the floor, and he's completely limp like this. And he said, well, let's keep an eye on him. He'll come back around. All of a sudden, that tail started going. Next thing I know, he's standing up.
Like, what the heck?
And then he went a sprint to the door, and I had to dog him off. But they got to laughing. He won't walk. And when he freezes and I have to pick him up, his legs go straight out like this, like he's frozen. And that's the way he does. And I'm hooked right here carrying him, and his legs are out in front of me like he's frozen. I'm going through the vet office. They were laughing. I said, he does that.
Well, I know you say that he tries to get halfway under your truck, but he can't fit.
He can't fit.
So
I saw him
now
riding
you said
in my
normally
truck.
you go get some turkey sandwich, whatever, meat or whatever. Well, how did you get him in the
Yesterday,
truck?
Considering both of his legs were kind of gimped up, he wasn't moving quick.
Okay.
So I caught him before he got under it. But when I get him in the car, oh my goodness.
Is he? I got to stand on your lap and moving around.
He's in the back, and then he comes between the seats while I'm driving.
Sure he does.
And all that.
Well, he wants to be close to Daddy.
Hey, a lot of hair left. I had to clean the truck when I got back.
He'll shed, won't he?
Oh my goodness. But anyway, he's sewed up and survived.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals, or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be
All right, we're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. It's Read Across America Day. The annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham will happen at 8:20 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. So if you've got kiddos or whatever, make sure the teacher knows if you are a teacher, thank you. Take pictures of the classroom and tag us at Rick and Bubba, and we'll repost that. If you do not have social media or you don't want to go that route, just email the picture, support@rickandbubba.com. But that'll be coming up a little bit later today. No RBU this week. We'll pick that up next week. There's a couple of stories that we hit, just kind of flew by earlier in the hour. One is somebody's making something out of the fact that the Bidens went out to eat, and they're saying they ordered the same thing, and they're being ridiculed about that. And I even saw in one, nobody does this. I don't know about that.
Well, they've never eaten with you.
No, right.
But I'm like you. Yes, kind of nitpicking. But I will say, and I can't say in this case, we're trying to track his mental state.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from experience, people who have, some issues with starting early stage dementia, they get where they can't order.
Oh, boy.
And you just go, I'll take what you got.
But you're saying that's different than what I got?
Yeah, you just
don't
can't make a decision,
right?
Okay.
But I'm just saying that is, and that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this story. That, and then Speedy asking you what you want, and then when you tell him, then he's mad because he really didn't want that. And I'm going, well, you don't have to order it. But
listen,
I guess I'll have that.
Speedy, I think about you a lot on our road trips.
Thanks, buddy.
And I'm gonna tell you why. We've got a kid on the team.
He's probably a great kid.
He is. He's
bald, though.
phenomenal. He's from Spain. Carlos.
Oh, man.
Carlito. And
you at times wish you would have learn Spanish?
I do, and picking up on a lot, by the way. And I know this is bad, but I've actually had to learn some of the cuss words.
Well, you need to, because that way you know when people are talking about it.
No, because here's the deal. Sometimes we get in these matches, and they can't cuss on quarter. They get point penalties.
Uh-huh.
And so I have to know what they're saying, because now, like, the Czech guys, they cuss all the time, and nobody knows Czech, so they get away with it. But a lot of people know Spanish.
Yeah.
And
right.
So they're getting these point penalties for saying things, and I don't know what they've said. So I've actually had to learn a little bit. We can talk about that later.
One.
No, Greg, I'm not. But Speedy, I think about you all the time with Carlos. Carlos is he is a fantastic young man, phenomenal athlete. Mm-hmm. He's from Spain,
just like Speedy.
And there is a language barrier there that is a struggle for him. Mm-hmm. And when he has got to where when he always stands by Noah, and he always tells the person at the register, "I'll take what he had."
Oh, really?
And because he doesn't, and he's what he's done is he's found a player, which is very resourceful. He's found a player that normally gets something similar to what he would want.
Right.
And he just gets. I know. I've been watching this. It's funny because he will get in line by him every time, and I'll look at Justin, the head coach, and I'll go, "Hey, look, Carlito's at it again," and he will say, "Give me the same thing." But here's the thing: I now watch when he gets his meal to see if he likes it or not, or if he's like, risk. I can tell he kind of gets disappointed sometimes. Like, I guess this is not what I thought he was ordering.
Do you give him a little bit of?
Well, considering he can't speak,
that's why he's doing it. I just can't make it.
Then you have dementia, and then you have what you do, and I don't know what that is.
Well, I don't either.
I got mad at me one day because I was going to order something that he didn't like, and I said, "Well, you don't have to order that." Well, why are you getting that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
There's a whole menu, and you know what? They don't require you to. You can order whatever you want.
Yeah. Do you know that a lot of times, and
really, you getting that?
And this might have been what the first lady did for our president, is that she just ordered for him.
That's what, because
Terry will do that sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll be like, "Hey, just get me something,"
but
and she'll just order me something. And I love it. But
I normally just order my own.
We went out for her birthday, surprised her for a birthday dinner. We go to this little Italian restaurant, and man, I'd never been there. She thought we were just going out on a date. And when we pull up, I think I told y'all a little bit about this. The boys come, and then Tyler and Mabry show up, and it was like, "Oh, everybody's here! What a birthday!" And I was like, "Yes, we pulled it off." And the boys were real proud of me. I ordered my own dish that day.
Wait a minute!
Yeah,
no way. That's
I was showing
true.
out. I was acting grown.
I tell you what, I'll have. I'll have the clams.
Yeah, I went with shrimp Alfredo.
Man, yes,
and chicken, chicken / shrimp, and boy, it was good there too.
I like that.
It was real good. But what it is sometimes I have order envy. I'll get something, and I'll look at another dish, and I'm like, "Ooh,
I've done that.
Man, that looks good.
I wish I'd have went with that.
Man, why didn't I go with that? Yeah. So that's why sometimes especially now, if I have a place that I go to a lot, no problem. But you put me at a place I've never been, I'm a mess.
Oh, I bet.
I'm all up in a knot.
You better stay away from Cheesecake Factory. Just don't even go near it.
I mean,
you got way too many options.
And if I see on a menu something that like has maybe 6 dishes that I know I like, trying to figure that one out is tough.
I will say,
because it's like, man, I like all those.
About me though, that I would like to change. If I find something at a restaurant I like, I order it every time, and I'm scared to venture out.
Mm-hmm. 2
choices tops. I may have 2 I go by, and I'll alternate. Mm-hmm. I'd like to be a little more adventurous.
Yeah.
Speedy, these places,
I'm not.
Let
me think.
I get it. I know what you're saying.
Think of an example here.
While you're thinking, I always make a turkey sandwich for lunch. And the other day, Terry worked from home, and I walk in, and she's made like chicken and some rice and stuff, and she's like, "Hey, do you want a plate for lunch?" And I'm like, "I'll just have my turkey sandwich. I've got a little system here going." She's like, "So you
lost your mind."
And I did. I ended up going with chicken and rice.
She
snapped me out of it. She's like, "Hey, right here."
Don't even make sense.
You don't have to go to that.
Because you always do. Always do. Yeah. Well, I hate for you to get out of your routine.
Yeah. But what about my turkey sandwich?
Yeah. What am I going to do with it? Well, you don't eat it today. You eat one tomorrow.
2 places that always come into my world, I mean, a lot. both with family and with the team, is Chipotle and Moe's Southwest Grill.
Y'all realize I've never eaten at a Chipotle in my life?
Really?
So
you'd really like it.
One of the things on their menu is just a bowl where you pick anything you want to go in that bowl. Are those situations a nightmare for you? Because you're having to pick, because they're constantly you're on the spot and they're going, hey, you want the white rice or the dirty seasoned rice?
Yeah.
Do you want chicken or steak? Yeah. Do you want onions, mushrooms, peppers? Do you want queso? You want beans? I mean, that would be a nightmare for you.
It would be. My
he
head
wants
would
someone
explode.
else to be ordering one beside him, and he can ask them what they're
Carlito.
Yeah.
That's Carlos.
Yeah, he could do that.
What are you getting? What is that?
Hey, what is that, chicken good? You want chicken or steak, huh? And I'll say chicken. He'll go, I kind of want steak. Well, get steak.
Hey,
right.
Greg, what'd you get?
Nice.
What'd you get? So what's that like? Is that good? Well, I just
So if
wanna
you're
know.
choosing between these two, which one you go?
So
with?
I'm sorry. I think y'all are my friends.
So you walk in there, that's a nightmare situation for you.
Oh yeah.
He don't need a lot of choice.
And I haven't been to Cheesecake Factory in a long time, but they say their menu's so big it has chapters.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That menu's bigger than a wheel of meat.
There's no reason to have exactly. There's no reason to have that many choices.
Yeah.
No, you can't comprehend all that. Right. There's no way you're, like you say, you try to be good at a bunch of things you're normally not.
Yeah.
You narrow it down a little bit.
And then there's some times where it's like I go somewhere and I got my go-to, but I'm like, I talk to myself back to your
I
point.
know. Am I going to be adventurous?
What am I going to? So I'm going to go there again. Look at all these things, and then I get too blocked a little bit.
I do too. I want to step out, and I'll convince myself before they get there I'm going to order something different than I'll chicken out.
But back to why we're even talking about this. So the first family went out. All right, we got the president and Jill Biden, and they are being ridiculed because they ordered, I guess, what I would say is the soup of the day kind of thing.
This guy claims they got this pasta that everybody loves.
Yeah, but is it a pasta soup or is it a pasta? Okay.
Rigatoni, whatever.
Oh, rigatoni.
Rigatoni.
And they both ordered it, or maybe they both like it. But also,
and
there's
you're
other
saying that's a sign
yes,
too.
absolutely it is. Gets where you can't.
Yeah, maybe he can't make this. Well, it's obvious.
Well,
he
we
can't
know
make decisions.
that. There's plenty. I'm just saying you start taking all these signs and put them together.
Yeah.
And you go, maybe just one or two of them, maybe not. But when we're starting to see a list of things,
but they were being.
And I'm not making fun at all.
But in
I'm
that
just
article,
that's that mannerisms he does.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And I ain't being political, and I'm not being hateful. I'm
but
just
on
being
the other
observant.
side of early forms of dementia or whatever, being someone ordering for you is pretty standard. But that's not in the article. That's just your opinion. Because
that's my opinion. Their article just people for some reason.
With. Yeah,
because you know how the Twitter, we quote people because we don't know who they are because Frank from wherever tweeted, and people for some reason were like making fun of it.
Yeah,
like,
that a couple went out and they ordered the same thing. Nobody does that. Well, I don't know about that. If you're with me and Terry, we might.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'll just take what she has. I will say it's pretty cool though. When the food comes to the table. And your wife's ordered for you, and it's kind of a surprise. It's like, what'd you order me?
Speedy, I think you're the only one whose wife's ordered for.
It's not
That's
all the
never
time, but
happened
every
to me.
now and then it is.
It's never happened for me.
I make a lot of decisions all day, and I'm like, honey, you never miss. Just order me something.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel, évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
3 people you should be 100% certain about: your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
I am James, Senior Apparel Designer, and this is Behind the Design with Hawks. Hawks is your classic workwear brand. It's designed for those guys that are on the job site. Just driven performance, just rugged and comfortable. Thinking of durability, everything is either double, triple stitched, bar tacked. It's build durable, it's going to perform, it's going to move with you, it's going to have everything that you need in a product. Hawks, only at Boot Barn.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by our friends at learbubba.com. Repeat after me. If it's free, it's for me. I love that.
That's a fact.
That's a copy line, but I believe
It's
that.
for me.
Well, today is your day, if you believe that, as we have something free for you. We got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, our team at SSI asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners and viewers, and they agreed to give all of you a free silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. And although there's no magic, 8-ball that guarantees gold hits that number, the facts are if you bought gold today at their favorable prices and the cost of gold jumps close to prediction, you're in for a major return. So go to LearBubba.com, or you can call them at 1-800-707-4575. For the next week, all new LearBubba.com customers in our audience will receive one free ounce of silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Again, receive a free 1 ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. To speak directly to them, it's 800-707-4575, or if you'd like to go online, it's LearBubba.com. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A list of all of our network sponsors are there. That's always a good default for you. Yep. All right, so we're rolling back, and the guys are continuing to have fun with me about ordering out. We got a number of other stories that we'll talk about. Bubba will come in all fired up about NASA and SpaceX. They successfully launched 4 astronauts to the space station. He'll be fired up about that. We talked a little bit about this, but, Deion Sanders is back in the news today. He's head coach now at Colorado, and he has yet to officially appear on the sidelines for Colorado after taking the job in December, because, of course, the team's not playing yet, but he's already at the center of controversy over his religion. And we mentioned this a little bit off air, but there's a story again today on it. He's been very well known for expressing his strong belief in God when it came to his coaching style at Jackson State. When he left the Tigers and took the Colorado gig, he was mocked for saying that God sent him to become a coach of Jackson State, but left for a job, at somewhere else. With the kickoff of the 2023 season just months away, he's now in the middle between two religious groups. One group that wants Colorado to force him to stop preaching his religion beliefs to the players, while the other one warned the university that telling him to do so would infringe on his personal rights. Where do y'all land on this? Of course, the Freedom from Religion Foundation, which is poorly named, they go after everybody. Yeah, they're just saying that the letter pointed out one player in question, which read, "Lord, we thank you for this day, Father, for this opportunity as a group," and he was praying that it infringed on the players' rights and all this kind of. I mean, where are y'all on this? Because I know this has been a hot topic for a long time, and now that he's
as long as
Colorado,
you're not required to
issue.
participate in any of the prayers or prayer meetings or whatever, I don't know what all he's doing. Now, if you're required and you feel like he holds it against you if you don't, then you got an argument. But I don't see the problem. Like I said, put it this way: if it was the other way around and my coach was, I guess, Muslim or whatever, and he did his prayer, I mean, I wouldn't participate. But
let me ask you this:
I wouldn't shut it down.
Let me ask you this: if you two play for me, and I said, "Hey guys, not required to practice tomorrow, but I'll be there at 3:00 for y'all to hit," y'all coming or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's an activity.
I see your point.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah, it's one of those voluntary
you
practices.
You can feel pressured whether you are or not.
That's my point. Yeah. And I think all of it's hogwash, but I do think they whether they want to buy into that or not, I think they do believe that they probably have to
deep
be
down
there.
inside, you're like, he's going to hold it against me if I don't.
Yeah,
and he may not.
He may not. May not think twice about it. May not even know that you're not in the room.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
but I think kids think like that.
Yeah, probably, especially when you're trying to find a spot on the field.
Yeah.
The group called on the university to teach Sanders about his constitutional duties under the Establishment Clause and to ensure that Sanders understands that he's been hired as a football coach, not a pastor. The letter urged the school to provide the group that the coach will not continue to talk to his players or have the subject with like team prayers. Not let that be a group deal. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, it's a big story today as far as sports go. It's one of the top sports stories. And then this one broke yesterday. Another top sports story that kind of was developing is Jalen Carter. He was a force to be reckoned with for Georgia, and is picked to be one of the top draft picks in the NFL draft coming up. And apparently, back to that January 15th car crash that killed the recruiting coordinator and another football player on the team.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's now come out that Jalen Carter was actually drag racing the other car. They crossed lanes, were going at excessive speed, passing cars, and as a result, if I'm reading this right, a warrant was put out for him. And
the charges are misdemeanors.
Yeah.
But
the deadly crash occurred shortly after the Bulldogs championship parade, which celebrated their second consecutive college football playoff championship in Athens, Georgia. Georgia offensive lineman Devin Willock and 24-year-old Chandler LaCroix, who worked as in a recruiting department, were killed in one car. And it says here that I guess Jalen was in another car, and they were drag racing
at some point. Yeah.
It says the investigation found that Chandler LaCroix, driver of a 2021 Ford Expedition, and Jalen Carter, driver of a 2021 Jeep Trackhawk, were operating their vehicles in a manner consistent with racing shortly after leaving the downtown Athens area at 2:30 a.m. The evidence demonstrated that both vehicles switched between lanes, drove in the center turn lane, drove in opposite lanes of traffic, overtook other motorists, and drove at high rates of speed in an apparent attempt to outdistance each other.
Yeah.
And so he says that he is coming back for that warrant to be served, and says he's innocent of anything as far as reckless driving goes that might have contributed to the other car's deaths. But that's a big story because he is one of the top draft choices, it looks like. And so how will that affect it?
It won't affect it at all. I don't think.
It says here that evidence indicated that shortly before the crash, the Expedition was traveling at 104 miles per hour.
Is that the one that the people were killed in?
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Top of the hour. Main show starts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg has skin cancer. We've dealt with it how many times? Huh? How many skin cancers?
This was, I've had 4 cut off within a month.
Speedy's had some skin cancer stuff removed, correct? You're worried that you need to be updated.
I need to get a full, I'm talking about just a full checkup, then I'm going to do that this year.
And my cholesterol's completely horrible.
Greg has high cholesterol. I have high cholesterol. For the first time ever in the last few years, I've had high blood pressure problems. I had to deal with that. But I've never had that before, so that was fun. You know what's weird about, and it may be the same way, Bubba, with you. You were seeing some signs, and it might be denial. But Greg and I really have a problem, and it's nothing. I mean, nobody can help the way they're made. And the doctors keep saying this every time we have a problem. And my dad, watching his health, you can see it. We just haven't been given, it seems like, the right awareness of when you're
temperament on it.
Well, we don't really realize when we're in trouble.
Well,
I mean, every time the doctor said, "Have you not been feeling bad?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know."
I think
how are you walking? Is that foot not hurting? And you're just like, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Dad was walking around with a blood count of 8. His blood count got all the way to 8 before he went to the hospital. My dad had like a stroke and then didn't tell anybody, and nobody. I mean, I don't think any of this is really this, hey, man, we're trying to be tough. Honestly, my wife has come to the conclusion that Burgess men somehow don't have the alarm system that everybody else has that lets you know I'm hurt or I'm sick or I got an issue. I just don't.
Well, I think we were raised maybe a little different, and playing sports, you're your urge to suck it up and get over it and get through it. And,
well, that's the way we were lived. Yeah.
And when you go up a flight of stairs and you're out of breath, you just dog yourself for being out of shape, and you go on. You don't go, well, maybe there's something wrong here. I'm just out of shape, because we all know how out of shape feels too.
Right.
Versus in a little better shape.
Yeah. What it means, what I'm saying is, so it has to be something severe for us to even notice it, I think.
I will say this, out of all of this, maybe the silver lining is the heart CT scan, which gives you the calcium score of your heart, is something that I think is a very valuable tool, and maybe everybody listening needs to check into that.
All right, JT, nothing new has happened. It'll be Bundy. Boy, when is the test? Is Bubba on the show right now? Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen. It's happening Monday.
I can't believe you're waiting that long. Knowing you.
Well, yesterday you were kind of wanting to see if we could get it expedited.
I think he would if he could.
Oh, he could make it
happen. It did come to my attention as I was thinking about it that our defib needs a new battery in there.
Yeah, that old defib.
Yeah, it ain't doing us a lot of good, is it?
No. That old defib battery, it means something to you now.
Why don't they make that thing work on D batteries?
I know.
But anyway,
I can see me laying here and y'all come rushing in with it. Go, you remember we never did get that battery?
Hey, can I bring up something that is
just start pounding my
chest? It's kind of just like the elephant that's sitting on your chest, the elephant in the room, and I'm afraid that we may be guilty of violating the rules of thinking you could have something.
Right.
You and I thought that 52 was what we needed to get past.
Right.
And I think that we should have.
We did.
We just should have kept.
We did.
I know we should have kept our mouth shut about that.
Yeah. Well, no,
you know
there was little check marks along the way. There's a 52. There's about a 58. In there. And then
for me,
there's a 62.
My big marker is if your dad's genetics, whatever role they play on you, the big marker for us, Greg, is early 60s.
Oh no.
That's when Dad had the big 5.
That's when
of course, Dad not known for his checkups.
No.
And the thing that we don't think about is how close we are to that. That's what we forget. Because for the most part, we feel good. We have a lot of fun. So you don't really think about that,
Well,
this show's going to be a big hit at the Old Folks Center.
It is.
Be sitting up front, holding court.
You know how Bubba, and look, and certainly I think it's kind of like the first I told Bubba this morning. The only thing is kind of like when I was afraid to ride roller coasters when I was a kid, and I finally had to realize how many people had ridden them and nothing had happened to them.
Right.
I've got a full list of stent people, and they're perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay. And
you got a full list.
I do. I really do. We have a stent club.
Roller coasters and straight shifts. That's the same thing.
But I will say this:
I can learn to drive
because we do.
Look at all the idiots driving.
Because we do believe in the 5 P's prevents, prior planning prevents poor performance.
Or something like that.
Bubba has given me the payroll, so all you will be paid if he doesn't make it.
Okay.
And I have made sure my Key Man life insurance is up to date.
Yeah, we're good.
Right,
we're good.
Well, so I was going to ask that, but I thought it'd be out of line, so I'm glad you cleared it up.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So, I mean,
how are we?
You guys?
Yeah.
Y'all gonna have to really have a meeting with me if I get that check. No.
Guys, now we're getting crazy.
Yeah, he's right here. Everybody, he's right there.
Does News 2 have this one, Speedy? We have a complete package here. We're looking at it. The headline says it all. Man arrested after giving TV interview about a body in a creek. Turns out it was his mother. So here we go. Here's the package, courtesy of News 2.
Newswatch 16's Christina Papa
Or
interviewed
16.
Matthew Haverly after a woman's body was discovered in a creek near Camptown. Haverly gave the impression he didn't have any idea what was going on.
I'm like, what the hell's going on? And now I realize that's what they were actually doing.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being here. We are so thankful for you. And this hour starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And we are excited and ready to go for another one. Teachers, we told you what to do, and hopefully you'll do it. It's participating in the world's largest classroom with Rick and Bubba today. If you are going to be with us listening live, archived, watching on the YouTube channel, whatever the case may be, let us know that you're with us. Take pictures of the class, send those to us, put them on your social media, include us in it at Rick and Bubba, or if you would like to just send your pictures to us, support at rickandbubba.com. We will be reading Green Eggs and Ham, as is the norm, to the world's largest classroom today, children all over America, for Read Across America today. And so looking forward to that. That will happen live, teachers, if that's what you're needing to know, at 8:20 Central Time. If you want to try to catch that live. If not, then you got the archives. You can go grab that on your own time. I did get this yesterday. Someone who is a security officer at the school said one of the fifth graders, this is in Arkansas, came up to me at lunch and said, "Rick and Booger are reading to us tomorrow." So that there. So you know what? Pretty close. So that's we got that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour. Adler settles in to handle the YouTube options for you today. And there's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Sitting on the back porch, talking about the happenings of today.
Yep. Sammy Hagar in the circle.
Sammy Hagar in the circle.
And so, would you like to know who the bass player is of the circle?
The circle, the bass player is.
He was mentioned on the show yesterday.
He is. Gosh, what's his name? I can't think of it right off the tip of my tongue there.
Michael Anthony, formerly with Van Halen.
Yep, Michael Anthony.
There you go.
Got it.
Mm-hmm, Mikey.
Got it.
So he and Sammy basically decided when that last breakup of Van Halen, he kind of went with Sammy.
He said enough of the Van Halen
brothers.
the
Van Halen brothers. It's kind of like the Burgess brothers. A lot of us goes a long way. A little of us goes a long way. All right, so we got a lot to unpack on the program today. I mentioned Read Across America, so we got that. Put that over in the happen. In the happen. I will. It was interesting. Some of the things that we discover now in our ongoing thing with automobiles and how they keep, I saw where now the U.S. Postal Service, they're going to order a bunch of electric cars, and they got to order some chargers because that's important.
Yeah.
And your electric car is not a lot of fun without a charger. But I I noticed that the truck that I'm driving as a Hendrick driver, it started telling me, these little things that keeps telling you all the things that need to be done. Oh, look, you got tire pressure, and then your washer's out. You need more washing fluid, and it's always talking to you about stuff. And of course, then it said it goes from oil change suggested to oil change required.
Yes,
now it's getting mad at you.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, now it's angry.
Pay attention,
and it's not going to leave you long about it.
Right.
And So and when you take big lift, to get the oil change, it's a different deal. And but I wish that with all this incredible technology, that somehow this automobile that can now do all these things. I mean, there's screens in them now as big as a computer, and big, or even a flat screen TV. I wish it had the ability that when you finally give in to its demands, that all the alerts would go away.
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen.
No,
You then have to go back, and you're the one that has to let it know that you did what it wants you to do. It doesn't know it. Right. It knows to dog you about it.
Yes.
But it doesn't know when you've answered. And I thought, could we not just finish that step?
Right.
And so I knew it pretty quick. Have you ever gone to a place to get any kind of auto work done, and pretty quick that you've got the guy that would be the closest thing to you, which is not good.
All right.
I mean, he's got the gig. He's probably going to learn it better, but you can tell he's not quite as savvy as the ones you've dealt with before.
Right.
And you think, oh, wow, so this would be like me, almost like I couldn't believe I got a yes. Everybody's so desperate now to get people to work that, wow, they let me do this.
Yeah.
And God love him. I mean, he was very, very kind, but I could tell pretty quick he wasn't exactly on it the way the guys I normally deal with. And I knew that was going to be. And, of course, I'm the issue because now it's the blind leading the blind because I'm no help to him and he's no help to me. And now he can get me in the bay and get me set up and all that. And, of course, then it also shuts the place down. And what a blessing for us that it shuts the place down that we get in a different automobile every year. They like for you to stay in your automobile so they just pull you up in their records because, I go there. It's where I go to get this service done. Well, it just blows their mind. I wish you'd seen his face. He goes, "You ever been here before?" Well, that answer is actually yes.
Yes, yeah.
Of course.
And he goes, "Okay." He goes, "Well, just hand me your sticker." And I said, "Well, I don't have a sticker." And look, his face, because you can tell that was on the list. He was running his list because he was new.
Right.
Huh? I thought you said you'd been here before. I have, but not in this vehicle. Oh. Yeah.
Confusion.
That's first time with this vehicle, so I wouldn't have a sticker. Oh. And then at that point, he just, all right, we'll just come on in. I was like, it's going to be all right. We can start over.
we got this.
You can get the pad back out. I'll fill out the information. It's all right. I know you're not looking forward to trying to find that VIN number. I got it. But I mean, we can do all this. It's not that big. It's inside the door, that I think, somewhere. He goes, yeah, it is. I said, okay, we're going to be all right. And so we get in there. Well, when it finally gets finished, I said, and I just did this, I think, now for fun. I said, I need to reset these alerts now.
Not the reset.
Look, and listen. You see him, Larry Wayne. Right. Now he's screaming for the guy that's been there.
Why won't anybody help me?
Help! And then he looks at me, and it's a fair point. Mm-hmm. You don't know how to reset it? No, I don't. When they went over that, I don't think they even go over that when I pick the vehicles up. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, and then of course when Larry Wayne comes over, he's all over it. I mean, Larry Wayne looks at both of us like, you bunch of
come on,
rude.
Y'all know better than that.
Right. Yeah. No, turn it off. Don't crank it, sir. Oh, okay. Just put it on. Foot on the brake. Okay.
Right.
All right. Then you start, and you see all the different options coming up. And in about 14, 15 seconds, he's like, all right, you're good. And I think to myself, gosh, I should have paid attention.
Yeah.
That was only 15 seconds, and because if not, the car keeps acting like you didn't listen. And then it starts getting kind of angry. Right. You going to change this oil or what? Right. I have. I did it, I promise. How do you not know that?
Why won't
How
you
do you know I need it, but you don't know I did it?
Yeah.
That didn't make any sense to me.
Because it's on a timer.
Yeah, I guess. 16 minutes pass. So I wasn't any help to him, and he had to find help for me. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I had no clue.
Later the same day as the interview, investigators identified the woman found in the creek as 60-year-old Patricia Haverly. Her son didn't even hint toward knowing it was her.
It's sad to say that that's someone's either daughter, mother, whatever, both, child.
So when Haverly mentioned it could be someone's mother, it turned out it was his own mother. But during his interview with Newswatch 16, he said he thought it was someone from out of town.
I think it was kind of a hit, and something happened. Something went bad, and this is like a rural area, so they just wanted to plant the body somewhere else besides wherever the hell they were from.
Haverly lives across the street from where the body was found. When Newswatch 16 asked him again what he thought, Haverly continued to talk about mob or gang-related killings.
It would be like a place where people from the city would want to put a body because most likely they wouldn't be found.
Haverly also spoke about his mother's possible reaction to troopers finding a body near their home.
I'm guessing like my mother, she would be concerned. And probably a lot of the other neighbors would be concerned.
Haverly was right about his neighbors being concerned, especially when police identified the woman as his own mother and arrested Haverly later in the day for her death.
It's heartbreaking because he comes across concerned, and that's what's scary is because you don't know what's going on next door. It's your neighbor's house.
Wow.
Good night.
Wow.
How dark is that guy?
I wonder what kind of evidence they have against him.
What about him just standing out there talking like he didn't
With
know?
his mohawk.
Do you think he knew that it was going to be discovered, so he went ahead so he could be sure that it was discovered and they would look somewhere else? Do you think he tried to start the thing rolling and pointing in a different direction, or why even say anything if you're him?
What probably happened was this, and this is total speculation on my point, but he's obviously a twisted individual. It's probably he thought he had killed his mom for whatever reason, and we'll soon find that out whenever we get our update. And he thought he probably did a lazy job, which, he probably didn't know really what to do, hoping he could keep the body submerged, and that no one would find it for a while. And he walks out there one day to check on it, and hey, baby, she's up.
Yeah.
And he probably
Somebody's going to see that.
And then to your point, now we're to your point, where he says, I better get on record acting like I have no clue who this is and what's going on, and throw out all sorts of scenarios. The only problem with that is, rightfully so, all investigators will tell you the minute they find a body, everybody's who's close to that person, family-wise, they start the process of working from the inside out. So you're.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think he realizes, hey, they're going to find this, and I'm just.
I know we've got two stories.
I got to see the dog,
but we don't want to show that, dude. That's going to upset people.
Yes, well then don't watch. Turn your head.
It's bad.
Yeah,
it is bad.
I got to see it.
I got to know in what order. Do you want to hear the owner bragging, and then what happened, or just what happened?
I want to be clear. And I understand.
Rick, that's going to upset people.
I understand the way life is. We are making the determination on this show, and you're right. Sadly, we showed a man being eaten by a bear, a man being eaten by a tiger, but we don't want to show a crocodile eat a dog.
Yeah,
I want you to think about that.
Point, Rick.
So
I don't know. Some clips are more disturbing than others. I don't know why.
Well, that one where the man was getting eaten by the bear and the tiger, those were pretty rough. Mm-hmm. And we were full steam ahead, but not a terrier eaten by a crocodile.
Well, that's before all our chests were hurting.
Yeah. I got. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it.
All right.
Tune out if you are sensitive to these kind of things.
All right, here's the first 20 seconds.
The irony is this is the first story when they were praising how he chases crocodiles back into the river. Here we go.
Australia ABC went and did a story. This is August 2017.
There you go, Casey. Look at this.
And just when you think you've seen it all.
That
croc is scared of this little dog.
You will see things that you do not believe possible. Take my word for it. Okay, you go kill.
True to his word, this tiny mutt scares away a monster croc.
Keep the camera going.
Oh my God.
Okay, so that's the thing. They put on a show. All right, that's what they do.
He's been doing it for years.
All right,
it makes it so much better.
Did he feed that crocodile to get him? What was he chewing on?
He did, and then he wanted to show her how his terrier will run the crocodile back in the water, which the terrier did.
If he'd fed this other one, maybe it'd wouldn't been hungry.
Sadly, the crocodiles finally start to realize that this is about the size of what they would like to eat. 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive is now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. The letter to the church at Laodicea as we walk through the Revelation. That's now out and available. Go grab that if you so desire. All right, so Bubba, you said there's something concerning us in China. I guess that's going to be every day now.
Well, China continues to build up their military, and we know they're on a 100-year plan to be the most dominant country on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And they have been building their military and their navy especially at an alarming rate. they have more ships now than the U.S. does.
I did not know.
They're sitting at about 355 military ships ready to go to war. They predict that they will be over 400 in the next few years because they have many under construction right now. The U.S. still has more heavy lift capabilities because we have 11 aircraft carriers. But our prediction, we're under 300 ships. We won't even be till 350. The Navy projects till 2045. So that's how far ahead they are as far as shipbuilding of us. So it is also calling on us to have weaponry to take out more ships quickly, easily, and less expensive than what we have done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And the Navy showed a test yesterday of a new JDAM weapon they're using. It's a 2,000-pound dumb bomb, but they put this JDAM accessory on it.
Hey, he likes to say it.
Well, that's the name of it, JDAM.
Okay.
And it will use GPS or there's a TV version of it, and it can guide a dumb bomb like it's a smart bomb. Well, this 2,000-pound bomb is a quick sink weapon, and it's designed to take a ship out very quickly with one bomb. And they showed some footage of that yesterday. Look at that big old ship, and it is blown completely up with one bomb.
Wow.
And
Split in half.
And it sinks almost immediately.
Yeah, that's...
I don't know if you've got audio of the explosion. If you,
I don't think it has audio.
Yeah, I've got the audio.
But
up,
you and here is footage from the ship itself.
Oh wow, that's a bad place to be.
And you are going down in the water pretty quick.
Are.
I mean, look how fast that goes down.
J-Dam.
I mean that. It hits.
I be J-Dam. Look at that.
It hits.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It hits the ship, and the ship is gone in 30 seconds.
Wow.
And that's a pretty big ship, too.
So are we going to get lectured like we did about shooting the balloon down or saying things about China and all this kind of stuff? I know that every now and then if we say anything too mean about China, they lecture us.
Well, I don't guess we're asking for any lecture.
Right, yeah.
Now, we saved China in World War II. You don't forget that.
Sure.
Japan had them on the ropes. We pulled them out.
And this demonstration was in the Gulf of Mexico?
I don't know where that demonstration
I believe so.
was, but that's pretty impressive.
That's Lake Martin.
It's pretty impressive.
Lake Martin.
Logan Martin.
Yeah.
So that I guess we're saying you may be making more than we have quicker, but we can drop them out pretty quick.
You know the thing about that 2,000-pound bomb they're using too, it's fairly inexpensive compared to some of our weaponry. It's about a $30,000 bomb, and even with the JDAM addition to it, it's far less than what some of our guided, cruise missiles and all that stuff is. So, but that's pretty impressive. Take out and that ship was gone fast. Within seconds, it's underwater.
Yeah, that's impressive. And
isn't it a shame we have to worry about all that?
It is, but it's that's pretty much going to be the case until it's all resolved.
Well, that's the only way. Peace through strength. No other way around it.
No, look what we have.
Right.
Hey, check this out, y'all.
Oh, yeah, the back and forth and all that.
Oh, quick sync. Okay.
Also saw where two U.S. Air Force commanders and four subordinates were fired. They failed to ensure safety of our nuclear weapon stockpile in North Dakota. Said when they went into the backgrounds and they were checking them, and keep in mind what they're watching, they failed to pass safety and security checks.
Oh, that's good.
So they got rid of.
But what are they? Were the guys in the silos or what?
Says they were let go after they failed to ensure the nuclear stockpile is safe in their hands.
A lot of rule breaking, maybe.
That's a very vague description.
Yeah, but I don't like the way it sounds.
No, I don't like it. I'd like to know more details about it.
And I will agree with the colonel who said this, and I agree with this 100%. Anything less in this particular place in our military, anything less than 100% compliance is unacceptable.
Yep.
There's too much.
So is this where they gave them the test? And I know it's like War Games. We all saw the movie. Mm-hmm. These guys in these silos get a code every week, and they punch it in and put the keys in, and they don't know if they're doing a test, they're doing missile maintenance, they're doing a run through, or if they're launching their missiles. They don't know.
They said the official, and I guess those of you in the military, that of course I understand this, it's not some deep concept on this statement, we have a loss of confidence in their ability to lead this Air Force base in North Dakota. We do.
You know what that means, Rick? They got the code and they were supposed to turn the key, and one of them wouldn't do it.
Something happened. It reminds me of
they
when
had to point the guns at each other. So turn that key, or I'll do it.
It sounds like one of these has happened. Of course, we never thought we'd live long enough that we'd have people in these positions that we'd lose confidence in.
Right.
But now, when I look at the state of our people today, I think, I can see that.
That's what happened in War Games, Bubba. Remember?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what he said. Yeah.
Reliving that opening scene of it.
Well,
I love that movie.
For its time, it was awesome.
Yeah, it's a great
And
movie.
I heard they're remaking it. Is that true?
Oh, don't mess
like
with it.
Red Dawn and all that.
No,
They're going to
I
do
hope they did better than they
version
did
of it?
on Red Dawn.
So when I worked at Joe's Car Wash, y'all remember the legendary stories of that. And I've told y'all this before, but
I've seen it.
But it reminds me of this. We had a superior supervisor that came to the car wash one day unannounced and stole all the money out of the register and left. And we all were frantic looking for it. And he came back and says, "What's going on?" And nobody wanted to say anything. And we were like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, was something wrong?" He said, I said, "I want to come check the numbers for today." And we're all just like, "Oh man, somebody stole all the money." And then finally he says, "You know who stole it? I did." He said, "I come up here and y'all bunch of jackhammers are out there goofing off, playing with brushes,
Playing with the grease gun.
Yeah, got the grease gun out, chasing each other with it. And I went in the office, stole every dime we had."
How about them looks on your face?
You know what he said? "I've lost confidence in your ability to run Joe's Car Wash."
Yeah. I believe you have.
I believe he is right.
Valid. So something like that happened, and they didn't pass that test. Nope. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And even smaller in some cases.
This other one's not near as big as that one. Didn't look like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Pip, and dog's name is Pippa. I kid you not. We're not making that up. Now Pippa's going to try again, and it does not go well.
It does not.
If you don't want to watch it, don't look.
Yeah, here we go.
But I'm all in.
Stop filming.
And Pippa's run
is gone.
Is over. Pippa's run.
Brady, don't show it again.
And that'll do it.
See, anything that moves like that's bad.
Can I say to Pippa's family? Can I say, Pippa? And can I say to Pippa's family?
There it goes.
That's probably enough.
That's on you.
Yeah.
I mean, you've
taught
it on alligators.
You've taught your dog to go after crocodiles. Think about what I just said.
Yeah.
Most of us would teach our dog to get away from crocodiles.
Yeah.
Maybe grab a tennis ball.
So they've taught their dog to go after the crocodile, and crocodiles eat small animals, even big animals.
The other one had kind of turned around and was headed to the water, and this one was not. He started barking at his tail, which was the wrong way, and then he got a little complacent.
9 years. This little dog.
9-year run.
Y'all,
It was a good run.
Well, that ain't a bad run when you're chasing crocodiles.
It really, if you're a little terrier,
dog years,
and you're chasing,
he's about to go on in anyway. I don't even feel bad anymore.
63 years of chasing crocodiles.
He
felt bad for a minute. I don't anymore.
You realize the crocodiles could have done this at any time.
Yeah.
And you keep on playing with fire. Eventually, you're gonna get burned.
Right.
Yeah,
Anybody that's mad about this should be mad at Pippa's owners. Well, first of all, what kind of Nimrods bring crocodiles up in their yard?
Well, here's the deal. This guy 15 years ago bought Goat Island to get away from city life. And so he bought a little island that he lives on, and ABC went and visited him last year and did a story on it.
Let me tell you what.
They don't have dentists on Goat Island.
They sure don't.
No, they do
Oh,
not.
yellow fangs.
He also has goat teeth. Let me say this.
He does.
Hey, let me tell you, once old Crocky hits the water, it's over.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
as if the clamp didn't get you.
Right. There it is.
There he sits.
Well, look, it was a good run. We're acting like Pippa lived a short life chasing crocodiles. You know, I mean, let's face it. Think about what we all said.
Was at least 10 years old.
He's really the dog version of that Steve, what's his name, that was eventually killed by Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin. It's dog version of Steve Irwin. Yeah. Eventually, they get you. If you keep doing it long enough, they get you.
Yeah, you just tempting
Siegfried and
the
Roy,
numbers,
the list goes on and on.
That was bad.
I mean, the list. He's just the dog version of all these humans who've done the same things happen to them.
Just how quick that thing got back in the water.
Bubba. Just
digging and squirming.
Did you see how little that weight was of a little terrier?
Oh,
I mean,
Speedy, don't show it
that
again.
terrier does not weigh a whole lot, and it's all over for Pippa.
Right there by the neck.
Yep. Pippa's gone.
And see you.
Well, but you know what's
in our other story this hour.
But what people say about Pippa, what they said about Siegfried and Roy, even though he didn't die, what they said about Steve Irwin, will we say about Pippa? He died the way he wanted to die. He died.
Really loved doing what he loved to do.
He died. Yeah. He died doing what he loved to do. Of course, sadly, if Bubba goes on in with these heart situations, no one will say that about Bubba. And
No,
I think
probably not.
I think that's terrible.
Well,
I think that's terribly inconsistent.
Eating breakfast,
I mean, Bubba did what he loved.
Yep.
Huh?
Caught up with him.
Face right there.
That's real.
I'll tell you what, that was a real situation.
That was real. The other story, and I don't know if we got time for it now.
We don't. It's over.
Let me ask you this: did you see LeBron James throw himself a pass off the backboard?
No,
might as well.
I've actually seen him do that before, though. I've seen that move before.
It's usually not in the NBA Finals.
No,
here it is.
It's
usually in warm up with All-Star games.
Kind of goes to what they're season. He can't find anybody to help him, so he just kind of does it himself.
Yeah.
But you know what? I would say about LeBron the same thing I say about Pippa. This is on him. I mean, he had left this Cleveland situation where he had to carry the team on his back and chose to return to it.
Well, not only that, he returned to it, but he was.
He's rebuilt. This is a team he picked.
Yeah, he advised the administration up there in Cleveland to bring on certain players.
Guys, I really think this is all about how good the Warriors are.
I think it is too. You're all over that.
Yeah, like LeBron and them, they're in the
Yeah,
final.
no, you're all over
And
that,
have been.
Speedy. You're all over
I don't know that this
I
is
have
LeBron's
upgraded
fault.
my opinion
No, it's
of
not.
LeBron, the player. He may be the greatest that's ever played.
Absolutely.
But I don't think he's managed his career as good as Michael Jordan did.
Yeah, it was a different era too, with ability to move.
Rick and Bubba.
655. Five minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Da, 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 da. I remember feeling that way. All right, so working our way back with our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, 100% natural research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation. The body's natural inflammatory response function. That's what causes aches and pains from exercise, overexertion, aging, and everyday living. And we just we love getting these emails from those of you around the country that you know what you're saying it's working for me. I and you would be in the majority. I use it. It works for me. The majority of the people that go, I'll take the 3-week trial pack. That's $19.95. The majority of those that do that go on to order it ongoing because they see the results. And that's why we do 3 weeks. Inside 3 weeks, you'll see. And if you don't have any relief inside 3 weeks, and unfortunately this is not the answer for you, stop popping those popular over-the-counter painkillers. That's harming your body, and they were never designed for you to take those every day. Instead, Relief Factor, because the 4 botanicals, it's all natural, you can take that every day. And then you get into pain management involving these opioids. And I mean, it's destroyed, how many people's lives with their addictive properties. So relieffactor.com, learn more there, or go to rickandbubba.com. You can find it right there under the sponsors button. So I was just telling the guys in the break, we have the ongoing saga of different people connected to this show, and Mr. Peanut himself, Don Day. Now,
I want to thank Don Day.
Don
because
does a heck of a job.
He left me a little bag of peanuts here, and I thought Greg had given them to me.
You know better than
And
that.
I think Greg, he said, "Oh no, Don Day left them for you."
It's sad what happened
Don,
yesterday.
I appreciate that. I didn't know I was going to be the recipient of that, but I appreciate that.
Now I will share some of mine with you. If
Yeah,
you,
you will.
Yeah.
You will if I go in there and get them out of your office.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no dog guarding them.
And this is not Don Day, radio legend of Montgomery, Alabama.
No, but
this
he's more important if you ask me.
This is Don Day,
peanut roaster,
friend of mine from church. Okay, so, and he's a regular in the Wednesday Bible study, and he started bringing these in. But you know how
put him on the list of great men.
Well, you know how sometimes you look at people, because let's face it, this little bunch right here, not the nicest people. You know, I mean, we're not cruel, but I wouldn't say we're overly nice and overly kind.
No.
We're a little rough around the edges.
We'll stop about 2 steps short of what we should have went.
Right.
Yeah. We say a lot of things out loud.
And every now and then I'll have people that'll come around me, and I'll think to myself, now this level of niceness I think I can do. But then there's those people like Don Day that you go, his level of kindness is, for me, from all my flaws, unattainable.
It's gonna be tough, yeah.
Even the best of me I could ever produce, I would still fall well short of his kindness. And so I saw it again yesterday, and I'm starting to feel bad. And Greg said, did you hear right, Bubba, that he may be starting to feel bad about it?
Well,
I mean, it was
something to that effect.
Because here's the thing. I'm not sure Don's background and how peanuts are in it, but he must enjoy it because, he just one day showed up, right, with a bag of peanuts and said, hey, see how I like these. And I discussed on air how I like mine not burnt, but just over the line of almost too done, but not quite. And he has dialed in.
Yeah,
So.
I'm going to add. Did I understand correctly, Rick, that he sit in the parking lot and waited till the Bible study was over to bring these in?
He sat yesterday. Now let's look at his
what about
kindness.
The time he was off and he came by?
Yeah,
or at church he gave them to you.
Yeah, he gave them to me at church and apologized.
Go ahead and get some, Bubba.
Don,
no, wait a minute.
This peanut's for you.
There we go. It's a good one.
Now you're going to
remember the old TV commercial?
Oh yeah,
This bud's for you.
Yeah. By the way,
but I was Baptist, so I didn't get to do it.
Right.
This peanut's for you. Don.
These are for you.
Now that you, let me say this. So this is exactly what happened. Don's kindness went to, because here's the thing. Look, I love the guys in the Wednesday Bible study, and because of the time of day it is, it's during the week. A lot of the guys are retired, and I've got, you've seen them. They fill these, and they will not. They will not share the golden ticket seats. They stake claim to those, and nobody can sit there, and they take over those seats because they're the most comfortable seats.
I've seen them.
Yeah, they will not go to a folding chair for anything, and they get here early, and they get their seats.
Yep.
But I will tell you this: when they are late to the Bible study. The fact that Adler has the camera going and we're streaming, it doesn't bother them in the least. They'll walk right through the camera shot. Well, Don said, Don, why? I looked up and he was here. I said, I didn't see you in the study date. Were you here? I didn't see you. No, I wasn't here. I actually got here late and I didn't want to interrupt, so I just sat in the car and watched it on YouTube on my phone.
I'm giving Don my code to the door.
And I said,
so he can get in if that ever happens.
I said he could have got in. We would have let him in.
Getting in is not the
problem. He had to knock.
I know, but anyway, I said,
nice people don't like to knock.
I know. And I said, Don, let me be clear. So you stayed in the parking lot and wouldn't come in? Well, I had the peanuts. and I'm like, Don,
I love his commitment.
I'm like, Don. So, Greg, I'm going to ask you a tough question right now. All right, Greg, I'm going to ask you a tough question right now, and it's not a good one. I just want to warn you. Okay, okay, we're all growing, but you're going.
I'm going to have to take a look at this.
Okay, would you? Are you glad that Don Day is devoted to having on his calendar on Wednesdays a study of God's holy word?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you glad he has it on his calendar because he can bring you peanuts?
Oh, this is good.
Well, I think Don seems to be the type of person who would find a way to study it.
Right.
Whether it's here or not.
He is solid, yeah.
And secondly, although I'm going to say that's first, 1A is bringing peanuts.
Okay.
But it's close.
It's close, Rick. I ain't gonna lie.
If he said I'm not gonna miss
now, if you said this is the only way Don's gonna get in heaven by coming, okay.
Yeah.
But I feel like you say like he'll
whether
find
he has
study.
this Bible study or not, he's still gonna be.
Well, his commitment. He's sitting in your car and listen to.
Yeah.
It.
Right.
But
yeah.
And Rick and I keep getting to the point where I want to say, Don, you don't have to do that anymore. But then I go, what if he hears me and he don't do it anymore?
Right.
Yeah. It's a nice thing to say.
Or I say, well, I tell you what, this is the last week, and then I go out one more week.
Yeah, you don't want to get in that position. We talked about a minute ago about that little smart aleck referee that asked me if I wanted him to leave, and I said, "Whoa, wait a minute, is that my call?"
Right.
And then he realized I didn't really mean that. I was just trying to say something.
Yeah.
So if you told Don, here's what's the truth: your friendship with him, or he's acquaintance now, he may grow to be a friend. His commitment to coming here on Wednesdays.
It's not. He doesn't come here just to bring peanuts.
He doesn't. But you're saying, what if he said, "I'm just going to keep coming, but I'm not bringing peanuts"?
That would be okay.
I'd
be disappointed.
Greg,
you know what would happen? First week it'd be bad. Second week a little better. So I'll fade and be fine.
Right.
If he's to that
has
point.
the thought ever crossed your mind? I need to do something for him.
Yeah.
Have you thought about how
No,
he's
the
doing-
answer to that question is no.
Have you thought about how he's
otherwise he
doing
would've.
this, and maybe you could replicate it?
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know how you do
Probably
that.
not.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just didn't know. If,
I would
maybe
kind of
you
like
thought-
the background on when Don decided that he was, hey, I'm gonna roast peanuts.
He does enjoy it, but I think I think he has gotten to the point.
I mean, does he like go to events and sell them, or does he just like doing peanuts?
Well, you remember the guy that kept bringing you all the recordings of David Jeremiah? He finally stopped.
Rick has two completely different things.
Well, he was doing it every week for you.
Well, you had a lot to do with that.
I just told him that I told him that I thought you appreciated that.
Yeah.
And
you did, and he listened.
You know what I wish
didn't
Greg
know
would
didn't
do?
know he'd want his recording.
Oh yeah, he wanted them back.
He wanted them back.
Remember that?
Yeah, his
Mhm.
USB. What are they called?
And you'd been throwing them away.
What are those little things called?
Thumb drive.
USB
Yeah.
thumb drive.
Didn't know he'd ask for his thumb drives back.
Well, they can be expensive.
That can happen.
We found
I wish Greg would take a bag full of peanuts and go to a mud run.
You ever thought about taking him to lunch, maybe just as a thank you?
You know, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you know.
To answer your question again, no. He
Okay.
hasn't thought about it.
Let's don't get crazy.
He just now thought of it.
Greg, let's not get crazy. Would you just like to have Don Day's contact say thank you?
Yeah, I'd like to just say thanks. That's what I do on the air. I
Let's
do
start
that on
out
the
an
air.
encouraging text.
Let's start with an email. We'll work our way
Well,
up.
what's better than being thanked on the air?
Greg, that's right.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Rick
Not-
brought this up, not you.
No, but I always bring it up.
How about this, Greg? Not overly personal.
I tell you this, I've talked about it enough that the guy put him in the top 10 list the other day.
You're right.
So
This is what-
y'all eat it.
Yeah. But did you say? I think I heard you say this a minute ago. That yesterday when he'd missed the time it started, and he's so kind. And he wants to be socially appropriate, even though we would have been fine with him walking in. But he's the kind of man that won't walk in the middle of something that's already started. And he stayed in the parking lot and watched it on his phone so he could drop the peanuts. How'd that make you feel?
Well, no, I think he stayed and watched it on his phone because he just, I want to hear the message.
Greg, he
and
can
by
do
the way,
that
I
anywhere.
got
Archive
peanuts.
couldn't go back to archive.
Great, he can do that anywhere.
He could have dropped the peanuts off at the door.
Mm-hmm. But don't leave without the peanuts.
Yeah. No, here it is. I'm going to be official. Don, I appreciate it, and they're wonderful.
Yeah.
And if you want to every now and then make peanuts, that's fine, but you please don't feel obligated to do it every week.
But you know what you said a minute ago? Honestly, I think people who do make food that's really good, they'd love to see people eat it.
Oh, yeah.
I
Don,
do
thank
want to know
you.
his background on when he started doing peanuts.
Okay.
I'd like to know
Well,
how
maybe
he
y'all
does
can
them.
discuss that
Maybe
at
you can
lunch.
ask
That
him
would be
one
a
day.
good
Yeah, take him to lunch.
When you go out to personally thank him and say, "Tell me your story," right then that's
That'd be
it.
a good
You know what he could do, right, Helms? He could
But I
stay
just
for the
officially
Bible
said-
study, and then after the Bible study, you take him to lunch.
There it is.
Right.
Yeah, I could do that.
Don Day's the kind that says, "I know Greg has to drive a lot. I'll just go into Pleasant Valley." So don't let that happen.
Oh, right. You're right. That may happen. We'd go to Struts in Jacksonville.
We'll be right back.
Thank you, Don.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Well, we will have fun going forward. I was just discussing, we were talking about everybody thinks, that your norm is everybody else's norm, and it's not. People, and I was thinking and watching all the pandemonium, there's people today that the Stanley Cup and the fact that the Capitals won is a gigantic deal.
It is.
and what was getting me about it, as I was telling the guys, actually a guy that I've just met over the last year and get to know him and, just whatever. And I realized, and we live, of course, in the Deep South, that he was like very nervous about the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, really? And he was like, he said, and he did the thing that we
It's hard
did.
to imagine, isn't it?
He goes, well, it's down to the final game. And
Yeah.
he said it, and I didn't know what he was talking about.
Right.
And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And he goes, I just have to be careful everything I say. And I said, what? He goes, I can't even let my mind even pretend the Capitals are going to win. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And I said, what are you talking about? He looked at me with that terrible. He said, the final game of the Stanley Cup is tonight.
Come on, man.
You were like, what?
And I was like, you know what, buddy? And then I knew, because knowing Sports Mojo, not that we believe in it,
Right.
but we don't take any chances. And somebody came up and started saying something. I said, you got to get rid of this guy. And he agreed. He said, please don't. Everything you say right now is crucial. Everything you think, everything way you act, what are you wearing? Did you change up? What's going on?
You know, we were talking about off air in the kickoff hour how just that in certain regions of the country, you know, hockey is the biggest thing, and you know, and sometimes it might be other regions of the country. We start talking about college football, they're like, yeah, you know, kind of like we are with NHL. We can't comprehend that,
right.
But that's just the way it is, and. Yeah, there were pole climbers, street climbers there.
Did they grease the poles?
In D.C., it shut down.
Funny.
I mean, it was a party, man.
Well, forgive me for this, and I know hockey fans everywhere are about to hate me for this, but I'm almost certain. Certain's a big word. I'm relatively positive that the guy told me this is the first time they've ever won it.
Yes, correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're a fairly new team, right?
Because he seemed very nervous about it.
Yeah, the Capitals, this is their first franchise Stanley Cup.
I think they've been around a while.
Have they?
Yeah, it's just one of those teams they never won.
Vegas
now
is
who they
brand
played
new,
is
right?
Vegas,
Yeah.
and we talked about that too. There have
But
been,
I mean, I don't like I said, I don't follow hockey, but I've never really heard the name the Capitals a lot.
Have you really not?
No, I mean the Boston Bruins
have to
and
be
Red
really
Wings and all that.
You know why you never heard of them? Because they never win.
Yeah, they never won nothing.
Rick, the headline we have in show prep is Pandemonium in Washington.
Well, good. Hey, good for Capitals fan, especially to my new buddy.
Been around since 1974.
Okay.
Yeah, been a while.
Just hadn't been good.
Well,
44-year
we don't follow
history
the
there.
sport. I mean,
Yeah, it's just
we
not.
know we can name probably 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've got that pie of sports. I've only got so many
I'm not
slices
proud
in
of
there.
it. I'm not proud of it. But
I actually watched a little bit of it last night going to sleep, and I saw the second quarter, which had a whole bunch of goals scored. So that was entertaining. If all quarters was like that, I might be more into it.
I want to say congratulations to my new buddy Trace Armstrong.
There you go.
The giant
Trace the Stretch Armstrong.
That's right.
They call them periods, Bubba. Not quarter.
The only.
I just want to help you.
Well,
out,
there's only
bud.
3 of them, so they can't be.
But you know what I
quarters.
mean.
I just want him to know.
Oh, is there only 3 of them?
Yeah.
He's the.
I'm trying to
How many
educate you.
how many half times do they have?
3. I mean 2.
I saw them going in one time.
After the.
So they have 2 half times and 3 periods.
And they usually have they do a lot of entertaining during those times. It's a little longer than you want.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing this is the bottom line where we can't even get started in the culture we grew up in, and everybody says, "Well, you grew up in a place bigger than that." It's on ice. We can't even relate to the field. I mean, it's on ice. We don't.
It is weird though.
We
that
don't do
3
much on
hours
ice.
away from one of the best teams, and it is followed by a ton of folks in the South.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah.
I'm not one of them. I went to one game. I
And you
like
enjoyed
I know
it.
everything.
You
It was
enjoyed it.
awesome.
Yes.
And the Predators went pretty deep this year, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the last few years.
I like their logo.
Yeah.
And I like
it's a good
I like
logo.
their colors. I just don't. I've dabbled in hockey enough to know that I think I would really like it.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't.
there's a book.
I just can't. I just can't get my. I can't get my mind around.
What?
I'm sorry, it was just a pole climber.
Uh-oh,
Couldn't
little
get
slick up there.
Yeah, they're trying to.
What do they, when they grease a pole, what do they put on it?
I don't know.
Oh,
Vaseline.
we
Axle
yeah,
grease?
something. I forget.
Chip point. I
What
don't know.
was that we saw? Yeah, there you go.
there you go.
That's what it was.
Oh, voice from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some.
That's funny.
Crisco Kid was a friend of mine.
I'd like to see that many people out jumping around when we
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, read across America today. And also, Greg, a happy birthday today to our sister, Sissy.
Angie.
Happy birthday, Sissy.
Happy birthday.
How old is she? 49, I think.
Woo,
49. Next year will be a big
Y'all
one.
ain't supposed to tell that.
I knew it was something like that.
She's a baby sister. She knows what she got involved in. When you are a baby sister, there's a lot that comes with that. So, happy birthday, Ange.
Youngest and only girl. So
Yep, and
she
you're
aggravated her a lot.
you're the one apparently, since you were 10 years younger than me, or 9 or 10, and then about 8 younger than Greg. We could tell that distance between Greg and I and you, that our parents, I guess, decided the way they parented you that they actually want to try to go to heaven now.
Yeah.
So anyway, because you
You're
have
like, who are those?
Yeah, Greg and I was like, what is this have a room to herself thing? She got a car?
Yeah.
Right. So, but
I had to drive the custom 10
Oh,
pickup
yeah.
truck.
Yes.
3 on a tree.
That's right. Happy birthday, Cece. We love you. Proud of you.
Happy birthday.
She's a go-getter. All right, so Bubba, you were telling us in the break you had an interesting FaceTime.
Well, I got a FaceTime call from my daughter last night.
Oh, well,
which is usually not
that's
the
not
norm.
good.
Oh, why is it that way?
I don't know.
Well, but it gets a little stranger. I answer the phone, and it was kind of odd. It was earlier than I normally would go to bed, but I had been banished.
Was it 5:30?
It was about 6:30.
See, I knew it.
I had been banished to the back room to watch a show I wanted to watch on the NASA channel, and
that's one of those things, Bubba, that you have to go along.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people volunteering.
The room is dark, and it already looks like I'm in bed, Right. And it's my daughter Caitlin that works at the Capitol, and she is there with Robbie McAlpine.
No, that's hilarious.
And they are
that Robbie's a mover and a shaker.
They are what looks to me like a rowdy party, what they would call a reception.
Okay.
And and I knew Robbie was going to be up there. He had texted me the other day, and he's up. He's doing some lobbying work with the Alabama Broadcasters Association, part of the national.
Robbie's got a lot of time.
Has he replaced the human eclipse?
No.
Okay.
He's just up there because the regulatory folks are always after the radio business, trying to get another dime out of us.
Sure.
And so they're up there lobbying and fighting that. And they were up visiting Jerry Carl, who my daughter works for, Alabama District 1. The congressman who we've had on, had a great time with him. But it was just kind of funny because, boy, they were in full reception mode, I'll call it.
Okay.
So the tour was over.
They were having a good time. So
you were in bed.
I think I see why my daughter enjoys working in D.C. so much.
Not a bad
because
gig.
There's a lot of receptions after work.
I bet they'll have a reception.
You talking about business after hours?
Yeah, absolutely. That's it.
Remember we used to provide the music for it?
Yes.
Look, I was a champion of business after hours.
Oh, hey, easy check. 5 to 7.
Great. You know what they say? Fish with the fish are.
Oh yes.
Amen.
That was something else.
Yeah. So was it?
Did you have your CPAP on when she called?
No. And she texted me back later and called me later and said, "Well, that Robbie sure is funny." I said, "Oh, he is." She said, "Boy, he's got a lot of stories about you and Rick."
I know.
I said, "About half of them are true." So
are you just saying that trying to deflect? Because I
Yeah.
don't know. Was he telling the truth?
Well, he was here, a few months ago.
But I don't remember any of them being untrue.
Well,
right. It's
well,
just
the
a
way
saying.
he tells it.
I got you.
So
He had a little embellishment, a little comedic license.
Yeah. Well, a little leeway there.
All good storytellers.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
You got to have that.
Yeah.
But it was kind of funny to get that call and see Robbie and Caitlin on the phone.
And what
Crank it up, crank it up.
Well, now don't forget to think about
Solo cup.
Think about where they were. I mean, it wasn't just.
Speedy, this was glass.
Okay, glass, see-through. Got it.
It's big time.
So Robbie's non-denominational as well.
I don't know what he is.
Right.
It was apple juice.
Well, those receptions,
Yeah.
But it was just funny to see them, right there. I'm like,
Well, think about that. You think,
and I'm in a non-defensible position.
Yeah. Well, when you're thinking about little Robbie from Roebuck, okay, and you know how we always play this game if we had been shown the future, and we always laugh about the things that we would have never ever guessed.
Right.
So if we're riding around with little Robbie McAlpine and you turn around, oh my gosh, you're startled by this person sitting in our back seat that we didn't know where they came from.
Right.
And they said, well, I'm from the future. And we said, okay, well, we just picked this guy up from a car lot and we're going to eventually, I guess, you're going to eventually lose him his job. Okay. And then you're going to feel bad about it. And then he's going to start selling this show and what's it? Oh, okay, great. And then, Bubba, I'd like to have a word with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in a distant future, very distant from where we are right now, you're going to get a FaceTime. What is a FaceTime? We'd be asking him, FaceTime, what are you talking about?
Yeah. I've been to the year 2000.
Right. And he would say, well, in the future, you're not going to believe this. You're actually going to have phones that you can actually see each other
Do
on.
video.
And we'll be
links,
like, what are you talking? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
What kind of phone on the wall?
What
It's
phone
going to be
are you talking
a
about?
video
What
phone
are you
in the
talking
den.
about?
Yeah.
And he says, no. It's trust me, it's going to be. It won't even have anything connected to it. You'll be carrying it around in your hand. How does it work then?
Yeah.
And we'd be talking about all that. and you're going to be at home one night. You, of course, will be watching the national channel. Now, that wouldn't have surprised us.
Right.
We'd be like, oh, they're going to have their own channel? They're going to have their own channel.
24/7.
Yeah, right. And then we get excited. And he said, oh, yes, you can NASA out all you want to 24/7.
They're going to get they're working on getting ready to launch astronauts on a private rocket.
Right. Yeah. Now, I do have some bad news. Joe Biden will be president. That's what the guy said.
No way. He's washed up.
Yeah, he's washed up. And you're going to be watching this, and you're going to be at in your house, and you're going to get one of these FaceTime calls.
Right.
Okay. And this guy right now that y'all are picking up at the car lot, you're not going to believe this. He'll be lobbying for broadcasters everywhere, and you're going to get a FaceTime call from a reception and with your future daughter from him. You would have never thought that. Do you even think those two people would ever be in the same room in Washington D.C.? Maybe in Aniana, maybe, but maybe. Or Birmingham, maybe. But Washington D.C.
Caitlin said, "Dad, did y'all pick him up and keep him out so long that he got fired from his job?" I said, "Yeah,
that's true.
That is true.
And then she kept running the list. I go, "Yeah, that's true. That's true."
See
that great remote he set up for y'all out in the middle of that field.
Oh yeah,
that one.
Yeah, I bet he didn't tell that one.
Came up and got a piece of pizza.
No, let me tell you,
a developer.
Robbie McAlpine,
the bicycle kid came by and said, "I want my $2."
Robbie McAlpine is forever in Rick and Bubba folklore. Do you know what for? Yeah. He was the original guy. Yeah. Anything you would say,
really?
Robbie, have you asked him about? Yeah. Are they gonna? Now they're gonna. Oh, yeah. And then
before he'd even check.
And then he would run and try to make that happen. And so, of course, people get to buying because sometimes they mean for the to work out, but every now and then they go to somebody and go, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
well,
but
I just told Rick and Bubba y'all would.
You know, Robbie, he's wildly successful. I mean, he's like Ted Turner of Aniana.
Of course he is.
And so he has an agency, and his agency represented someone I was endorsing. So I got the grown-up version, Rick, of Yeah.
He still does it?
Oh, yeah.
He still
and smiles when I call him on it because he realizes he's doing it. Oh, hey, yeah. We're fine.
You could have said to Robbie McAlpine, so, I mean, you could be going to a place that the entire shoot revolved around or the whatever about a place that all they do to make a living is people be on horses.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you told them that we ain't riding a horse. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're good. Yeah, and then you get there and they're like, all right, so Rick and Bubba, y'all get on these horses. Wait a minute. He would into anything.
Yeah, because he thinks it'll still work out, but he wants to get through that moment.
Yeah, so, well, that'll be fine. I just got to get this sale in.
I can get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, no problem. I got that. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's if you turn on the news or you go on social media and you're on Twitter, one thing becomes blatantly obvious: the world is in desperate need. And you've heard us talk about this on the show. We talked about it from what happened this last weekend. This country is crying out for godly men. Men must not give up meeting together, encouraging one another, and we talk about this on the show all the time. It's always been true, but I'm not sure that there's ever been a time where it is more true. The world is full of cynicism, darkness, and godly men need to stand together in fellowship and in prayer, and that's what inspired Jason Whitlock. And if you're not watching Jason Whitlock on Blaze or following him, I mean, he's just a bastion of wisdom. He's a straight shooter. He's like us, full of common sense. So he has organized something called Fearless Army Roll Call. It's an all-day event to encourage men to put on the full armor of God and stand against the evil forces that are destroying our culture. Now, at the conference, you're going to hear speeches from Jason, and that'd be worth it right there, but several special guests. And they're going to inspire you to be a better husband, a better father, a better witness for Christ. Roll Call will inspire, uplift, and, yes, even entertain, because the fellowship's important too. So join hundreds of men that are like-minded. They're going to be in the Music City, Nashville, on April the 15th for this very important conference, probably more important than ever that we have these kind of gatherings. Tickets will likely sell out, so go ahead and secure yours now by going to fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Put all that together. fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Reserve your spot today and hurry because the prices are going to go up in 10 days right after. Matter of fact, it's closer now. It's actually going to go up after March 5th. So pay attention to that right now. fearlessarmyrollcall.com and get your plans now to be in Nashville. So a couple things. Bubba will not be here Monday. We've talked about that. The old heart cath is up. You all right, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, it's on me.
Heart cath, heart cath, heart cath. Stick it. It's yeah.
Hey, it's on me.
Can you even function right now today? I mean,
yeah, I've got to some degree.
I can't.
I want to say to you what I saw last night in a documentary about Johnny Carson on a funny day on the show when he said to Ed McMahon, so I guess you're just going to try to do this, right? Because I know how your mind works, and it's all you can think about.
I know.
Do you want to leave?
It's a blessing and it's a curse at times.
Right, sure. Are you starting to not feel things you've never felt before?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I told him the flip side of this because, this is the way I got to look at things.
Yeah.
This is actually going to be the best thing for him. He's not going to realize how good he's going to feel after this and how this has affected how he feels. No doubt. Clearing this up.
No doubt about it.
Because I don't feel bad.
But you don't think you feel
you can feel better and you don't realize it.
Yeah. This is actually a good thing. It's going to work out great, and you're going to come out of this even better.
I want to know what your weekend looks like leading up to Monday.
Just relaxing, chilling out.
Don't try to excite him, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Chill out.
Don't press him.
Everybody easy.
Mm-hmm.
I told him
I want
to
get out and do some things, and Nurse Betty's going to put the
I wouldn't do much
squash on that. I got to go today and do some prep stuff right after the show, so that's fun.
What do y'all think?
That's fun.
Do y'all think? Let's go ahead. Let's run let's just go around the round table here. Let's discuss. When they do the heart cath on Monday, will Bubba then immediately have to have a stent?
Yes.
Or will they say, okay, well, it's not as bad as we thought. We think we can treat it with medication.
I'm going stent.
One or two?
Just one.
Speedy?
He'll be back by Wednesday. Wednesday, maybe Thursday.
Speedy?
No bypass.
How can I ask you a question? When the doctor called you, how urgent did he sound? What was his voice?
Well,
like?
I can answer that because we've been through this. Go ahead, Bubba. When he said do the Monday thing.
Well,
Monday.
the CT scan that came back high is not. I mean, it's not an absolute indicator of stuff.
I'm quoting JT. Only the cath can tell you.
Yeah. It's the cath is the final word, ain't it? But anytime, when you get that call, hey, we found something here. It's always a little antsy.
Well, having a friend of mine that just went through this and how they tell you to ease back into it, don't. After this is over and if you have to have a stent, you can't jump right back into work like that. If he actually has to have one, I think he'll be out for the week.
Well, I don't lift a lot of boxes around here, so I'm probably
no, but this guy doesn't either. He just runs a business.
I was about to say, now what part of Bubba's life do you see where he doesn't ease?
Yeah. Well,
so business as usual.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you see me every day. Tell him, say, hey, buddy,
slow it up.
Got the brakes a little bit there.
Right.
Do we have any kind of data, like any percentages out there that say, okay, people that get heart caths they're 50% get stents or 20% get stents,
right?
Or 5%.
That's good.
What are those numbers looking like? Do we know?
There's a side of me that thinks Bubba's not going to have anything done.
Okay. I like that.
I'm kind of leaning that
I
way
like
myself,
your
Rick.
side. I like the optimistic
it a lot.
side.
And I'll tell you why, because I think Bubba has an awareness about when he's in trouble that like sometimes I don't have a good awareness about that, and Greg doesn't, our dad doesn't. It can be a good thing, but it can be a curse as well. And I think he's highly sensitive to trouble. So if he was in as bad a shape that would require a stent, I think he'd be worse off.
I like that thought.
Thank you.
It's a happy thought.
Mm-hmm. It is. 6 minutes now past the hour. 866 We Be Big's our number. Middle of the night, yeah, we laughing and we're joking and we're feeling all right. Yes, yes. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world.
Nationwide.
In year 30, we've been at this. Somebody say it. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for making us part of your day whenever you get this show.
Yep. All right, so we'll go to Biden. We'll go to Biden.
Where to go?
We'll go to Biden.
Basement Joe.
He's hiding in the basement. Let everybody know.
Basement Joe.
So for some reason, we have this story today, and people are, we're constantly watching the cognitive skills of the leader of the free world, and he and the first lady, they're saying raised eyebrows because they ordered the same dish, and I thought to myself, why would that be such an eyebrow raiser? But apparently at the Red Hen, they both ordered exactly the same thing, which is one of the signature dishes there. And I will disagree with this person on Twitter. I honestly have never heard of a couple, married or otherwise, order the exact same at a restaurant.
Well, yeah, it does happen.
It does happen. I mean, I've actually had my. Now I haven't had my wife.
I've done it.
My wife doesn't order for me.
Why are you looking at me?
But because I know that you because you drive people crazy when it comes to menus, you can't make a decision.
Yeah.
But I have.
He wants to pool everybody what they're eating.
But I have sat there before across from my wife, and I always let her order first, unless she says, "You order, I'm not ready yet." If not, I'll say, "All right, babe, you're up." And she'll order something, and she'll add it at things, and I'll look at the
sounds good.
Waiter or waitress. Say, I tell you what, I'll take that too.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
But I think what they're talking about, and because I've seen this, having a dad who has Alzheimer's now, he does not have the ability to order for himself anymore. And so what happens is when you sit down, he's not going to order because he's just has lost the ability to do that. So what I will do if I'm with him, or what Mom will do if she's with him, is we'll go ahead and make sure that we order for him. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what this person was observing was that, not just, I'll take what she's having, that the First Lady said, here's what we want, and ordered this dish for both of them. And so that's raised some eyebrows. I don't know if that's fair or unfair, but when you hear this clip, you may understand more of what they're saying. So here is the president, and I'm just going to ask, I think, Helmsy, so far you've been the one that seems to have the ability to discern when we have callers that we can't understand. See if you can grab this word for us, okay? All right, so here we go.
By the way, you docs are good. If there's any angels in heaven, they're all nurses, male and female. You know why? You guys allow us to live. Nurses make you want to live.
Allow us to
Okay,
live.
we got that part.
No, the
Right,
first part.
What was that first part?
Wow. You can pick it up.
I heard
Something about
nurses
angels?
in heaven.
Something about angels?
And angels.
All right, let's hear it again.
Okay, all right,
Everybody,
Salute.
He just saluted nurses.
By the way, you docs are good. If there's any angels in heaven, they're all nurses.
You
male and
docs
female.
are good.
Okay.
You know why?
You docs are good.
But if there's any angels in heaven, they're nurses.
Allow us to live.
Right. Of course, human beings are not
make you
angels,
wanna
but yeah.
live.
Let's hear it one more time. One more time, the whole thing.
By the way, you docs are good. If there's any angels in heaven, they're all nurses. male and female.
angels.
You docs
You know
are
why?
good.
But if there's
You
any
guys
angels,
let us-
There's any
you guys
angels
make
in
us-
heaven.
Yeah.
Allow us to live.
Right.
Nurses make you want to live.
Docs, he's basically saying docs are good, but nurses are angels.
Yeah.
Okay,
they make you want to
That's
live.
that's
That's how I feel about my nurse.
Okay.
I would like to see a space between words.
Yeah.
If he's typing, there's no space bar
No.
in any of the things that he's saying. There needs to be a space.
Well, can I tell you what?
Imagine having to type that out.
Can I tell you what it is?
You wouldn't use the space bar.
When your cognitive skills have either been altered by an outside force or just by some horrible disease like Alzheimer's or dementia, talking is like when you were little and you get to the top of the hill and you let your feet off whatever you're going to glide down in, and it starts rolling. and you're just like, well, I hope I can keep this thing in the middle, and it just
Yeah.
starts rolling, it just and you can tell he's getting some words and he's going downhill, and he just hopes they all line up together. All right, on a much more sad and serious note, the president is catching some flack today because he laughs at a claim, and look, I understand that he doesn't want to be blamed for fentanyl overdoses. I understand you'd be offended by that if someone said it's your fault. I got that, but this is a moment you have to be careful for him to at least be compassionate. Because we have
that's his best pitch, by the way, is being the compassionate guy.
Yeah, and this doesn't it's back
because he's done it all and had it all done to him.
Right.
Because he can pull up something from the past and immediately.
So
he's a laugh fender here, Rick.
Right, and so there's going to be a mother whose sons have died of the fentanyl overdoses, and two brothers, and so. We watch the reaction, and then we also have the person who was sitting next to him, or next to her, that is a sheriff as well that's been dealing with this. So here's the heartbreaking testimony to Congress, and then Biden's reaction.
She was very specific recently, saying that a poor mother who lost 2 kids to fentanyl, that I killed her sons. Well, the interesting thing is that fentanyl they took came during the last administration.
It's not funny.
Well, there's no doubt that fentanyl has been coming through the border. The problem is, and you'll hear this in the testimonies, is that the amount that's coming through the last 2 years has never been seen before.
Right.
Because there's no border control.
Well, it was pretty much shut down the last couple of years of Trump because of the pandemic. They locked everything down pretty well.
Right.
All right. So here is Sheriff Mark Lamb that tries to bring some levity to all this. Here we go.
I will tell you the lines of communication were severed when this administration took over. We have zero communication with the federal side, which is disappointing, something we lost when this administration came in.
So he's letting you know that
Cowboy?
That if Biden is going to say, well, that came in under Trump, okay. Well, if then it's a problem, what you should have done is said, so we need to tighten up this border even more, and we need to do a better job. Instead, this administration, all attempts to keep it out of our country, they've made it now more easier than ever to get it in.
Yeah, just
that's where Biden's little thing is a little flawed.
Well, it is, because if he's correct in that, then he should have turned it up, not relaxed it.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
sometimes it makes you wonder because I think we're going under.
Yeah, right. So, and this is kind of like,
Don't make me quote the message.
Right.
Not the message.
I think what should have happened there is say, okay, so the Trump administration, they needed to do a better job to keep fentanyl out of our country. So what have you done to make it more difficult for this deadly drug to come in? So did you repair that, or because it looks like there was a wall being built, and then you
shut it
you
down.
demonized the wall, and now we have a southern border that people just roll in, and the people that live on these borders are screaming, "This is not politics. We're not safe here."
Mm-hmm.
And so you gonna do anything about that? I mean, it seems like that should have been the way.
And what the mom is saying, my 2 sons died of this, but to your point, Rick, it's worse. It's continuing to get worse, but nobody's talking about it.
Right.
And everybody's over on the Mexican cartel because that's how it's getting through. But you know where they're getting it, right?
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
But nobody's talking about it.
All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. We'll take your phone calls next and find out what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you prepared? I'm just
like
trying to
it.
be positive.
I'm kind of leaning that way myself.
Yeah. I think you would be like in worse shape than you are.
That's a good way to look at it.
Bubba, what if you this changes your life? You lose 100 pounds and run the Boston Marathon by the time you're 60.
Well, I think that may be a stretch, Speedy.
I played that scenario with you yesterday, and you laughed a little bit on that.
But they're not going to be fixing your knees and stuff like that. While they're there, right?
Unfortunately, they can't bypass my left knee.
Right.
But dropping 100 might make that left knee feel better.
You're right.
100's a big number. That's a big number.
It is. I'm just jumping out there. I remember what Scott Dawson said when he lost all his weight. He basically didn't eat after 4 o'clock.
Right.
Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a study out now that said you can lose all kind of weight if you quit eating at 3.
Yeah. Of course, he had to eat better.
Then you hear people
but
with
his
the
biggest
exact
thing was because of his schedule, he couldn't exercise that much, so he had to change everything with eating.
Right.
And
I think Bubba's being strong, guys. He's playing strong because
you think it's worse.
I think it might be worse than we might think, because just for a moment this morning, Bubba walking past, I say hey to him, and I think we're gonna do a fist bump. And guys, he came in for a hug. He hugged me.
Yeah. No, he did.
I'm not joking. I am not joking.
That's a bad sign.
He's saying goodbye.
Joking.
That's a bad
Well, he's been talking to me about a lot of things. I mean, I've got a bank deposit and payroll in there. That doesn't feel good.
Look,
he shot me a bird. I don't know what that was.
I can.
Well, like I said, Greg, taking care of everything before he goes.
You know that ain't right. You know that ain't right. No, I do like.
There's something I've always wanted to say to you. All right, go ahead.
He said, I really didn't invite you to that Christmas party on purpose, you jerk.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why you didn't get an invitation, because I didn't want you there.
That's still one of the great mysteries, by the way.
Yeah. Up there with the Titanic.
Yeah. So. I don't even remember what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. You were talking about something about saying goodbye to Adler.
No, I like having everything planned out, and you plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Well,
that's the
of
best way
course.
to do it.
Well, sure you do.
Not a bad.
Sure.
That's it.
And I have never disliked Greg.
I'm
and
kidding,
that's
Bubba. It's a
No one believes that. You only acted like you did.
Well, it's a long line. Don't worry about it.
You're right. But say disliking Greg is not even considered to be a bad thing.
Greg's a good thing.
But isn't the wait the worst, though? I mean, don't you wish he would have just said, hey, come on in, let's get it done now? Because it seems just like waiting.
All right, I'm getting a reply right now from my most recent friend to have a stint. And I have a long list. My most recent friend, and he does a job that's a little more stressful than ours, but it's not a physically draining job. But so I'm trying to. It's not quite apples and apples. He works harder than we do.
Yeah.
But I mean, a longer day and that kind of stuff. But he's reading right now what I've asked him. How long were you out of work after the stint?
Okay.
Because I think that'll give us some indication. I mean, he's not somebody who works construction or, bales hay or something like that. But I mean. So it's a white collar job.
Yeah.
So I'll see how that went.
And the buddy that I mentioned, it's white collar for him too. It's just he runs a company and he's always in there, and they just didn't want him in the stress of the day.
Well, this may be similar. Maybe getting a
just
similar.
Easing that, do half days.
The reason why I'm going to him is he told me he was surprised. Now he went growing. He said he was surprised how kind of casual things were and how quickly he was back in his car.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's good.
But
he said it was 2 hours.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Wow,
but
that's awesome.
That doesn't. I'm sure that was a bit of exaggeration because
that?
everybody exaggerates now. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to figure out now is how long was it before he went back to the office?
Yeah, because now that I think of it, I think my buddy was actually having a heart attack when they got him.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, that's different, by the way.
Yeah. But it wasn't full blown. It's just they got him in time. They're like, "Hey, I'm glad you got here. You're at the beginning stages."
Taking time.
Well, I will tell you this: this guy was I'm at work.
Sorry, Bubba.
I'm at work.
No, I appreciate the story.
Well, wasn't that great? Now, this friend of mine was at work. Said he started feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Finally, he said, "I got to go down to the emergency room." And he thought they were going to say nothing was up because he said I didn't have the classic heart attack symptoms.
So now you're scaring all of us.
He said before I knew it, I went from, hey, I'm here just for y'all to check me out, to he said, hey, they're stripping me naked and taking me to a cath lab.
That is amazing because my story was that a buddy of mine was coming in from working in the yard, and his wife was actually leaving, and she stopped and said, hey, you don't look good.
Mm-hmm. We're back. 21 minutes past 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess moves into the phone screening booth, and we're going to chat with you at 866 We Be Big. And we want to hear what's on your mind as you will now be speaking America from all over. And so Read Across America coming up 1 hour from right now. We'll be reading Green Eggs and Ham. And as Helmsy has instructed you teachers, if you post on social media, be sure that you include us in that at Rick and Bubba. Or if you wanted to send us your pictures, send those to support@rickandbubba.com. And then we'll start to go and look. Here's Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom, and we'll see that your class is involved. And I know a lot of you are going to be with us on that, either live or if you want to do it on your own time, catch the YouTube archive or the podcast archive today. And we read across America. All right, so Kay will get us started. Kay is in Georgia. If you want to join us, you can. Lines are available. You would get in right now if you move. Kay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all today?
We're good, Kay.
Look, I've been trying to reach y'all since Monday.
Okay.
And I have comments about the segment that y'all had about, y'all were talking Monday morning about your man church and the people that were touched. And and I just want to tell y'all that I was sitting on my carport in my swing when you read the letter from the man about his family their lives being turned around. And if I had been able to get through right then, I don't think I would have been able to speak.
Did you take to
I
squalling?
just want to say praise God for you guys. And I had tears of joy and so much pride in our country and your radio station and the freedom that y'all have to speak on God and what the things that are going on in our country right now. And I just love y'all. Y'all are just amazing people to me.
Well,
you're too kind.
Very kind. Thank you, Kay. Still getting emails from the conference. Some from wives and the things their husbands were saying when they got home. Others from men. One yesterday where a guy brought his son, and the son who was really struggling had this post he put on Facebook talking about he heard the answers he needed to hear to bring him out of this kind of depressed state he was in. It's, but it was covered in prayer, and it was a whole process working. But also, I will say this, and listening to some of the missionaries and church planners that we have with us this week, there is something going on spiritually all over the world right now. There's revival breaking out, and these little pockets, and some of it we've heard in our country, but now these people are reporting it in not only other parts of the country, but also in pockets around the world, in places that have been dead, but also in places where you see it going to another level. So I don't pretend to know the answers to that. I don't pretend to but I'm just saying it kind of goes back to this. Do you love this? One of the simplest moments in Scripture. So tell us about this man who healed you. I don't know what to tell you. I know that I was blind and now I see. And that's the guy who did it. That's all I can tell you. And so sometimes you just go, I don't know what to tell you, but his presence was with us, and it was overwhelming. Yeah. Let's go to Ron. Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead.
Hey, look, I would just take issue with Joe and the fentanyl issue. While it very well may have been fentanyl coming across that border, it was not because Trump was not doing anything about it. I mean, he had to go around Democrats just to get funding for the wall. If you remember all the hoopla that was raised about that, I mean, so he was definitely trying to do something about it, as opposed to right now, we're just got nobody doing anything about it. People just walking into the country, fentanyl and everything else. So when he says that he was not doing nothing, that's a completely false statement.
Yeah, well, the Biden administration is like I was as Greg's big brother. I was always blaming him for everything. Yeah, and
I don't know what they would do if they didn't have Trump to blame.
Can you imagine? Dwayne, Alabama. Dwayne, go ahead.
They need to blame him for the low gas prices we had too.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen anything about the Brazilian satanic parade?
A Brazilian satanic parade? I have not. But every parade
Sounds awful.
every parade I've ever seen in Brazil looks pretty satanic.
You need to see this because they got videos of it. Before it was over with, a flood came and killed a lot of people, and one dragging Jesus Christ through the streets was killed afterwards too.
Did you say a flood?
Yes,
Does
look up Brazilian flood, and you can see the whole satanic parade.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw a headline
Okay.
where they were having something like that, but I was like you, Rick. It looked like most of the parades they have a kind of that theme.
Let me tell you, if you're like, let's say this is the business you're in, and they're getting ready for a Brazilian parade. If you're in the business of selling fabric, you're going broke.
You are. You sure are. Glitter now? Glitter's good.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Glitter, you're doing well.
And strings.
It's a lot of pagan. I don't know about this, but that doesn't surprise me. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, go ahead. John?
Hello?
Joe? Sean?
Hello?
All right. Let's go to Lewis in Alabama. Lewis, go ahead. Lewis?
Boy, I tell you.
Lewis fell asleep.
Caller from Mississippi.
Well,
I see the name. It says Eason. Somehow I think that's probably not right, but maybe it is. Hello, Mississippi.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
What's your name?
Ethan.
Ethan. Okay,
Ethan.
close. Okay, Ethan. All right, Ethan, go ahead.
I was wondering if your phone was broken, man.
We were
I've been
too.
trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
What is wrong?
I'm
What's
so
wrong,
I'm
people?
so
I'm lost.
weirded out right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's
Was
go.
he trying to be like a one of those?
Like the calls we get
Yeah.
all the time.
Is that what he was trying to do?
Yeah,
Like car shield?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to be the person that.
Yeah,
No, you get those calls
Yeah.
all the time.
You get the calls all the time.
Oh,
about
all the time,
soliciting.
and they're all local numbers
Yeah.
too,
Yeah.
which dupes you.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I know immediately if it doesn't. Sometimes it'll say spam alert or whatever spam call, but if I say hello and then it's like 1 Mississippi, 2
yeah.
Mississippi, 3, and nobody's there, I just hang up.
Well, what I do, I don't answer any calls not in my contacts.
You're right,
anymore.
right.
If you're not in my contacts, I'm sorry, I won't answer it.
yeah.
Sometimes you have to because you've called people and
Yeah.
you're expecting
Yeah,
calls
that's
back.
what
Oh, I've missed things I needed to hear because I forgot.
Me too.
Let's go to Chris in Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I just calling to encourage you guys. Y'all do a great job at this radio show. People call in. Y'all are funny, hilarious, and y'all love God, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Lynn, Birmingham. Lynn, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Just quick, wanted to talk about Biden and his little laugh at the you guys showed earlier about the fentanyl. It just proves that he's very obtuse about things, that he hasn't got a clue. And then the other day, you all had a comment on there about him making comments about the nurse that, made him feel whatever.
Yeah, breathe on her.
Absolutely offensive and repulsive to us nurses. And no nurse would bring a pillow from home to a patient. He's just lying.
Yeah, he
Outright
embellishes.
lying.
Yeah, he embellishes. I mean,
Sure.
It's like he thinks the story's not as good as I remember it. So she got a pillow and brought it to me from her house because I was uncomfortable.
He's either lying or making it up.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Colors off. I mean, you look terrible.
I've been talking about the color
and then
for a
we
while.
we got to do something. And he said next thing he knew he was getting his shirt cut, and
Yeah,
they're
you've
like that. All of a sudden he heard, "Stay with me, stay." We're like, "What?"
You've had some bad color days.
Who, me?
I can't
Well,
believe-
some of that's just bad skin.
Bubba,
Yeah.
we hadn't really asked you. What do you think's going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you feel? How long have you felt this way? The
you
little,
know-
little episodes or like
Oh,
that?
wow.
I really didn't think anything about him.
Bubba, you're not coming back, buddy.
At all?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
My
not-
goodness,
not
Rick.
back the
Rick,
next-
finish that sentence.
Not back the next day. He said.
Goodness gracious.
He said. Bubba has texted me about this, and I'm gonna say yes. You need to call him. He said I had a weekend. He said so. Keep in mind, I did my procedure on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
He said I went back to work the following Wednesday. He said so 5 days. And
Yeah,
he
that's what I'm
said,
thinking.
and he said I was told I could not lift anything for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
But that include his.
We can get around
How do
that.
you say this? FEMORAL ordering. He said
femoral.
He said because of that one, that made him, he couldn't lift anything. I don't know what that means.
You're going arm, bub.
Yeah, that's leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
it's in your crotch here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't breathe. You're gonna be fine though.
Yeah.
You're gonna call us with a happy voice going.
But
"Guys,
again,
You gonna go ahead and shave ahead of time, get them ready.
Let me be.
In case they have to go.
He said when you look up, here comes the razor. Oh my! But I'm gonna go
Well,
back.
just go ahead and do that. Get a preemptive strike.
Yeah.
I went, but what I was talking, and you'll be cooler. I was talking about,
much cooler.
But this is
Absolutely.
different. All the people I know had to go there because they
And-
thought they were about to have a heart attack, so they went right to stent. This is to see if he needs a stent. It's a little bit different.
It is.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
It's a little bit big.
Boil your mind, though.
I know. That's why the
So
weight.
am I the only one having him with a stent? Other than
I've
that,
got worse.
Greg, stent?
I've got worse the
think
last
he'll
2
be all right.
days just thinking about it.
Speedy stent, multiple or one?
one
Adler,
I think he's
Adler
good.
stent, yeah,
I think
stent.
Adler's calling bypass.
because it's gonna be right there at the turn.
Yeah.
Right, Bubba? Is that what they saw?
Adler
last time?
says stent. So everybody says,
Widowmaker.
yeah. No.
Rick and Bubba.
Chelsea, Alabama. Bill standing by. Bill, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
Hey, Biggin. I was just going to let you know I had a stent put in last week. On Labor Day, I was down at the lake having a big time. Couldn't get enough air. Went to the emergency room. They told me that they did a cast just like what y'all been talking about, what Bubba's going through, and went through my wrist, put it in, went back. Did that on Monday, and then went back to work on Thursday. They told me I could resume my normal activity on Thursday, just don't lift anything really heavy with my right arm. So
Yeah,
it
so
was no big deal. The hole in my wrist is no bigger than a pencil head or a number 2 pencil.
so you're saying they went ahead and did the stent while they already had it in there ready to go.
Right. Yeah, it was no problem. They prepped my groin in case they had to go that way, but they didn't have to do that, so everything went well. I had 2 stents put in.
Can two of them?
I feel much better.
Do you think? Oh yeah, I bet you felt a ton bit better. Do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Will they prep Bubba's growing?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead
I
and do
think
that,
they will,
Bub.
just in case, because they said that if they get in there and can't get to where they need to get to through the wrist, then they'll just they'll go through the groin or whatever they have to do is bigger than what they can get through the wrist.
So you had that done on what, Monday?
I had pain on. Well, I didn't have any pain. I just couldn't get enough air on Sunday evening about 6 o'clock.
But
then I was
Monday was the procedure, and
Monday-
you were back to work Thursday.
yes.
Okay.
Back to work on Thursday, and I probably could have gone back Wednesday, but I just stayed another day just to make sure.
Understood. Okay, buddy. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
All right.
See, Bubba, that's. I think that's in the realm of where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Went through the wrist. Not a big deal. Hey, we got some blockage. Let's get a couple of stents in there. You're done. We'll prep that growing in case we need it, and you'll go home and you'll be back to work on Thursday.
Be a stent guy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a ton of them.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
This country's full of stents, and this part of the country is the home of stents.
Stent.
Do you realize?
Central.
I mean, just me. I know nearly 10 people that have stents,
Oh, I know.
and I probably not even thinking.
Well,
I may
it's,
eclipse that number if I would just start thinking.
It's really, it's like I told you, it's a testament to how blessed we have been that, that hadn't had a lot of problems, overall.
Let me ask you about a
been
stent.
fairly healthy.
Can't breathe. Let me ask you
Like
about
few carpentry surgeries, but I mean, not
Yeah,
sickness.
Yeah, just
Had one bleed out.
Yeah, well, that was to me Advil. So
Right.
Oh wow.
that was due to my highly competitive sports situation. But
We continue 866. We be big. Go into Illinois. Steve standing by. Steve, welcome to the program, buddy. Go right ahead. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is the number, and we thank you for being with us. Man, I love getting all the great emails for those of you out there loving buyraycon.com/Bubba, digging that, loving it. And some of you are listening right now to us on those Raycon everyday earbuds. And they've also got, their gaming headphones. They got the speaker with a battery that lasts all night. As a matter of fact, I think Robbie McAlpine got that one for the reception. So you can get those right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Here's the good news. That was just for you. Premium audio brands out there. Whoa, a little pricey. And you think, well, Rick, I mean, if it's to that level, how about the buyraycon.com/Bubba earbub?
Hey, Rick, can you say that 3 times fast?
I've said it so many times, buyraycon.com/Bubba. But a lot of times I'll go by Bubba's office, go, what's up, Bubs? But you need to put Bubba. They're probably not going to acknowledge Bub. Right. But that gets you another 15% off. So they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and then we get you an additional 15%, and so you can buy them for everybody in your family. And just in this week already, I've got other Raycon emails of people just loving them, and they fit so comfortably, they don't budge. You'll love them. So, Greg, I know that yesterday you and I were talking, and you were saying that this thing with you and Mr. Buddy, the yard dog, and you're kind of living the way we lived all growing up. You know what was never really said around our house when it came to dogs? Really, that term, what about the dog, didn't exist because the dog just fended for himself.
Yes.
The dog lived in the yard. The dog ran the neighborhood. The dog went in the woods. The whole process of taking care of...
They're gimped up. You like I've been watching him limp for like a week, but I go, he'll work it out.
Yeah. This was all that revolved around having a dog. Anytime you wanted to, you'd do you'd get your double hand scoop of dry dog food from Jim Dandy, and you'd put it in a bowl, and there was some bucket next to it that water stayed in.
And they just get it when they want it.
Yeah. And they just get it when they want it. Yeah. There was never what about the dog. When you were going on vacation, you just put more food in the bowl.
You piled a big pile. Or if you had a neighbor that wouldn't mind walking over and dumping a little.
Neighbor might come by. Nobody took their animals with them. Nobody had animals in the house. And the dogs just ran the neighborhood, and you had a yard dog, and he was usually a mutt, and you loved him. The hunting dogs, a little better treatment. They had a pen.
They did. And they were the only ones that were allowed to ride in a vehicle, but they would be in a dog box.
Right.
In the back.
So it was a different time, but and frankly, a better time.
They were the business dogs.
They were working dogs.
But you have a yard dog named Mr. Buddy that you don't even know where it came from.
No, somebody dropped him out, and I don't know how old he is.
And he's been injured various times over the years.
It's creative injury.
And he's a survivor.
Yeah, we got him neutered, and that calmed him down. He used to disappear for like 3 or 4 days, then he would come home all chewed up.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ridiculous wounds. I mean, he had one in his forehead one time. You could see his skull.
Thank you.
And we'd get him sewn up, and so he's used to getting sewn up. Well, he's done better. We had him neutered so he don't travel like he used to.
Did he also not hurt Lisa's shoulder?
He did. He knocked her down and tore a rotator cuff.
Right, yeah.
When she landed. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Muddied many addresses just because he jumps up on you.
Oh, he's horribly. He doesn't behave well at all. But as far as like jumping on people, he's getting better. He's getting older, I think. But and again, I have no idea how old he is because when we got him, he was probably less than a year. But I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, and that's been like 10, 12
Hey,
years.
Mr. Buddy.
But anyway, so I noticed, he'd been limping on his one back leg, but I actually went up and looked at it, and I couldn't find anything. And then I said, well, he does that. He'll run by with one up.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, he'll work it out. And but then he walked up the other day. I get up. Lisa calls me out there and says, "You got to come look at this. There's a piece of meat just ripped out of his hip.
Hey,
and it was still connected. So I just pushed it back in there.
Greg,
I'm sure you did that really, really well.
Thinking maybe it'll take.
Yeah, right. Maybe it'll take.
Because
Greg, it's not sod.
I know. That's exactly. Rick, that is a great analogy.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah.
And look, there he is. That's when he got in my concrete and left his footprints. But anyway, he's a mix, but he's got some healer in him.
Oh.
And he got a little healer in him. In fact, the vet yesterday said, "Oh, a healer."
He's got a little Mississippi leg hand in him.
It got well. You might as well just anyway.
Right.
So I'm like, I didn't like it, but I was going to let it rock on. Lisa's like, "You got to do something. He's going to get infected," which that is a good point.
Yeah.
So the normal
it took
vet,
your wife telling you that is what's scary.
Look at them choppers on him, Rick.
Yeah.
He got them
Oh yeah, Greg, he put it back. Helms. I mean, it's not like it.
I think it would have eventually took maybe if he didn't get infection.
Right.
Well, anyway,
if you can keep the armadillos from turning it up.
Exactly. So yesterday, So yesterday,
I finally beat him, by the way.
I was just going after I got off work, going to grab him and call. Well, Dr. Barry's office is shut down on Wednesdays half a day. I didn't know.
I didn't know that. Good for Dr. Barry. He's trying to get to church.
Yeah. So I called Little Lee Hubbard, and he said, "Oh man, I got you one." And AJ Young, and he's a young guy, right in downtown Piedmont.
So his name fits him.
Yes, and I went in there and, hey, worked me. I called it first. Everybody was backed up at the vet's yesterday. I couldn't find room anywhere. He said, I can fit you in. Come on. Anyway, so he let me watch. I mean, it was he bonded with Mr. Buddy, took care of him.
How did Mr. Buddy react to it?
Buddy, what he does when, you know.
Could you get him in the vehicle?
This is what he asked me, Dr. Young. He said, now, how is it with people? I said, he's good as long as you're not pulling up in the driveway. Because he was like, do I need to muzzle him? What do I need to do? I said, nah, he's fine. But when he gets there,
a little bit of a step out, Greg.
I put this leash on him, and the minute we go in the door, he locks down and won't move. So I have to pick him up. His feet stick out straight in front of him like he's frozen.
But Greg.
And I carry him like this. Which we do that anytime I have to pick him up.
Right.
And
He
anyway,
just doesn't know how to deal with
Greg,
that.
pick me up and show me.
Just like that.
That's it. So he doesn't know how to deal with it.
He hates it, locks it down.
Yeah.
And so I take him in there, and look, he's doing fine. They're cutting on him, checking it out, and he's worried about the limping leg. Dr. Young even noticed that. He goes, I mean, my goodness, he said that leg looks like he's hurting
Did you
him worse
not
than the
even
other.
bring that up?
I was going to eventually get to, but he got it earlier. He normally
Ask
works
the
through
vet.
those, though.
I'll be all right.
But anyway, so he gets to working on the guy. He don't think it's a bite. He said, I think he's hung himself on something.
Oh, wow.
Like in a fence or something?
Yeah,
Car?
or something, possibly. And anyway, so he finally goes, he says, look, it's going a lot easier on him if we just knock him out. So they gave him a little shot, and sure enough, you just watch him. Here you go. He slowly melts.
Mr. Buddy going in.
Yeah. And then they clean him up, shave it, and cut it, and stitch him up, do a great job. And then they take him in there in the room. They set him in the floor, and they go, just watch him. He'll come back in a minute. And first of all, when they first put him down, he's motionless.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the tail starts flipping a little bit.
Right.
About the time he got up, and he actually had a sleepy head. He's looking around, and then he gets up and is trying to leave. I said, I think he's good. And
All shaved up.
But anyway, he got it because if I couldn't get it done yesterday, which at one point I think I wasn't, well, see, I was going to somehow deal with it today, which is my late day. That's not good.
That ain't no good.
Lisa's, I was
Late
going to let
me.
him rock on to Friday. She's like, you can't do that. My goodness, he'll be eat up with infection. So she wasn't having it.
No.
You know, even though he's the outside dog, she
If he
loves
could have
him.
just got to it to lick it, he'd been fine.
I know he couldn't get it good.
Yeah.
But the doctor did say, he goes, it was actually starting to hit a little bit on top. So I guess he could reach a little.
Okay.
But what's funny is when he's ripped open like that, he doesn't act like he even knows it.
Right.
I don't know. He must have a high tolerance of pain or something.
Right.
That's just dogs.
But now he's still.
What
got
about the gimp leg?
He checked it out when he was knocked out, so he could move it real good, and he can't. He thought it was it could be like tendons in the knee or whatever because he wouldn't put it all the way down. Still not putting it down real good, but we've got some anti-inflammatory medicine, pain pills
You
for him.
ain't gonna
He
give
said,
that to him.
I got it. You
Mr.
put
Buddy's
it in a
got
hot dog.
arthritis.
You put it in a hot dog.
You put it in a little hot dog, cut off piece of hot dog, shove it in there, and he'll eat it.
Now to get him in the truck, I know that's always an adventure.
God.
How'd that go, Greg?
Did you get some turkey lunch?
He
maybe?
hates the truck, and I have to lure him out with turkey lunch and different stuff. Normally, he dives under the truck as I try to get him in, and he barely fits. He's smashed.
Yeah.
He weighed in at 55 pounds. And
That's pretty heavy to have to carry,
especially
by
when
the
he
way,
has
out
legs
front,
out front
like
of him. But I got him in the truck. Of course, I had to clean the truck out when I got back. All the hair, you know. But I got him up, but then he'll collapse when I get him in, and then as I'm driving, he'll get kind of comfortable, and all of a sudden he comes between the seats into the front seat on me while I'm driving.
Okay.
So
When
I
he
have
gets
to deal-
comfortable in there?
Yeah, so I have to deal with that. But getting him in, and when we get to the vet, when you open the door, be ready because he'll break then
Right.
and try to run.
Okay.
And then he gets
So you
that
have
would-
to be ready for that.
Yeah, but once you get the leash on him, which he hates, he'll do okay until he gets in the door, and then he shuts her down.
Then he shuts down.
Now, how the
Is that
interaction
standard every time?
Every time.
and interaction with other dogs?
No, he
in
don't
the vet?
bother them. He don't look at them or nothing. It's almost like he gets hung
It's
in
too
a stare,
strange.
and he don't like it, and he don't want to acknowledge anybody.
It's too strange for him.
Now
I just wish it wasn't here. I wish it wasn't here.
But I'm
Was he
glad I got it
happy?
dealt with yesterday. Dr. Young, thank you. And
Was he-
'cause I didn't want to have to keep dealing with this rest of the week.
Was he happy when he got home?
He was. He still wasn't walking very good. But
And he's trying to investigate how it happened, and the male lady's involved.
yeah, I got to talk
Have you
to
ever?
her.
Did you ever talk to her?
I haven't, but she, you become friends with your male lady.
Oh, yeah.
And she loves Buddy. She gives him milk bones. But she had come to the Ring doorbell, and I'd done seen her earlier that day right before this happened. She said, I ain't got no packages for you because I was putting my trash can out. Lisa blamed me also because Buddy was at the end of the road with me with the trash can. She said either the dogs across the street attacked him or he got hit by a car or something. And it's my fault because I said, so I can't. Usually he
How's
comes
that your
with
fault?
me.
Yeah.
He chases
the
cars,
blame,
but he
Rick.
stays in the grass. And then when I pull out, he goes back home, which is what he was doing. But anyway, but later when we get home, we were looking on the camera to see if we saw any other dogs he might have been fighting. And the mail lady pulled up and came and rung the doorbell, but we weren't home. She didn't have a package. It's almost like she must have saw. I don't know. I'll talk to her eventually.
Now, how do you yell back at Buddy, tell him go back to the house?
Oh, going back to the house, buddy. So out the window. And when I do, he'll turn.
So, Greg, you don't know how old Buddy is, but how long have you had him?
I've had him about 2010. So we've had him at least 13 years.
Wow.
12, 13
So he is getting up there now.
He's getting old.
Yeah.
Wow.
But, boy, he's like a muscle, though.
Yeah.
He's in good.
And a ball of energy.
When he's not cut up.
Yeah. It goes back to that thing. I'm always told that dogs that have that much freedom that it bothers them. It doesn't look like it does to me.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, how about it? Come on, Stevie.
I wanted to let you know my whole family listens to you every morning, and
thank you.
We'll be going through a stint ourselves on Thursday. My daughter is 8 years old. She was born with half of a heart, and she's been through 3 open heart surgeries and up for her 6th catheterization coming up Thursday. And so we'll be praying for you and hoping for the same from you.
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amen.
Will, Steve.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that very much. Brandy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brandy, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to let you know that I had my first heart attack when I was 29.
Oh my gosh,
Brandy.
Had a stent. My first heart attack was totally different than my second one. My first one, it was my color. I was sweating a lot. Felt like I had the flu. Went to the one hospital and they literally sent me home and said that it was nothing, and called the family cardiologist, and he said, well, go ahead and go to Huntsville Hospital right now. I'll meet you there. And met there, and my first heart attack was due to a hole that they found in my heart. But then they did my heart cath through my groin.
Hello.
And then 4 years ago was my second heart attack, and that was painful as all get out. I had been having them since November, and finally in January, my cardiologist came back from a missionary trip and saw how many times I'd been seen in the ER and sent home. And so I had went in and did tests, and he had called me back that afternoon. He says I needed to drop what I needed to do, what I was doing, and get to the hospital.
Uh-oh. Okay,
And
Brandy,
so-
I'm not.
Brandy, I want to thank you for that encouragement.
Brandy, it says
Can we
clear,
change the
it
subject?
clearly said on the board that you were calling to offer encouragement. This is not encouraging. This is
Every symptom she mentioned I've had in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
guys, we got to move on.
Especially when she said, well, that's the thing that some of my buddies are telling me. These classic symptoms everybody keeps talking about. They said, really, if you just feel run down and you can't seem to get over it, and like, you wouldn't believe how many I've had said, I didn't have any pressure on my chest or massive pain. I just went in and said, I just can't seem to get it together. And they're like, well, I'll tell you why, you got clogged arteries.
That's us every day, though.
I know. Everybody in here needs a stent.
Yeah.
Yes. Can we go with you Monday? And
Let's just line the Rick and Bubba show up.
Line us up.
And let's just, Bubba, you go first, and I'll go second.
We'll talk to the curtain.
Right.
Hey man, how you doing over there?
Yeah.
Good.
And let's go ahead and let's get our blood flow right.
Hey, when they go in through the growing, how low down is it? I mean, how
That
far,
I don't have any idea.
Like from the crease in your leg, how far down is it?
I don't know. I think they're up there in that connection area, right in here. I think it's right.
Really?
Yeah. That's just what I don't know why I think that. That's just what I'm saying.
Wow.
Because that's the growing.
It would make sense.
I mean, that's what a growing is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there.
When does it cease to be the growing?
Let me tell you
far
why I
down?
know.
Where's the growing line?
Right.
Let me tell you why I know. You know how people love to show you when they've had a procedure?
Oh, yeah.
This old man didn't even know me when I was working in Ashland. I was working at his house. He was telling me about he'd had a cath, and he drops his pants and shows me where they were.
I used
That's a true story.
So you can tell us exactly where it is.
Where was it?
Right in the crease?
Right there. Right there in the old V. Yeah.
Put it this way,
In
Bubba.
the crease or just off the crease?
Well, I didn't stare that close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the love of all that's
every
good.
person, let's go to call 3. Well, when I had my 5th heart attack and they went through my growing, I've heard growing and I've heard heart attack enough. I can't breathe, my growing, my heart attack. Got it. I got it. We all know everybody's experience.
Okay.
Well, I had 7 heart attacks and I've had 15 caths. I mean, come on. It's making me hurt over here.
All right,
While having a
The
Band-Aid on your
funniest
nose.
part is with Greg has a Band-Aid
I know.
while he's ranting
Yeah,
about
and then that, like I say, that old horrible memory, that old man I was telling you about that showed me where they went in. I'll never forget that. He was kind of tongue-tied. And he's like, no, and he listen, this is no lie. He dropped his pants. I stand in his backyard, pulls his boxer shorts up and shows me where they went in and did a calf.
Right.
And how'd he do it though?
He had a little bit of a tongue tied about it.
Can you remember where
They
it was?
went right there in that damn laundry, and he pulled. I'm not making. That's a fact.
Y'all making fun of him though.
That's how he talked.
Right, Greg.
He's a little off, obviously.
Every time Greg says I'm not making fun, whatever's next, it's
talk,
kind
Greg.
of like
Making fun.
It's kind of like the woman we just talked to that was supposed to be a
Anytime-
call of encouragement.
Anytime I worked around his house, here he'd come. But I happened to go there after he'd had a heart cath, and this was years ago when these things, probably weren't.
Yeah.
And buddy, he filled me in.
So you're saying, but Bubba, when we say growing,
But I've heard enough heart attack stories for the phones.
when
Can
we say
move on?
growing, it means growing. Do you know where your growing is? Don't you?
Can we hang up on the people, please?
And if anybody's got to get in there and work on it, they probably
Well,
have to move something aside.
When you say growing, I think of just that general area. I mean, I don't know where the line is. I mean, is that the high thigh? Is it the
no.
crease?
All right, we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Read Across America, coming up next hour. It'll be 8:20 for the live show Central Time, 9:20 Eastern for teachers, just letting you know that. And if you want to hit us with your pictures on social media, at Rick and Bubba, include us in there, and we'll retweet it and all that. Also, if you just want to send them directly to Helmsy, support at rickandbubba.com. And to let us know that you're part of America's and the world's largest classroom, because it can really be anywhere. You can watch it live, listen to it live, or you can watch it on archive and listen to it on archive, whichever works best for you teachers. Also, yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive is now available for you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Bubba, you're going to have to kind of include me in on this story, because I honestly don't even know what you're talking about. So you'll have to update me.
This is like one of
And
those
us.
things where we have to ask a question.
Yeah.
We were asking the question last week, why is the Energy Department doing a study? And, as we learn more about it, we find out that they are over all the labs. So that does make some sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, you hope there's a logical answer to every question out there. What was that show where they used to have the mysteries? They go for every mystery.
Yes.
There's an answer.
Yes. World's Unsolved Mysteries, something like that.
Man, that was a great show.
That was a
a
great
good
show.
show.
I love that
missed
guy.
that show.
The guy who narrated it was perfect for it.
Wasn't it called Unsolved Mysteries?
Yes,
There was
yes,
that.
you're right.
Yeah.
So
I can see the logo.
Yeah, U.S. Senator Jon Fetterman from Pennsylvania.
Oh, hoodie.
Boy, that was weird.
He is a new senator. He was recovering from a stroke. We all saw that during the campaign.
Yes, we did.
We all questioned why he's running for office. Now, this is not about Democrat or Republican. This is the man's health comes before all of that. If you want, if you just have to have a Democrat, then get one that's healthy.
Right.
It just seemed a little strange, the whole deal. So anyway, he wins the election, which again,
shocking.
Pennsylvanians, did you think he was going to be able to serve? And shortly after being sworn in, he has been hospitalized for what they're calling depression.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now, and again, I feel for this man and his family going through this.
Probably why you don't need to be a senator.
Yeah, spending a little
Lot
hospital
of
time
pressure.
myself last year, I don't wish that on anybody.
No.
And the thing that's so odd about it, though, his wife and kids left the country, saying that the publicity and the media around it was just too much, so they left and went to Canada. It just seems to me if you're hospitalized and you're struggling with depression, you would want your family around, because I know having Betty there was very important to me. It just seems strange to me, and maybe I'm not understanding this. And they say, his staff has put out a report, or they put out announcements saying that he's doing fine. He's on the road to recovery. And they say that he's being briefed on Senate business every morning. Well, if I had depression, I don't think I'd want to worry about Senate business.
No.
That seems like that would make you more depressed.
Well, Greg has a theory that
it depresses me.
Yeah, Greg had a theory that maybe it's his family that made him depressed, and they left.
Maybe he had them removed.
But I guess I could see them saying he's being cared for. Gosh, I don't know why you wouldn't be going to see him though.
Well,
yeah, and we want to get out of here because we're tired of everybody.
Well, let's ask this too. I don't know what part of Canada they went to, but
They went to Niagara Falls and then
that's
up
pretty.
through there.
That's not a far trip. I mean, we're talking about us. Greg has a longer trip every morning than they do back to the hospital. So I think we got to keep that in. If that is the case, if that's the area they're in.
Yeah,
I mean,
and she also, you could follow the trip on her Twitter account, and she said that the
now she's a little bit of a bird too. Remember?
Yeah, she said,
well, you better be.
Yeah.
If you're going to marry into that.
She said a week ago today is when the news dropped, I guess, about her husband. The kids were off from school, and the media truck started circling our home. Yeah. I did the first thing I could think of, and that's pack them in the car and drive and just get away from it all.
Yeah.
And so that's just the hounding of the media around and their kids being at the house.
Well, I
and all
understand
that.
the media can be a handle for
So,
you.
but that was what she said on Twitter. That's not me paraphrasing. That's what she said.
But your husband ran to be a U.S. senator. You know that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's part of it. They're going to be camped out on your lawn sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not at the office.
And that's why she got away from it.
Well, here's how it sounds.
It just doesn't. I guess from a culture standpoint, it doesn't fit with the way that my family would deal with it.
Yeah, well, and here's the other thing. It goes back to what the bigger point you're making, and I understand. Speedy talked about this the other day. I understand that if you're in Pennsylvania, okay, you hate anybody that has an R by their name so much that if anything can walk up with a D by its name, you're going to vote for it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's never been a better case than that.
Pittsburgh and Philly for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, that area.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we got AOC out of the district in New York. I mean, there's some areas where there's bastions of people that I'm just like, wow. If you want to be a Democrat, that's fine. At least just like what happened in Chicago, but at least go get another one. At least they finally said, but because this person,
you need somebody that can show up to work.
Yeah, and this is what it sounds like. I've told this story 1,000 times, and I won't say who it was because it's not important because he actually went on to do fine, and it's not for everybody, but you got to know what you're getting into. To Bubba's point, the story of the kid that was really, really good on the track team, and he wanted to play football, and he thought and we went through the winter workouts. He owned it. Anytime we had a cutoff T-shirt and shorts on, he led the pack. Okay. Well, when it came time for the season preparation, preseason, we're in helmets and shoulder pads, and Thursday of the week always is the first day of full contact. And so the first 3 days, you just kind of move around out there in shorts and shoulder pads. And we came in from one of the shorts and shoulder pad practices, and he took his helmet off and went, whew, I hope it's not going to be that rough every day. And I said, buddy, Thursday, you're going to really hate Thursday. This is nothing. We're not started yet. Yeah. And what it was, back to Fetterman, it's like he wanted to do something, but he really didn't realize this really isn't for me. I can't take what this requires. But he went on to do great, and he was a man, and he went in and talked to the coaches and said, hey, I thought it was for me. It's not. And he went on. They said, hey, why don't you go win us some championships in track, and that's all right. Appreciate you being man enough to come in here and face us and not just disappear, not come back. And he handled it the right way. But does Fetterman and his family, they don't know what it's like to take on the role of a senator? I mean, it's like, can they not hack it? And apparently not.
Well,
if he's already gone in depression. What I'm saying is
I'm more worried about Fetterman than I am his family.
But what I'm saying is he wasn't in a condition to do this.
Well, correct. Right.
I mean, it's...
And if you don't want media out on your lawn and circling the neighborhood, then don't win the election. Don't be a senator. Nobody cares then, right?
Right. I mean,
I just don't...
You got to know what you're getting into.
To me, it just looks like if my choice was my health and my family versus being a senator, I go with health and family every time. I wouldn't want to deal with the other.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, it's right there.
Are you wanting to know where to do your prep work so they don't have to do it?
No.
Yeah, it's right there. The grow one's right. It's the V, baby.
Yeah.
It's right there. Sorry about the TV watchers. Just
Rick, we got that.
Didn't mean to show you where the growing was. But
by the way, I want to let y'all know I just took my first successful deep breath. It felt so good.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I filled it up, was able to fully get one and then blow out.
I hope to do that here momentarily.
Hey, let me ask you a question on this whole stent. The success rate. Once you have a stent, is it something that you have to continuously get checked, or are you rolling?
They can go
back.
back.
You're like, hey, see you in 6 months.
No, they 10 years. We talked to a guy yesterday, 10 years. Did we not talk to
somebody?
somebody?
Had other ones later.
He said he'd had his 10 years. He was fine.
But you may have to get others. There's people that have
No,
multiples.
you're right. You have to go back every night if you got a real problem. And Greg, you and I are, at some point we're
Here we go. We're still
heart.
talking about it.
All right, let's
My gosh, alive.
Should we all just go get it Monday?
I'm gonna tell you, copays are going up everywhere.
Well, here's what's going to happen. What we're doing.
I'm going.
I apologize.
I know that.
I apologize today for all of you that have money invested in things like Krispy Kreme.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do well today. Okay, now those of you that make money off people coming to the doctor and having to pay a copay, you're going to do great today, because everybody's coming in to get checked today. When you have this kind of talk, I was sitting there yesterday. I'm beginning to see miracles. We were at a steak place yesterday, and Bubba did not order steak. I mean, when I heard him say to the waiter, "I don't see any fish here. Do y'all have any fish?"
What in the world?
I couldn't believe where I was. I thought, well, this is.
Well, this is back to what I did during the summer of Bubba too. So I'm just revisiting that.
So remember, I kept asking you, should we expect another summer of Bubba?
Yeah, well, I think we may.
Part two.
We may have to have the life of Bubba, the lob.
All right. Yeah, I think lob may be it.
Yeah.
So, and I've got somebody standing by when you're able to physically start moving a little bit that's ready to help there. And
well, I mean, I want to now.
It.
I want to now, but I'm afraid to jump around too much. Yeah. You just be careful till we know what we're up against.
You know what you could do?
It may be fine. They may say, "Hey, hit it, Biggin."
Yeah.
Get after it.
Well, Biggin can't hit it even if he's doesn't have heart issues, because Biggin better ease into it.
Well, Biggin can hit it, for what he can do.
That's
what I mean. It's the attitude, not the
right.
Biggin's
probably just going to walk up and down the field a few times first time.
Yeah, Biggin's good.
I was going to say, I think you need to start with being a mall walker.
Oh,
no, that's too demoralizing.
He's not quite there yet.
No, I already do that in my own version of that.
Really? What is it?
Yeah, I do it through home and garden centers. I walk every aisle.
Yeah.
I go in there. I much prefer that because I get to see stuff.
Greg,
what the new thing is.
What's that thing Greg was doing? Hyperstepping?
Yeah.
No, that's Bubba. He hypersteps.
He
hypersteps on the tennis
Greg
court.
was 30-10.
See, I'll drag around until we're in play, and then I run hard, and then I drag around again.
So you were hyperstep. Greg was 30-10.
Right. He was a 30-10 workout.
That was run 30, walk 10.
Yes.
And I got hyperstepping from watching Larry Brown play as a kid. He was a running back for the Washington Redskins.
Yeah.
And he used to get up from every play, and you think, well, he's dead. He ain't going to make it back. And he would drag back to that huddle, barely get there to hear the play, and then when they snapped again, man, he was wide open. Mm-hmm. And I heard him talk about it one time. He said, I'm saving every ounce of energy until the ball's in play.
And did he call it hyperstep, or did you?
No, I gave it that name.
That's a good
from
name.
hyper driving. That's kind of where that came from.
But when I went to yesterday when Bubba told his favorite steak place, I don't see any fish here on the menu. Do y'all have a piece of fish? I couldn't.
And it was a great piece of fish.
It's like I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know what I mean? I thought to myself.
And I had that same meal for dinner.
To me, and you see how intrigued this guy is.
I had broccoli twice yesterday.
Hey, look at this guy on the back row. He's gotten so put out with it. He's just checked out.
I'm trying to.
You know what I mean? He was sound asleep back there on the back row, completely out. You know why? Because he said, "I'm gonna sleep till this topic changes."
Rick, he could have been praying for him.
Rick, I doubt that. I don't think so, buddy. Usually people pray and don't snore.
Yeah.
Maybe he was speaking in tongues.
Right. He could be, maybe he might be Assembly of God. I'm sorry. I'm going to take that back.
Rick, we've had an engineer that's emailed us. You posed the question, how many shows do you think we've done earlier in the show?
Right, because we take off, you got to think about that. You think about weekends. It's kind of hard to number to get.
Well, he said if the show began on January 8th, 1994, on average, 4 weeks of vacation per year.
Right.
So that means that most of the time that Rick and Bubba, both of you are here, together, the show has done about 5,880 shows. That means by the end of the year, the show at the big year end will be about the 6,000th show. Assuming 4 hours per show, that's 96,000 segments that you guys have done coming back from commercial. At 9.5 minutes per segment on average per hour. Extreme Club is about 38 minutes, so that's how he's getting that. You and Bubba have been on the air on the Rick and Bubba Show for 912,000 minutes. That's 15,200 hours, 633 days, nearly 1.75 years we've been talking on the air.
Well, it's a lot
Who
of time.
took time? That'll have wear and tear.
This engineer.
I couldn't wrap my
How
mind
many
around.
times has your heart pumped? during
Thank you,
that?
Matthew.
So
Or Matt.
So you know what we're doing? We're gonna scream when we tell Matt to let us know when we hit 1 million hours. we want to have like 1 million hour march or something.
Yeah.
You remember how funny we thought we were back in those days?
Yes.
Talking
Funny,
about
we thought we were making. I know where you go. Making fun of eating and fat.
Yeah, well, it's
not so funny now, is it, Chubalicious?
Well, we probably could have handled it a little better, but it was it wasn't to promote that, but it was to tell people that was in that position that it wasn't the end of the world.
Welcome back. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom coming up this hour. Teachers everywhere putting the kiddos in front of a TV or listening to the radio or listening to the TuneIn app. Or maybe they're going to do that on the archive. You can do that on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. So that'll be coming up next segment as we will read Green Eggs and Ham, as is tradition, to children all over the country and potentially even around the world. So looking forward to that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, Bubba, this will be my last hour on the live show today, as we try to do here on Team Rick and Bubba. If somebody's got something they need to get to, we try our best to accommodate that, as long as it's not overly done or abused. So I had a situation today that I needed to try to leave the show a little early if possible. So the last hour, it will be Rickless. So we'll have the guys in here. And part of the reason is we started this tradition. We've done it in the past, but we've been in a new congregation for a little over 2 years, and we're now trying to do some of the things there that we did at our church where we were for over 20 years. And that is, there's this time of year where churches have they call either global impact, where we are is called One Mission, or whatever you call it. If you're in a congregation, it's a time that's concentrating on missions and talking to missionaries, getting updates from missionaries and church planners, and making a commitment to fund their efforts and getting to know them, and then of course also taking care of them. And so one of the things that we do is they bring all of them down to our farm, and that's going to be happening today. And last year, I tried to get down there after the show, and by the time I got there, it was kind of like, okay, everything that really would have been helpful was about an hour and a half ago. Yeah. So Sherry made a request about 6 weeks ago. Is there any way you could leave the show early on that Thursday? And so I thank you guys for accommodating that and covering. So I'll be headed that way. And so one of the things that happened, if you remember on Monday, we interviewed the two Brits. Now, I do want to say this. I was kindly, because they're always very kind, corrected when it was over when I, in error, called them both English. Gareth reminded me that he is actually Welsh.
Which, Rick, makes him not English, but British.
Correct. And he said you a couple times referred to us as two English men. Mm-hmm. And he said, the English and the Welsh.
I saw that unfold, and I was a little uncomfortable. And looked for Speedy immediately because I wanted to see what his face and reaction.
And I said, I'm sorry, and that's you. And I said, can you give me? I said, how bad was that? And he said, well, it would be like you referring to one of us as an Alabama fan when we were truly for Auburn. And I said,
brought it home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
sorry. Wow, I did mess up.
I mean, that was awful.
Yeah.
Big mess.
The only experience
mess,
I have with that, Rick, is like in the case of Andy Murray, who's the professional tennis player.
Mm-hmm.
And I know when he wins, they call him British. When he loses, they refer to him as a Scottish.
That's hilarious. Yes. Yeah, that's funny. I remember you telling me that. That is funny. So anyway, so they're here, and for Gareth, this is his first time in Alabama culture. Now, Nathan has been here. He was here last year. Yeah. And one of the things that happened for Nathan last year that we didn't get into, and I said, that was error that I missed that. He goes, I was ready to talk about when I caught my first fish. And I was like, Nathan, I that did happen last year. And he told me that he was sitting there with the bass on the line, and it's first time and then of course, we were like, y'all don't fish? And they were like, no, we don't fish, no. And I'm like, in London? No, we don't fish. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know y'all didn't fish. And
well, you got a river there.
Yeah. And so he's sending pictures to his kids. Daddy's caught a fish. And so I was like,
Dad,
Father,
what?
Rick, it's Father has a fish.
Father has a fish on there.
Yeah.
And so
tell us about when you were a fisherman, Father.
Yes, I do believe that my rod is in duress. And so I was trying to show them pictures of what they might catch. Oh, we'll be catching one of those.
Father.
And I said maybe. And of course, then they asked things like crazy. There's no chance we'd catch a tarpon. No, this is freshwater. We're
a what?
Yeah, one of the big swordfish things.
Oh,
tarpon. No.
Yeah.
And I know. And they, okay. So
they're usually not in the pond.
Yeah. I heard something about a catfish. And no catfish. It'll be either brim. Brim? What's a brim? And I'm like, oh gosh, why have I gone down this road? And so I said,
have they never seen a catfish?
I'm going to give you a rod. I'm going to give you a rod, and then you're going to catch this fish. And I showed them pictures of it. Now I had some fun at Gareth's expense. Before the pond turned over, we had 10-pound bass in there, and there's a picture of me holding 2 of them. I said, now if you get one of these on, oh my, I would I have some help at this point? And I was like, I said, those are not in there right now. But anyway, so
I'll come running though.
But another thing, so there's always we don't really know what to do with them because they don't drive. This is the first time we've had missionaries that don't drive because they don't. I mean, London, and so we don't even have an auto, no. And so I was like, okay, so we have to kind of make sure we're picking them up and dropping them off. Well, we told them the best thing to do if Sherry and I are asleep, because sometimes they come in late from all the stuff, just do the code on the door.
Oh, the Burgess is dozing.
Yeah. Well, we use the code here. And I was like, yeah, you just put a code here and come in. And Sherry's like, tell them the code. And I'm like, y'all need to write the code down. No, I believe I've got it. And I said, I'd write the code down.
Put it in your phone.
I don't have a paper. I don't have I'll just, you remember it, right, Gareth? Yes, of course, I remember it. And so all of a sudden, and their phones are not working. Their phones are very spotty.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So I'm texting them, it's time for bed, and I'm like, got to go to bed.
Oh, so you got 2 kids back home.
Yeah, and I said, does everybody remember the code?
2 high school students.
I get nothing back. Everybody remember the code.
So it's like you've texted Brody.
Yeah.
Just what about the code?
Yeah. I'm like, I have English sons now. I'm sorry, Welsh and English son, British son, and so nothing. So I go, I'm going to bed. So I'm in the bed and I'm just about to doze off. Ding dong, ding dong. So I go and they're standing at the front door. I'm like, guys, my hair's all over my head. My t-shirt's on inside out.
Okay.
And I pulled on a pair of shorts I found laying in the floor. Okay. I said, guys, what's going on? Well, we didn't even know where to go with the code. And I was like, does anybody remember the code? I have to say we did not remember. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was worried about. And I look, and Gareth has under his arm, don't picture one piece, a full Tupperware about this long, about a foot long, full of cornbread. And he's tucking it.
What?
I said, you got you some cornbread? Oh, this is marvelous. I've never had cornbread before. And I said, you brought it home with you? Yes. And I'm keeping it in my room if you don't mind. And I'm like, did you take to the cornbread? It's quite good. I was going over to get a cup of soup, and I picked up the soup, and is this cornbread? I said, cornbread's correct. I took a bite of it, and I just stayed there. I just kept eating it. And finally, they're like, take it with you. And I said, I believe I will. And so now he's got this big Tupperware thing full of cornbread that he won't let by half. And he's tucked it away in his room. So
it's like Greg and the Peanuts.
So my goal today is I think we've got pulled pork for them to eat. The other church planters and missionaries are all going to the farm.
Oh,
everybody's coming. And Gareth, I really, really enjoyed catching a fish.
Oh, so you're on.
I caught one last year. Yes, you've made that quite clear. And so, would you like to see the picture? No, I've seen it already. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it was self-deprecating humor. That's what it was.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with
Somebody
it.
said, please change the subject. I can't breathe. I've gone through 3 towns and 2 counties, and you're still talking about it.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's over. That's it.
Done.
We ain't going to talk about it again until it's brought up in the phone.
Okay.
Okay. People love to tell you about their ailments. Have you ever noticed that?
Well, it's not getting any better now. Everybody wants us to talk about this story from the CNN host.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a bad segue?
Adler is like emotional about it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This past one is pretty important. You might want to catch that one. Just be sure you're getting the best of the best. Because you want look. There's a lot of places you want to go budget. This isn't one of them.
Yeah.
Do we agree with that?
I agree.
So I sent you on that. Did you know that another friend of ours has 2 stents 5 years ago? He's felt great ever since.
Who was that? Can you say?
It was
coded up?
It's our friend, the great Wingo.
Yeah.
Says that he was angry. He had to lay low for a few days, but other than that, he was fine.
I tell you, if Rich Wingo has them, then I'm good with them.
Yeah. Of course, he felt he didn't like being down for a few days, but he was fine. So all that's good, and there's no one.
Good night.
Mm.
How old is Wingo now? Or how much older is he than us?
I think he's like 10 years older than us. So somewhere in there.
Looks 10 years younger.
Big Bill Cersei wants you to know that if they have to go growing, Greg is correct. It is crease all the way. And tell Bubba they're going to shave more than he could ever imagine.
Yeah, well, you want to.
Mm-hmm. I want a buffer zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Still talking about it. Thanks, guys.
All right. We did promise we'd move on.
Let's talk about Terrell Owens.
All right. Well, Greg, this one's not any good here. This has got Adler. I don't know how to say the man's name, and God bless his heart, he's gone.
Anthony
on him.
Bourdain.
Is it Bourdain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Adler knows because I didn't realize what Adler was very upset about this. This is Anthony Bourdain, CNN host and celebrity chef.
Yeah.
It has passed away. It was found dead in his hotel room in France today, and sadly, it looks like that he took his own life.
What?
Really?
Another one?
Yeah,
2 this week.
At 61.
I've heard the name, and didn't he
recognize-
travel around and
Yeah.
do different things?
Yeah.
And
I recognize his face, but I didn't watch him a lot just because I just didn't. Not that I had no problem with
I
it.
think he did a pretty popular documentary where he
did.
traveled around.
Yeah,
And
I've seen. I think that's what I saw.
He's been in a lot of things. Why did he do this? What was the problem? Did they give you any indication?
Well, you said he had battles with drug addictions. Adler, is that right?
Yeah, the guy went all the way into the gutter and then came out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
2000, like around 2000, when his stuff it really started to get some traction, which is pretty. The guy's 61, so his career actually really didn't even happen for him as far as widestream success until around then. No Reservations, Anthony Bourdain. No Reservations was the name of his show that was probably the most popular, and won some Emmys and stuff like that. But yeah, sad, really, really, really sad. I seriously wanted to be this guy. There was a time period. I wanted to be Steve Irwin for a while.
I remember
The
that. You
Crocodile
told me
Hunter.
about that. Yeah.
so everybody you want to be is dead.
Chris Cornell. I wanted to be Chris Cornell for a
Dead.
long time. Anthony Bourdain wanted to be him too.
Can I ask you a question?
Now, why
I'm
did
not
you
trying
wanna-
to be insensitive. Anybody you want to be right now?
Is there anybody I want to be right now?
how about just the best version of you?
Please don't tell me you want to be the
I would
co-host
love
of Rick.
to. I would
Don't
love to
say
be a
Bubba.
co-host on the Rick and Bubba show.
I knew it. No.
So why did you want to be this guy?
His show, you guys, honestly, I
Documentary
really,
type,
it's super cool, gritty documentary. Not like gritty, like you go to like dives and you go to restaurants that really don't look that great on the outside, but then when they slide you that sub sandwich that is a foot long,
Hole in the walls.
He goes to hole in the wall places, talks to the cooks.
I think you're talking about old Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
Not as fired up about food shows we once were.
Right.
He talks to the cooks, talks to the owners of these places, and really gets them to kind of like share like cool personal stories about their life.
Is it
And-
mainly food for him? Because when I first saw him, I thought I'd seen him do documentaries on other things. Is that not correct? It's always food.
He does that too.
Mostly,
Does it?
mostly food, but a lot of travel, places, markets, that kind of thing.
So by all, apparently still some demons were haunting him because by the way he's now been found dead. But you knowing his story, everybody kind of felt like that he had gotten very popular around his 50s, had some issues, kind of got down in the gutter with some drug problems, all that, and it looked like he'd come out all that, right?
Right, right.
Is that accurate?
I think the drugs and all that were even earlier.
Before
than that.
he became popular?
Before he
Okay.
became popular, and
Okay.
he had seemed to
When he was
keep it-
younger.
Yeah, and he would drink on the show, but to moderation. So it didn't really seem like.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
Well, hello and welcome to everyone that is joining us right now, all over America and possibly even around the world, for Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom, Read Across America. And I know that we have a lot of classes out there. Greg, I just saw your grandson Ellis is ready to go.
Yes, he's got his cat in the hat on.
Yep, he's ready.
He's ready for the reading.
He is ready for the reading. So hello to Ellis. I don't know.
He's got a hat just like Bubba's got.
I don't know if we've got Marion or Pistol Pace Jones involved as well.
Not sure.
Not sure if they're out there, your grandkids. But hello to everybody that is with us today, teachers and students. I'm holding here in my hand green eggs and ham, and Bubba's got his cat in the hat. Oh, boy, that cat in the hat. That hat is struggling.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
It is.
That must go on a big cat. You know,
Rick, it's on the big cat.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's right. It's got all it wants.
So, Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss. We'll all read this together, teachers and students. You'll also learn a lot about what we do for a living here. This is the Rick and Bubba Show. That's Mr. Speedy, Mr. Greg, Mr. Helmsy, and, of course, you got Mr. Bubba and Mr. Adler. You can't see, but he's going to show you from his little booth there. He's going to walk you through the book. So let's get started. Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss. And we'll start with page 1, and we're introduced to one of our main characters, Sam himself. I am Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, Sam. What's up, buddy?
What's up?
And then you see the guy who's got to deal with Sam. He sees him going by on some sort of Seuss creature.
Yeah.
I am Sam. And then he comes back and doubles down. Be sure he understands. Sam, I am. Okay. So
Wasn't he in a famous singing group?
I think he was one time. Now, this guy does not seem to be a fan of Sam. As sometimes we get upset, don't we, with salespeople?
Looks like a scowl.
And here's what he says. That's Sam I am. That's Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am. Okay. A little judgmental right out of the gate.
I thought it was a little harsh.
It was harsh. Now, Sam is going to establish what's going to happen now. He presents to him green eggs and ham and says the following. Do you like green eggs and ham? Have you ever had something that somebody asked you ever tried one of these? Well, he says right out of the gate he's not interested in this, and here's how it goes. I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. Crystal clear. Okay? Well, Sam now starts to suggest that maybe there's still opportunity for him, and he says, would you like them here or there? So you see the scowl on the face of the guy.
Sam's got a lot of stuff. If you notice that, he can really whoop it out.
Yeah. We have kids that go out and say, would you like Rick and Bubba show? I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. And he's really, right now, he's telling him to talk to the hand.
Yeah,
he is.
He's giving him the hand.
Yeah. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? See, Sam could be a great car salesman. And some of you who your dads sell cars, they probably learned from this book. Okay? Would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox? You see what Sam's doing here, kids. He's saying it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to try it. I'm just figuring out where we're going to do it.
That's right.
Okay?
Right. I'd be careful eating with a fox.
I would too. Be very, very leery of that. Very leery of that. A lot of times they have rabies, kids. Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Are we clear on this?
No, I don't think he likes
them. He thinks.
Would you, could you, in a car, eat them? Eat them. Here they are. I would not, could not, in a car. You may like them. You will see. You may like them in a tree. Again, kids,
be careful in a car and a tree.
Kids, we don't drive cars up trees. We don't get up in trees and try to eat.
And keep your seatbelt on at all times.
I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. Back off. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. Here's Sam proving again he's the greatest salesperson of all time. It's just like water off a duck. A train. A train. A train. A train. Could you, would you on a train? Be careful now. They derail a lot, apparently.
All right.
Not on a train, not in a tree, not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in a box. I could not, would not with a fox. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
Woo.
Say.
Doesn't like them.
Say. In the dark. Here. In the dark. Would you? Could you? In the dark. I would not, could not in the dark.
You ever tried to eat in the dark?
No,
hard.
it's not.
It's
No.
tough.
No. Did that
It's
one
not
time.
preferred.
Fork to the ear.
Would you, could you in the rain? Don't think I want wet food. I would not, could not in the rain, not in the dark, not on the train, not in a car, not in a tree. I do not like them, Sam, you see, not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. Man,
come on.
Come on, bro.
How much more clear I got to be like this? And this is my favorite Sam statement of the whole book. You don't like green eggs and ham? Golly, I love that.
Just be clear.
Now he's exhausted.
Yeah.
I do not like them, Sam I am. Could you, would you with a goat? I would not, could not with a goat. Would you, could you on a boat? Do you realize how many times this guy's told Sam I'm out on green eggs and ham?
So
He
you
just
don't like 'em.
more scenarios. Maybe I hadn't found the right scenario yet. I could not, would not on a boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain, and I will not eat them on a train, not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box, and I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house, and I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them, all caps, anywhere.
Is that pretty clear?
I do not like green eggs and ham.
For the love.
I do not like them, Sam I am. Just please. I mean, he's almost begging now.
Where do you think he was headed before Sam came along?
Oh, man.
Off to a better day. He was trying to read newspaper. He just wanted to read. Of course, kids don't know what a newspaper is anymore. Listen to Sam now. You do not like them, so you say. Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say.
Look at him.
Now he's beating him down as great salespeople do. Sam, if you will let me be, I will try them, and you will see.
I love all the animals that are in the water with him.
Look, here's the moment. Everybody see the moment right here?
Oh, yeah.
Here it is. See it? This is the moment. He's trying to decide.
Everybody's looking.
It doesn't look
got kind of a bad attitude about it,
Mm-hmm.
and he tries them. And kids, look at what happens. Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do. I like them, Sam I am. And I would eat them in a boat. And I would eat them with a goat. And I will eat them in the rain and in the dark and on a train and in a car and in a tree. They are so good, you see.
How about that?
So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox, and I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse, and I will eat them here and there. Say, everybody say it. I'll eat them anywhere. Anywhere, baby.
Anywhere.
I like green eggs and ham.
Hey.
I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam I am.
Wow. That's how you get on the Christmas card
how about
list.
that? Read across America. Read across America. Kids, I don't know whether your family listens to the Rick and Bubba show or not, but maybe this approach. Maybe the reason why you're not listening to the show or watching the show, you hadn't tried us. And you're thinking, there's no way I'd listen to that. No, but maybe you tried and you will see.
Would you eat it with a mouse?
Yeah, maybe you'll listen, in
a
box.
house.
Yeah.
Would you listen with a fox?
That's right. Maybe you'll, listen in a box. I mean, it's you may listen here or there. You might want to just listen anywhere. So I just want to let you know that.
Suggestion.
Thank y'all so much, teachers.
Thank
you students, for being with us for the 2023 edition of Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom.
There we go.
And go back and behave yourself for the rest of the day.
Tag us in those pictures.
Right. Learn how to read. It's important. You got to read.
Ellis, just keep your hat on. You can wear it the rest of the day.
Ellis looking sharp, baby. Huh? Great Uncle Rick in Ohio. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll be back. Got Pop up here. I'm looking after him. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was an issue for him anymore, but it looks like mental health was something that got him.
Let me ask you this. It says that his girlfriend is one of the people who came out and accused Harvey Weinstein. So has he been caught up in that?
I don't Bourdain? No, I don't think so.
But I don't mean as an abuser, but was,
his girlfriend accused Harvey.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so Read Across America done for another year, and we're getting your pictures, so thank you for sending those teachers. Keep them coming. Fieldofgreens.com, this product, I love it. I don't miss a dose. I do the shakes twice a day, and I will tell you what, I can tell a difference with energy, with clarity, and also, losing some weight. And this is definitely helping to continue to lose and keep it off, because when your body's getting the right fuel, then it's going to do everything the right way, or do it better, because just like anything, you put the right fuel in, you get the right results. But we know our body needs, servings of fruits and vegetables every day, and we know that they have health benefits. But the problem is, it's very difficult in the real world to go and get the recommended, vegetable servings and fruit servings that your body is craving. And how about this? When you're making choices on vegetables and fruits, you got to be careful to make the right choice, even in those categories. Not all fruits are good for you. Not all vegetables are good for you. So this is Field of Greens, and what they've done, and it's completely organic. They've got the Better Health Promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidney health. Others support your immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and as I said, even healthy weight loss. None of us are as healthy as we need to be, because it's just hard. But Field of Greens really, really helps us look and feel healthier and more energy. And I'm seeing all of this. So if you want to get it, you need to go to fieldofgreens.com. A lot of you are asking which one that I'm using and the guys are using. We're using the green canister, the original. Okay, so that's the one that I'm seeing in my life, and the one I like. May I try the others? I might, but I like this one, so I'm sticking to this right now. Use the promo code Bubba when you go to fieldofgreens.com. We'll save you 15%, and there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Okay, so let's get into a little bit of politics here. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General. I guess now it's finally gotten to his turn to be grilled over the job that he has done, and then of course not done. There's people upset with how it seems that some people are protected against violence, other people aren't. People of faith, it looks like they're getting targeted. This kind of stuff. The Supreme Court justices, when people were protesting them, we failed to protect them. And it's
against the law to do that.
Yeah, it's against the law. So Merrick Garland is going to get, grilled, I guess is the best word I could use, right? So we'll just start with the full exchange between Senator Josh, is it Hawley?
Hawley.
And Attorney General Merrick Garland. Now this is long. So we probably may not do all of it, but we will at least, you'll get a good feeling on this one. So here we go.
Attorney General Garland, let me just ask you, does your department have a problem with anti-Catholic bias?
Our department is...
he put him in his place.
He did.
Oh, wow, y'all, I'm so sorry. We're sitting here on YouTube listening to it. I'm so sorry. I was sending it to YouTube and not y'all, so let's start that over.
Okay.
Attorney General Garland, let me just ask you, does your department have a problem with anti-Catholic bias?
Our department protects all religions and all ideologies. It does not have any bias against any religion of any kind.
Well, you could have surprised me, because given the resources that you are expending and the apparently intelligence assets that you are deploying against Catholics, it appears, and other people of faith, while simultaneously turning a blind eye while people are executed gang style in the streets of our cities, including in my home state, your answer frankly surprises me. Let's talk about the Mark Houck case, for example. You've been asked about this already today, and frankly, your answers really astound me. This is a case where a Catholic pro-life demonstrator, father, was accused of disorderly conduct in front of an abortion center. The local prosecutor, the Philadelphia district attorney, who is a Democrat, a liberal, very progressive, declined to prosecute. There was a private suit that got dismissed. And then after all of that, your Justice Department sent between 20 and 30 armed agents in the early morning hours to the Houck's private residence to arrest this guy after he had offered to turn himself in voluntarily. Here's the photo. Once again, you can see the long guns. You can see the ballistic shields. You can see that they're wearing bulletproof vests. Why did the Justice Department do this? Why did you send 20 to 30 SWAT-style agents and a SWAT-style team to this guy's house when everybody else had declined to prosecute and he'd offered to turn himself in?
Determinations of how to make arrests under arrest warrants are made based by the tactical operators in the district. They are not.
But you surely looked into it by this point, right? You know the answer, surely.
All I know is what the FBI has said, which is that they made decisions on the ground as to what was safest and easiest. So they do not agree with your description of what happened on the scene.
You don't agree with my description. I'm pointing out what the photo is. There are agents here who have long guns and ballistic shields. Let's take a look at the hardened criminals that your Justice Department sent these armed agents to go terrorize on that morning. Here they are. Here they are at Mass. Here's the 7 children with Mr. Houck and his wife. In this early morning, they were all at home. Mrs. Houck has said repeatedly the children were screaming. They feared for their lives. You got these agents demanding that he come out. They've got the guns, she said, pointing at the house and at them. He has offered to turn himself in. And this is who you go to terrorize. What's really interesting to me is this seems to directly contradict your own memorandum about the use of force at the Justice Department. You say officers may use only the force that is objectively reasonable to effectively control an incident. Are you telling me that in your opinion as Attorney General, it was objectively necessary to use 20 or 30 SWAT-style agents with long guns and ballistic shields for these people?
What I'm saying is that decisions about how to go about this were made on the ground by FBI agents.
So you're saying you don't know?
I'm saying what I just said.
Which is that you're abdicating responsibility?
I'm not abdicating responsibility.
Then give me the answer. Do you think, in your opinion, you are the Attorney General of the United States? You are in charge of the Justice Department. And yes, sir, you are responsible. So give me an answer.
The FBI does not agree with your description.
I'm not asking about the FBI. You are the Attorney General. Give me your answer. Do you think that it was objectively reasonable and they followed your guidelines in sending 20 to 30 armed agents to terrorize these people? Yes or no?
The facts I have, which are those presented by the FBI, are not consistent with your description.
So then let's go to 16B. I'm sorry, 16A.
Hey, well, yeah, that's good too, though.
So let's get to the end, and you're going to hear Josh. Well, I mean, he really went after him.
Yeah,
Hawley basically wrapping up what he's saying to him with this line. Listen to this.
The district attorney declines to prosecute. The private suit's dismissed. You use an unbelievable show of force with guns that I just note liberals usually decry. We're supposed to hate long guns and assault-style weapons. You're happy to deploy them against Catholics and innocent children. Happy to. And then you haul him into court and a jury acquits him in 1 hour. I just suggest to you that that is a disgraceful performance by your Justice Department and a disgraceful use of resources.
So he does all this, the FBI does all this, and as he said, he won't take responsibility and say what he thinks they should have done because he has the authority to say that. Mm-hmm. And they take these people into court, and the court acquits them in an hour. And we send that kind of force?
Once again, we've seen this with the Trump folks, how they raid these people's houses in the middle of the night with the helicopters and all this. And I don't think it's the FBI agents on the ground. I think they're just following orders, what they're being told to do. But, to the point, Merrick Garland is the head guy. You got to take responsibility. I mean, I think I would say, we need to look into that. That does look.
Yeah, what's wrong with saying that?
I mean, if you're the head guy, you're the head guy. I understand some decisions are made locally. You don't make every decision. But when you see a decision that's wrong, you should have oversight of it. That's why you get the title. That's why you have the job. I'm thankful he is not on the Supreme Court, and I think every day that was so right that we blocked him.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Another thing that I thought was cool about Bourdain, he's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu.
Is that why you're doing it?
So he does jiu-jitsu, or he did jiu-jitsu too.
Well, I'm a dog.
Yeah. Shredded, by the way. The guy is 61, or was absolutely shredded. Like washboard, shredded. You know why? Jiu-jitsu.
You liked old Bourdain, didn't you?
Is that why you're doing it? Be honest.
No, it's not why I'm doing it. I'm
Little
not.
man crush.
No, guys. All right, let's just be
So he
careful
ain't
throwing
bad.
around terms like man crush. All right, let's be careful. Let's not be so flippant. Okay.
Do you want to be more rugged?
But the jiu-jitsu thing was cool. The dude was, I mean, in his late 50s and training hard, going hard, grappling. You guys don't care. Look at y'all. None of y'all care.
I'm watching
one
everything
bit.
you're
My
saying.
gosh.
I'm listening.
I'm trying to. He's cooking food or going to food. Now he's grappling.
Yeah, well,
He's
you
trying
made a
jujitsu.
transition that we weren't really on.
Well,
you know
it's-
what I mean?
y'all don't care about jiu-jitsu. I get it. But
I
when
mean-
I'm in a year, when I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, y'all gonna be real sad walking around these halls scared, knees
I
gonna
don't know
be
how to
shaking.
tie.
Where's Adler? Where is
he?
he? I think he's in the
I touched on
bathroom.
it.
What belt are
I
you
touched on
now?
it.
Still,
I found the reason.
I'm a white belt.
But you don't even go that much.
Greg, you don't know my schedule.
Yes, I
You
do.
don't know my jiu-jitsu
When's the last
schedule,
time you
Greg.
went?
Last week.
Adler, see, I got confused. I didn't know whether you're telling us that, but you're taking jiu-jitsu and that means you'll start cooking us better meals. I don't know where to go with this.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is all tied together.
I will start. Y'all, I'm bringing my own food. I'm trying to get healthy. I'm bringing my own food in the mornings. Have
You're a
y'all
big
noticed that?
avocado guy. I've noticed.
Yeah. I ate just an avocado for breakfast this morning. That was a little rough.
Yeah, I bet that was.
Hey guys, I saw Bubba order fish yesterday. Anything's possible.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
making changes. We're making changes.
fish is good, and I'm still eat some steak.
Well, I
just
think
not
you're.
as
I
much.
think you're going at it backwards. I'd have piled up this weekend.
No.
Just piled
Y'all
up.
can't. I told Speedy in the break. Y'all
Oh,
tell him that. What if it's sitting there saying, "Hey, this steak or this whatever, the last straw." I mean, it could be. Between now and Monday, you have that donut. It could be the donut that does it.
Are you
So
saying
I would
ticking
say
time bomb?
you can't look at it that
Are you
way.
calling it the deadly donut?
I'm telling you, it could be the
You
one.
talking about the one we had to put in the Rick and Bubba Museum? That's half eaten?
But like yesterday,
Everybody said, "What's this donut about?" That's the one.
like yesterday when the donuts came, I said, "Bubba, I get it, but instead of doing your normal eating
listen to
6
Greg.
of them, eat
Yeah.
one of them."
Yeah, well, that moderation is
Rick,
the key.
I tried to throw the donuts away during the break. I said, "Hey, can we just get rid of these? No one has eaten them since
We didn't
yesterday.
eat one.
And we just need to get rid of them. We don't need this temptation." And Bubba goes, "Don't throw them away just yet.
Let's
Just
hang on
yet."
to them.
Bubba.
They ain't gonna hurt anything.
It's
sitting
hard to
there.
let go. I
Bubba,
know.
why don't you talk to Ruben about being a vegan?
Oh yeah.
Guys, we're
He's the
back
only
on
fat
it. We're
vegan
back
I've ever
on
seen.
it, by the way. We're back
are
on
back
it.
on it.
My chest hurts. My chest
You
hurts.
know why? It's a very impactful thing going on with the show.
How about this?
It is.
We
It
couldn't
is.
even get
It really is.
a celebrity suicide off of it. Wouldn't take us off of it.
What about that green? What about that green juice?
It's so
you
on our mind. A celebrity suicide wouldn't even do it.
made? No, it really wouldn't.
Somehow we brought that back to it. You know why? We're still talking about dark things.
Hey, straight up.
We better go to something bright and light.
Yeah.
Hey,
sure.
here's something bright. If you are hurting, there is always hope. 1-800-273-8255. It's the National Suicide Hotline. Seriously, if you are hurting, there is always hope. Do not give up. And I'm not joking around. Greg, stop looking at me like that. You jerk.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, we're having a lot of talk about all the volcano activity. I mean, the Big Island. I mean, this thing is still rolling.
Oh, I know.
But
I know.
now, Guatemala. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I have. It's bad too.
Clayton's calling out Andalusia, says he was there. Clay, tell us what happened, buddy.
Well, we were down there on a mission trip, me and my family and 24 others from around the parts of South Alabama, Mobile, Andalusia. Anyway, we got down there Thursday, and they have a volcano called Fuego.
I bet.
And it's pretty active anyway. And it's kind of ironic that Saturday we went out building houses, and I rode with the interpreter, and I was asking him about it. You could see it from our mission house, and actually you could see three different volcanoes from our mission house, and two of them lined pretty much up to back to back, and looked like one. But anyway, he said, "Oh, that's no big deal." He said it erupts. He said it'll puff all the time, and that was Saturday morning. Sunday we went to a mountain church, 10,000 feet up in the mountain. we come out and it's raining ash on our clothes. And I was on the phone with my parents at the time, and I heard a loud explosion, what I thought was thunder, and turned out to be the big explosion of the volcano in Fuego.
Wow.
Fuego.
So you were there.
You
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back.
Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
As we work our way back, a couple of reminders. Tomorrow night, and you're going to see that, it ties into what we're about to watch that I just sent Adler. I headed up to Pottsville, Arkansas tomorrow night, along with Andy Blanks from the manchurch.com. We're speaking at Man Church in Pottsville, Arkansas at First Baptist Church. That's near Russellville, Arkansas. You're welcome to join us. The details are there. It is free, but they need to know that you're coming. Find those at themanchurch.com. But, Bubba, near there, we just got a group of students, fifth graders, in Russellville, Arkansas. They were part of Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom, and the teacher has sent us them doing a thank you. So here it is. The thank you, Rick and Bubba, they were solid on.
This yellow shirt in the front row.
Oh, there I am. Yeah, the guy in the yellow shirt, that was me in school.
What's the logo back there?
It looks like a tornado maybe? Some kind of tornado or something. Yeah, hold a light button. That's
a cool looking logo.
Yeah.
that's awesome.
So the fifth graders, it is I think Kate M. Smith Elementary School in Chipley, Florida has sent us something too. Got a
Thank
picture
you,
from
guys.
them. I just sent to Helmsy. So y'all just y'all keep them coming, teachers. Support at rickandbubba.com, or and I see some of you are like pulling Bubba and me in on your post. You need to pull in at Rick and Bubba. That way Helmsy and our main Instagram and Twitter feed can see that. So we love hearing from you. That's great. So I know that we're finishing up with Merrick Garland. Ted Cruz also lit into Merrick Garland on ignoring threats against Supreme Court justices. Did you and Adler, I saw you discussing, are we going A or B? Is that it?
Yeah, A. And A is really him talking about what all he hasn't done. And then in B, that it's a little bit of back and forth.
All right, so here we go.
But in the wake of the leak of the Dobbs decision, when rioters descended on the homes of 6 Supreme Court justices, night after night after night, you did nothing. The department did nothing. When extremist groups like Ruth Sent Us and Jane's Revenge openly organized campaigns of harassment at the homes of justices, you sat on your hands. When these same groups posted online information about where the justices worship, or their home addresses, or where their kids went to school, you again sat on your hands and did nothing. Your failure to act to protect the safety of the justices and their families was an obvious product of political bias. You agree with Roe versus Wade, you disagree with the Dobbs decision, and the Department of Justice under this president was perfectly happy to refuse to enforce the law and allow threats of violence. And as you know, those threats finally materialized with Nicholas Roski, a 26-year-old man from California who traveled across the country, was arrested outside the home of Justice Kavanaugh, armed with a handgun, a knife, and burglary tools. And he said he came there to kill Justice Kavanaugh because he was enraged by the leaked opinion.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, that's not.
Yeah, and have you noticed how Merrick will just sit there like a little knot on a log?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he's.
Well, here's the question. I don't want there's the Supreme Court justices I don't agree with. The decisions they don't make. I don't want any of them to be harmed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, it's the law. You can't protest in front of their house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the law. That ain't something I made up.
Yeah.
You can't mess with them. It was a leaked document anyway. Nobody at the time knew if it was even true or not. Turned out to be, but nobody knew. But
if you're the Attorney General, you've got to step in and stop that. That's not about Republican, Democrat, whether you agree or disagree. I don't want the liberal justices to be tortured either with this.
Well, that's not it. That's not
So
that's not an orderly society.
Yeah, that now it's about to get heated.
All right, now Cruz is about to go atomic. Here we go.
I sent 70 United States Marshals.
Let me try again.
To
Has the Department of Justice brought even a single case under this statute? It's a yes/no question. It's not a give a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United States Marshals is to defend the lives
So
of
the answer is no.
Is to defend the lives of the justices, and that's our number one priority. They have
Why are you unwilling to say no? The answer is no. You know it's no. I know it's no. Everyone in this hearing room knows it's no. You're not willing to answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute? Yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices with
So
over
how do
70
you
U.S.
decide?
Marshals.
How do you decide which criminal statutes the DOJ enforces and which one it doesn't?
The United States Marshals know that they have full
Okay,
authority.
I recognize you want to give a separate speech.
No, I don't want to
How
give
do you decide which statutes you enforce and which ones you don't?
The marshals on scene make that determination in light of the priority of
The
defense.
marshals do not make a determination over whether to prosecute. You, the Attorney General, make a determination, and you spent 20 years as a judge, and you're perfectly content with justices being afraid for their children's lives, and you did nothing to prosecute it. Let's shift to another area.
Can I answer the question?
No, you
The Attorney
cannot.
General,
You have refused to answer the
I am
question.
answering your question. The
How did
Attorney
you
General
choose
does not decide whether to
How
arrest.
did you choose not to enforce this statute?
The marshals on scene.
Marshals don't make that decision.
They do make the decision of whether to make
To
an arrest.
prosecute someone? No, they don't.
If they make
Marshals do not have prosecution.
If they make an arrest,
All right,
then it goes
let's
to the
change
marshals.
topics because our time is limited.
Wow. So
well, he's right. Marshals can arrest or
right.
not arrest, but they don't decide what cases are prosecuted.
That's
I mean, Merrick Garland knows that. I mean, he's just trying to tiptoe around all this so he doesn't get caught in a soundbite. But I mean, he can't even answer the question, honestly.
All he's supposed to do is answer the question. You have this statute. This person violated it. Did you prosecute him?
Yay or nay?
And he says, and we all know the answer is no because it didn't happen.
Right.
And if we have all this, the marshals, no matter what they decided, you as the Attorney General, because you have the statute, it's pretty clear, as you said a minute ago, we all decided that Supreme Court justices shouldn't be threatened as a people, as a civilized nation.
Right. It has nothing to do with politics.
No, it doesn't. And it is, we look like a bunch of, banana republics where mobs just, deciding to overthrow anything they want to at any time. And we kind of agreed we wouldn't operate that way.
Well, I thought we did.
Right. Well, that's that has been heated, and it will continue to be heated. And it sounds like that Merrick Garland is going to just come back every single time they ask him something and put all the responsibility on the people on the ground and ignore that he actually is their supervisor.
Back to the earlier topic.
Superior.
Look at the people who were accused,
mm-hmm.
some charged, the way they were attacked by the FBI with these raids in the middle of the night. Literally the helicopter swinging off ropes coming in to get these guys.
Right.
Versus the non-prosecution of Hillary Clinton, the non-prosecution of Hunter Biden, and all of this. I mean, it's so obvious it's a political hack. If you would use the same measuring stick on everybody, whether it be heavy-handed or not heavy-handed, at least you would look like you were doing your job that you swore to uphold and not be a political hack, which he is and always has been.
Exactly.
And it's an embarrassment.
It is. Wrapping up this hour, I'm out. The guys will take you the rest of the way on the live show. Lord willing, I'll be back with the guys tomorrow. Enjoyed our time together. Take care of the guys, and until we get back all together again tomorrow. Find all the ways to get the Rick and Bubba show, whether you want it live or archive, right there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right
you
there.
were there. Mountain Church.
Did you are you still there, or did you evacuate?
No,
Where
we
you
got
at?
home yesterday. So anyways, it started raining down the ash. We were 10,000 feet up the mountain. You're talking about a hairy ride.
I bet everybody got a little elevated, didn't they? No pun intended.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Our reservoir on our truck that we were driving or we were riding in, we used up all the water. So at one point in time, we were taking our water bottles and just pouring on the windshield, trying to get to where we could see coming down the mountain.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Bubba, let me ask you this. You know why these volcanoes are erupting, don't you?
What's that?
Global warming.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, they're
people having too many babies.
You know, they're putting more CO2 in the air than all the
Why do you
cars
think?
this year.
We got them. I mean, they are. If you got one right now, you need to be looking because they're going off.
Yeah, they seem to go off in sequence sometimes like that.
Alan out of Tuscaloosa. Alan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're great.
Fired up and ready.
Great. Well, monkey grass, green acres.
Well, I appreciate you calling, buddy. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I just had a question. Y'all been talking about how good these muscadines are for you.
Yep.
And y'all are talking
King
about
of the superfruit.
Yes, it is. Y'all were talking, I think, last week about how good a glass of red wine is for you. So how good is a glass of muscadine wine?
Ooh. Wow.
What are the benefits?
Well,
what are the health benefits from that?
Well, I think this is where you got to be careful, and I'm quoting Bubba's mother and my.
we were talking about it. We weren't endorsing it.
What it says in the commercial, which we were told that this has greater benefit than wine grapes, meaning that a lot of people will say, "Well, I'll just have to suffer through the alcohol content here because I want the goodness of the grapes."
Right.
So what they're saying is, if you drink muscadine juice, you're getting more than you would drinking a glass of red wine. So I see your point, but the addition of the alcohol, I don't think would make it, if it was fermented, even better. But I appreciate your
wishful thinking.
Yeah, I was about to say I appreciate your effort to get a buzz, though. Thank you very much.
Good try.
Right. Thank you very much. 866 We Be Big, Gadsden, Alabama. Z93 is standing by. Go ahead, Steve.
Steve.
Hey guys, I'm a believer that a football team or any sports team from a city ought to reflect that city. So, for example, you could have the Seattle Slackers, you could have the Atlanta Traffic Jam, you could have the Memphis Mud, the LA Sinners, and for Alabama, you could have the Birmingham Bubbas.
Thought about that.
The Birmingham Bubba.
Yeah. I thought about that, but no way that happens. But I thought about that because isn't that getting some negative connotations too now for some reason?
Well, we heard that was one time.
The Birmingham Bubbas. It would be 100% right.
No, sure.
Let me tell you something. I don't remember which team it was because we've had so many that none of them made it. Not one.
Well, we've had a lot.
When the late Andy Spinozzi.
Oh, yeah. That was a good.
Was that
one.
the Barracudas?
I think it was.
Yeah. And people got mad because we don't have Barracudas here. And he got so mad about the fact that people thought it should be something like the collar that is indigenous to the location. Mm-hmm. And he started running down his list.
Yeah. The one about the trucks.
Oh,
my
gosh.
I remember. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. What a good one.
Golly, that was a good one.
God rest his soul. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
866 We Be Big. Do you think that? What do you think that says on 3? Is that Snorter?
Snorter from Lincoln.
Snorter?
I hope he snorts a lot.
Snorter?
Hello, guys.
Hey.
How are y'all today?
Good. Is your name Snorter?
Oh, I guess it is.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's funny right there.
It's for Bubba.
Is that it? He went away.
More of that.
He went away.
Was that a woman?
No, I know.
I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was too.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Rick thought it was.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was.
I think it was.
yeah.
It
The
was just
voice
the way
could
Greg
work
got-
for
yeah.
either one.
Yeah, it could. It could.
I've heard men and women that talk like that and snort.
Yeah, but I don't think a woman would want to be called Snorter.
No, most women
it was
laugh.
a woman.
If that's where I swing
If
over.
you
to
have
as
a
man.
snort
I
laugher,
get you on this because I thought at first it was a man, but then as they started snorting, I thought it was a woman.
I could tell.
more snort laughers are women than
Yeah.
men.
It was
You're
Aunt
right.
Martha.
You're right. You're all over this.
Yeah. It was Aunt Martha with a snort.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I think this person sounded more feminine than Aunt Martha does.
Well, that's true.
Well, yeah. I give you that. I was hoping one of y'all.
But all they
tell
wanted
a
to do was
joke.
laugh and snort.
That was a joke. I don't know
We were
what to
going
say.
to. They didn't. They hung up. Rick didn't hang up.
I
They
didn't hang
did.
up. They hung up.
Dadgummit.
Call back, Snorter.
So, do y'all want to hear that again?
5 minutes after the hour, now 6 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for joining us. Rick had to step out. He had an engagement he had to be at down at his farm, and he needed the head start jump on that. So we're going to give him that today and appreciate all that he is doing on that front. And Speedy, I do want to say one other thing before we move totally off of the of the hearings on Capitol Hill yesterday, Merrick Garland. Senator Charles Grassley from Iowa pointed out to him, and he's a stately older gentleman. Mm-hmm. You've seen him; he's been there a long time. He said that there were more than a dozen whistleblower accounts that have been turned in to the FBI for potentially criminal information about Hunter Biden. And he asked him the question, why are we not doing more? Mm-hmm. And of course, you can imagine how that answer went.
Oh, yeah.
But a dozen whistleblowers who've come forward claiming potentially criminal activity about Hunter Biden has come to the FBI that we know of.
And nothing.
Well, I hope I know there's some investigations going on, but we haven't seen anything moving forward. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We're going to take your phone calls here. The 9 o'clock hour is always a fun hour for phone calls.
Sure. Never know.
I don't, we've debated over the years why the 9 o'clock hour is so strange. It could be that people who are out late are just now getting up. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's, the majority of it. The early people who've already gone to work may be on their coffee break. I don't know.
They could be.
And there's a lot of theories, nothing that we can really put our hat on, so to speak. But we're gonna have a couple of phone segments this hour at least. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we want to hear from you. So. What's going on with you over there? You look funny in that chair. I'm just not used to seeing you there,
I'm
so
sorry.
I'm like, hey, there's Speedy.
I'm sorry.
I'm used to seeing you peek over the monitor back there like the garden fence.
Yeah, like Ziggy, just looking over. I'm sorry. That's on me. But I had to slide over. I don't know what else to do.
No, I'm glad you did.
Yeah. We got us a first-time caller here. Steven is checking in, Bubs. And you just want to do straight phones?
Okay.
Yeah,
let's go with that.
All right, then. Steven, what's up, bud? Yeah, is this Steve?
I got my 11-year-old son with me, and he's homesick from school today, and he was wanting to be a first-time caller.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, cool. Well, we're sorry he's sick, but we're glad you're taking advantage of the situation. What's his name?
His name's Caden. Here he is.
Oh, boy.
Hello.
Hey, Caden. You a little on the weather today?
Yes.
Well, we hope you get to feeling better.
Thank you.
And thank you for calling the Rick and Bubba Show.
Look at him being super dad, calling in. There's a lot of sickness. Have you noticed that's going around and they can't really identify really what it is? It's like, okay, it's not COVID. You don't have the flu and you don't have strep.
It's
really
called
not
a cold.
Sure what it is. It may be a sinus infection, just the crud.
Have you noticed something's always going around?
It is.
There's never a time where you go, well, everybody's pretty healthy right now.
And
it'll be the middle of summer.
Mm-hmm.
It's not allergy season.
No.
It's not this. Temperatures are not changing.
Right.
Well, there's something going around. There's stomach thing going around.
If you have daycare age kids or elementary kids, they just bring home whatever's at school, and now you have it.
How about we're all just kind of sick all the time, passing it around?
Of course.
You just try to be ahead of the game.
Yeah. Let's go to Greg. He's in Gulf Shores.
What's up, Greg?
Hello, this is Larry with AT&T. Would you like the bundle package today on home phone internet? Television service, I can offer you $39.95 for 6 months internet.
No, we're not
No,
interested. Thank you, though.
Telemarketers, you never know. Let's go to Jack.
I guess if you live at the beach, that's all you got to do today,
right. Let's go to Coleman, Alabama, where Jack is. Jack, what's up?
What's up, man? I wanted to sponsor the Wheel of Meat.
Well,
we can ship. We're certified to ship chicken. It's fresh, never frozen. It's in the shells or wearing a feather jacket.
Jack, is it Jack? Speed, I can't see his name.
It is Jack.
Yeah. That's one of the drawbacks of the new studio. While it is very open here, I need a telescope to see the callers. Jack, just drop us an email, and we'll look at it, see what we can do.
All right.
All right, buddy.
See, I told you the 9 o'clock hour.
I know.
It's weird.
You just
It's
never
very
know.
Weird.
Well, and number one's gone too, and so when the parent is away, the children will play. That's a true statement. And I know Bubba wants to think himself as a parent, but when you got us three in here, we'll run roughshod too.
Yeah.
So
only really whoever's left over.
Exactly.
We sometimes will take over.
Yeah. And Adler, I've noticed, is being really quiet back there. Like it's like he doesn't want anything to do with this.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. I'm just listening.
He's just working, man.
It is funny,
He's
though.
punching the
because-
buttons back there. I see that head moving around.
I'm
He's
trying to
busy.
create conversation. That was really a joke.
Well, you know, with it being the missionaries down at the farm, and that's why Rick has left. I do understand, though, the anxiety or the angst that he has. Hey, I got to get down there because he's needed so much on the front end. And there's nothing worse than being needed. Then you get there and it's like, hey, appreciate you being here, but really, I mean, where I needed you, it's over. And he's pregame.
Sure.
It's pregame. It's getting everything prepped. So when everybody pulls up, hey, we're ready to go. And so I understand the feeling of having to get out of here and get down there, because that's tough when you're hosting. How about hosting is a complicated little thing.
It doesn't matter what you're hosting. You always, you got what needs to be done. You got what your wife thinks needs to be done.
Yeah.
And you gotta balance all that.
Yeah,
so
it's
it
kind
can
of
be
like
a handle.
with Gareth too. That's the British missionary. He has never really been fishing that much. He wants to catch a fish. So you got pressure. We got to get down there and get going.
Have they rode ATVs yet?
I don't know.
Four wheeler.
Four-wheeler. He may like the four-wheeler.
Let's go to D. 866 We Be Big. Still continue with phone calls. D's calling in. What's up, D?
Morning, guys. What's going on, bud?
Not
Tell
much.
Hey, no one has brought to light that Mr. Fetterman there looks like Thanos from the Marvel comic movies.
He does.
Yeah, we've actually done a picture-in-picture with that.
Yeah, he's in a bad situation, and I wish the best for him. I wish he didn't have to deal with all this political stuff going on, which obviously cannot. It can't help his situation.
Right. The aliens from the movie Battleship too. He looks like. We've discussed that too. Donovan in Alabama. What's up, Donovan?
Hey, how are y'all?
Good.
We're good.
How are you?
Pretty good. I was just calling to talk about y'all talking about the Hunter Biden situation earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that he works in China for an oil company, and that's where we get most of our oil from. So we hadn't looked into that either. So that makes a lot of sense, don't it?
Well, he's been on several companies. He got big ties in Ukraine there too. So,
sure.
I don't.
I think we've looked
fathom
into
some
all
of
of
this.
it. We're just not doing anything about it.
Yeah, and that's the frustration. Melanie checking in, the state of Alabama. Melanie, welcome to the show.
Hey, I guess I don't have a lot to talk about this morning, but
Well, we're doing a generic phone segment right now. Everything's on the table.
Well,
Go ahead.
So yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, I normally listen to the podcast, but y'all played that freshman in high school. I guess it was a little bit of an old video.
Yeah.
His name was Brad Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
The video was kind of long, so y'all didn't watch the whole thing. But the best part of it was the very last little bit, and he said something about, well, y'all are going to regret it one day because I'm going to be president, and y'all won't be able to claim me as like an alumni of your high school. And I just thought that was kind of funny, and y'all didn't get to that part. So
Yeah, it was a long video to your point, so we kind of
What
came
was
out
that
of
one?
it.
I don't remember.
That's when the teenager, I think it was from 2021, addressed the school board.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a really good video, and it's resurfaced, and a lot of the folks on social media are sending it back out because of the state of the country that we're currently in now, and that one's going to be timeless, I think. Let's go to Shane. Shane calling 866 We Be Big. Shane, what's up?
Yeah, somebody just called and said that Fetterman kind of looks like Thanos from the Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a side-by-side the other day, and it's uncanny. With the forehead wrinkles and the big ears, he looks just like a Ferengi from Star Trek.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that
That's
one,
awful.
Bubba.
That's awful. Yeah, well, you don't know Ferengi? You haven't seen them with the big? I mean, they got some monster ears.
This is why his wife and kids left, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Right here.
All right, so Daniel's calling in, last one, and I have an update. He might be giving it to us here, though. Daniel, what's up?
Bubba, look behind you.
Hey, how y'all doing? I was calling in reference to the Parrots the other day that y'all were talking about the baseball game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if somebody mentioned it yet or not, but, I mean, where's Randy Johnson when you need him?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's taking pictures somewhere. You know, he's a big photographer.
Yeah.
So is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like does it for a living.
Amazing update.
Like it's not
there.
like a hobby. Like he does it for a living.
Well, I don't think he needs the income.
No, probably not.
Probably not. No. So, here's the update on the Parrots. This is the story where the Parrots invaded the softball game.
Right.
Yeah.
Ryan Greenwood, who knows everything softball, he said, "Hey, just heads up. The Parrots apparently they have some type of training facility, and those parents were being trained on the adjacent field or area that the softball game stadium was
Makes
at.
sense,
And
yeah.
they kind of got out of the training area and over to the
Okay.
softball game. So that made a lot
very
of sense.
helpful.
Yeah.
Makes sense, but I would say this: if I'm out training birds, I probably don't do it close to a softball game.
Yeah,
where,
no.
where balls are flying through the air and bats are involved and people throwing.
Yeah.
I mean, did they not see what? Speaking of Randy Johnson, they see what he did to that pigeon that time.
That's a good point.
It's like a pillow breaking up.
It really is.
Wow.
It's unreal.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I wanted to hear y'all say something funny, and then
I do want a confirmation.
Snorter lose it.
Man or woman?
That's a woman.
I think it was a man.
I'm going woman.
Okay. Well, we got 2 women.
I'm going
One
woman
man.
too.
Or maybe we should
3 women.
I'm gonna abstain.
Of course you're not.
Of course you're
Goodness
not.
gracious.
I'm going binary. What's that mean? I just saw it on one.
I'm just going person.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah, I think it
that's
was
fine.
wrong. I think we're offending her by calling her a man.
No, she
No,
snorted.
she laughed more than she
openly-
talked. We didn't hear her talk,
She,
really.
she called a show, snorted on the phone,
And hung up.
and openly calls herself the snorter. She couldn't care less what we think.
That's true.
Is that
Great.
is that
Thank
her
you,
number
Rick.
again, Rick? Do you remember?
I hope so.
Remember?
Cool, I hope
Tell her not to hang up this time.
Snorter, why'd you hang up?
Is that it?
I lost phone service.
Okay, yeah,
It's
it is
a,
woman.
yeah, it's a woman.
Yeah, it's
See,
a woman now.
See, she didn't talk much.
tell her a
first.
joke. Somebody say something.
Do
funny.
you go by Snorter or?
No, I have a real name. People call me Dee Dee. They call me Dawn. They call me Snorter.
I like snorter.
Snow Dog.
I go back to my original comment.
If
She
we
didn't
were,
care what we think.
if she
I'm
was
not
in,
sure what
if she
Snow
was
Dog
an
was.
intern, it'd
I
be-
like DD the Snorter.
Yeah,
I do
that'd
too.
be if you were an
That's
intern.
good.
DD, go ahead.
Why Snow Dog?
So you
But no.
do you know do you snort?
You're right on
when
that.
you laugh?
Martha. Smokes too.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're just laughing, thinking about laughing.
Hey,
Yeah.
How many you smoke a day?
None.
Oh, none.
Did you stop recently?
Does anybody want to tell her? a joke?
No.
Upper respiratory cold.
Snorter, let's focus on what was your comment?
I was listening to a program this morning, and they were talking about a gentleman that is suing CVS.
We did this story.
Hospitals, doctors, everybody's got these privacy policies.
Correct. HIPAA.
And CVS told this man's wife that
Act like Gary when you talk to her.
he had prescriptions for Viagra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we did that story.
And it destroyed. And it's from what the man was telling.
Hey.
It ruined his marriage.
Hey, you know
Yeah,
what? You know what that man said? He said, "Hey, you can't even have Viagra."
There it was. I like it. I like it. Sound like that was a double snort.
That's funny, Snow Dog.
Bubba,
Yes.
I just want to let you know, from the bottom of my heart, I am praying for you.
Thank
that
you.
God will touch those doctors
Yeah.
and will touch you and make sure you're 100% better when you walk out of that hospital Monday.
Hey, that's nice of you.
Thank you, Snorter.
DD, thank you so much.
Hey, DD, I got a joke for you.
Go ahead.
Hey, did you hear about that woman that is at the dentist? And she had a tooth that was really bad, and it was sore. And the doctor looked at her and he said, "Hey, I'm gonna have to pull that out." She said, "Lord, I'd rather have a baby." He said, "Well, make up your mind. I got to adjust a chair."
Got her. Got her again.
I've never heard anybody snort like that.
I knew that.
Ricky Van took DD down. That's 6. 6.
That's 7.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"22 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. And we've got a couple of stories here we still want to mention. One of them concerns Deion Sanders, but Helm said that he had you have a question you wanted to
watch out
to ask.
It's not,
watch out.
It's not life-changing. I've just been wanting to ask you this for a few weeks now. and it goes to your arms. So I know you've had some procedures and some things done, and I wanted to know the mindset behind why shave half your arm instead of all of your arm, and why did you shave both of them in that spot? So did you not know which arm? Was it you both arms? How and why?
It's pretty much grown back now.
And why did you just not go ahead and shave the whole thing?
Well, I didn't want to shave my whole arm, and I just hate the way that tape when they put the IVs in.
I get that. I get why you did that.
To me, that may be the most painful thing of the whole deal.
Did you just go ahead and shave your whole body?
No, only where I think they're going to stick something. You know.
So did they actually stick in both arms, or you just went ahead and said, "I want to shave both in case they need both"?
Well, usually what we do is we have a CAT scan on one day.
Okay.
And that's every 90 days. And they do give you the dye, so they have to start an IV. And then the next day I have to have blood work done, and they usually do it in the other arm. And then they put something over it. But I never know which arm they're going to use at the CAT scan. So, and they've done both. And, of course, if I shave left, they'll go, we need
the right. So I get that. That makes sense.
If they give you a shot in the butt, do you shave your butt?
Greg,
usually not.
Eat your peanuts. Okay. I hear you cracking them over there.
If I know that they're going to do the EKG, I will shave my chest because that hurts.
Yeah. Oh,
hey, that
my last physical, it was time for him to do that, and boy, I'm gonna tell you,
I can't take body hair being pulled. Just can't take it. Hurts. Just can't take it.
They did a EKG on Dad the other day at his cardiologist visit, and of course, I mean, I get my hairy body from him, and hey, that hairy chest, and she was just pulling
them
stuff.
little round stickers.
I mean, how do you even get them to stick?
I know.
It's tough.
I probably shouldn't worry and think like this, but I was just thinking and I don't want to shave my arms either, although there was a point in my life where I did. But it would drive me nuts to know that I had cut it off half. I would have just went
half
ahead.
the yard.
Because every day I'd have looked down and so your hair's gone. There, half of your arm.
Well,
and so I would have.
It grows
from a
back.
personal standpoint. It would have drove me nuts.
Well, I try not to cut it in a straight line, so it's like
trying to blend it a little bit.
But it's pretty much grown back now. It's close.
Well, that was going to be the second part to the question. Are you at a point where you feel like it's back? I can still see a little.
Yeah, it's a little bit thicker down lower, but
it's thick.
You could be like a cyclist.
I probably, the time of year probably had something to do with it too. Since it was winter and it was cold, I was trying to hang on to what hair I could. Now, if it's summer,
wait a minute, that's how you stay warm.
No, your hair on your arm makes a tremendous difference in how cold you are. If it's 90 degrees in the summer, I might shave the whole thing.
Well, I'm surprised y'all haven't been on me because I had to shave my arms for the last dermatologist visit because I had so many spots on my top of my forearm.
You couldn't get through all
and,
that.
Well, it's like looking through the weeds. I mean,
It
you
is.
gotta. I mean, you gotta just
But
shave
you
it on
shaved
down.
all of yours.
Well, yeah, from my
How
elbow
about your
down.
armpits?
Elbow
Right.
down.
You didn't
Elbow
leave
down.
half.
Yeah.
How about your armpits?
And I think too,
They weren't up under
Well, they
there.
have to check.
They did check actually.
The morning that I was going, I was kind of running late, and I really didn't have time to cut the whole thing off either. So all of that kind of plays into it.
Oh.
So it's not all that complicated. But.
Yeah.
Sure.
I just know when people usually shave their arms, they shave all their
whole
arm.
arm.
And it just caught me off guard, and I've been wanting to ask that.
Yeah, it just looks like I got gloves on.
That's what it looks. That's what it looks like.
That's amazing. And when I've had to shave my knee too, I usually don't shave my whole leg with it. I just shave the area of the knee that's under whatever's being done.
So you look like you're wearing gloves and you got mittens on.
Yeah.
No, I look like I have welding gloves on.
Yeah.
Way up.
Yeah.
And knee-high socks. Knit socks.
Yeah,
All right.
I tell you,
now we know.
it does work because to your point, especially when they're taking blood, it depends on the veins and stuff and how they react.
Yeah.
But normally that's not where it's not going to touch much hair because it's on the inside part.
You know,
right?
it all depends on how they wrap it up or what they. I like that stuff they use. It's kind of like tape, but it's
mesh.
Yeah.
It's not tape, but it's stretchy.
Yeah.
What do they
No,
call it?
it's
It's got a name. I
It's
can't think of the
usually
name.
blue or green.
Yeah. That stuff works good.
Yeah.
It
Put
doesn't
that
fold.
cotton ball and then they
Self-adhesive
wrap it.
tape.
Yeah, I like that. I'm
Hard to
pro
get
of that
off.
one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But I
'cause it
tell you
just comes right off.
that tape they put the IV down with, man, that stuff. I believe you could hold asphalt together with it. You know?
Yeah,
you
no,
could.
you're right. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it
I tell you.
hurts when it comes off.
I think it's flex tape that they're using.
Well,
It
it might
is.
be.
It is.
It might be.
My
Put
goodness.
it in a screen door.
Right.
And then I found a
Floating.
picture of Greg's legs. He's doing this too.
Oh my gosh! Look at that, y'all.
Those are hair shorts.
Those are hair cycle shorts.
Good night.
Mine's not quite that bad.
My legs, the hair from the knee down is just it's gone. It won't grow back.
I've never checked out y'all's legs. Y'all got hairy legs?
I don't.
I do.
Huh?
He had hairy legs.
I ain't got hair.
I've got hair on them, but I don't know.
I don't
that
have
not
hair.
a lot.
It's like,
not a lot.
yeah. I don't think you'd look at my legs and go, "Gosh, Helms, you got some hairy legs."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to Greg's point, I've got a few spots that don't grow hair like I. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Because mine calves. Of course, I don't care.
Yeah,
No, I don't
Reese
either.
has really been struggling. He's only 18, but getting a full beard to come in, he's got patches.
Yeah, I
You
never had
know,
same
and-
here. I
yeah.
never had a great beard. I tell you where I
Right.
can grow it, and that's the back of my neck where I don't want it.
Well, isn't that the case with hair always?
Oh yeah.
Back of my neck and nose hair seem to have come in pretty good.
My
No problem.
goodness.
Well, I'll run that trimmer up in there.
Oh, I'll choke it down.
If you could transplant nose hairs and butt hair, you'd have it made.
Good night.
What a combination,
Sorry,
buddy.
How about that?
Sorry for the influence we are on you, buddy.
Your head looks great, but it stinks.
Okay.
When I was a kid,
It's a little gamey.
When I was a kid in Texas, growing up, I'd be wearing
scared.
boots.
Yeah.
And your boots will run a line on your
Yeah.
calf. I
Yeah.
looked so stupid.
You thought
for
you was a
years.
cowboy?
Yes, I was a cowboy.
You loved those boots too, didn't you?
Where was that?
yeah.
San Antonio?
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Eating a burrito.
Greg, why's your head stink?
It's the bottom of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back. A lot more to go.
Really looking at Bubba's arms now.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I started bringing. All right, so we do have a lot to cover. Bubba's off today. We talked about it ad nauseum at the end of last week to the point that none of us could breathe. All of us had pressure on our chest, and then some of us even had sharp pains. It was all in our heads, we hope. Bubba's having a heart cath today. We do not know the severity of his situation because that's why they're doing the heart cath. They're going in to see if he needs a stent or hopefully nothing beyond that. If he needs a stent, they'll go ahead and do that today. If it's something beyond that, obviously, then we'll update you. But he's not going to be here today, and I would be surprised if he was here tomorrow. But now, if they go in and don't need to do a stent, then he'll probably be here tomorrow.
I would think. But if they have to do a stent, that'll be an overnighter, probably for him.
Yeah.
And then he'll be back Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. So we'll just play that by ear. I know a lot of you out there are praying over this, and we know that. I was over the weekend. I can't tell you. My goodness, the stent club. I can't tell you the number of people. It was almost like somebody was stents were coming up over the weekend, like we would talk about,
I didn't realize it.
Poison ivy, poison oak. I mean, it really was to that point. Oh, hey Rick, good to see you, buddy. Hey, tell Bubba we're thinking about him. I've had 4 stents, and I was like, okay, well, thank you very much.
But there's a lot of stents out there.
A lot of stents.
Stent is that
pretty popular thing?
Is that now just part of adulthood at some point? Does everybody have a stent now in America? Are our hearts in such bad shape because of
evidently?
Hey, we'll hit that processed food and all that. Are we just not a healthy country really when it comes to heart health?
It doesn't look like it.
But
how about that? Does not look.
No,
like
it doesn't. And a lot of you have been out there, and they say, I even got some emails saying, "Hey, let's all pray together for Bubba." So we'll do that now. So if you're out there now, if you're driving, please don't close your eyes.
No.
Okay, I'll lead us in a prayer. Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you again. We certainly have a lot going on with the show, and Lord, we're thankful for the things you've done. But today we just take Bubba and his family, and we just kind of lay them there at your feet, that you be with them. With all the doctors that'll be working today, I know so many of these are so good with the talents that you've given them that they'll do their job well. We pray that this is not a major ordeal, but also, Lord, we always submit to your will that if this is something that some things need to be done for Bubba's health to be better, to give him a better quality of life, to better serve you, we certainly understand that and are completely submitted to whatever your will may be, because it is perfect. Ours is always flawed. And we pray in the name of Jesus you be with them. And keep them comfortable, and just keep them at kind of a supernatural peace as we roll through this situation and this obstacle. And we pray all this, Lord, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
So there we go. So a little corporate prayer. That's
love it.
It's not every day you get to get over a million people together for a little prayer.
No.
So we'll throw that out there today, and we'll update you. We probably will not get an update in the live show till it's almost over. And if we get an update toward the end of the live show, we'll certainly let you know. And then we'll get that out on social media and everything, too, and let you know how he's doing. So, but we do have other things to work on going forward. Today at home, on a much lighter note, this is that trash day thing. And, I think one of the things that we forget is the time of day that we get up, and a lot of you have this, too. It's your own world. You don't really have anybody in that world. Well, today, one of our kids is going on his senior trip, as far as some of his buddies have planned a senior trip. So they're catching a flight today that my wife's driving him down to the airport, so we don't have to pay for a car to sit down there. And so they were up in my world today as I was in. And that's
weird, isn't it?
That's a whole different animal. Yeah. You're kind of
so
like.
the house was up and lights on, everybody walking around?
Like everybody except one. But, I mean, we had Mom and we had.
Normally it's just a quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like I wake up to the sound of people in the showers and
what's going on?
And see what
coffee boiling.
And you know me, I'm a wet hair. I literally allow for my time when my feet hit the floor. I'm out the door in 25 minutes.
Oh, or less.
Or less. I'm not one of these people that gets up, walks around, sits down, looks over everything. No. I want to come to work ready to go, and hey, let's go. So I don't allow a lot of time, but now when they're around, now everybody's kind of in your way. I mean, you're kind of like, hey,
we'll talk to you, and you're like,
and then there's this thing that, and the Sherry agreed with me today, since she walked out and ended up getting hit by one of them as well. I don't know why we don't just set the sprinklers to go off before we ever get up and be done, because today's trash day. So now I've got to roll the trash up there, and I'm dodging sprinklers. And then where I need to sit the trash cans, I have to wait for the sprinkler to come around. And
it ain't the same
35 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Rick had to step out a little bit early today, and we're going to be finishing the hour Rickless today. Still a lot to cover, and Speedy, you have one of the proud sponsors we have here bringing us the program today.
Well, of course, the portion of the program brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. Look, if you've learned anything watching and listening to this show, you know you can't have nothing. I mean, not a thing.
Nada.
So when that light comes out, just about the time the car is out of warranty, don't be shocked by that. Just know that you can be covered by carshield.com/Bubba. Look, they're prepared for the unexpected, and they want you to be prepared for the unexpected by making sure you have a carshield.com/Bubba account. Let's say your car breaks down today or tomorrow. Would you be ready to shell out thousands of dollars for the repair? Their administrators will have your back as they understand your car is more than just going from point A to point B. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Right now, they offer protection plans to fit every budget, and including 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and even a rental car eligibility. Carshield.com is where to go /Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. Go there, save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. The number again is 1-800-451-7776, or you can simply go online to carshield.com/Bubba. And as always, there is a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, or I should say Speedy in this case, Deion Sanders, Coach Primetime. He is at the center of a controversy already and has never even coached a down yet at Colorado. It's you look at some of this and it's almost comical. If it wasn't serious, it would be comical. Sanders is known for expressing his strong belief in God. This is a Fox News story out today. When it came to his coaching style at Jackson State. Well, with the kickoff for the 2023 season just months away, Sanders is now in the middle between two different religious groups. One that wants Colorado to force him to stop preaching his religious beliefs to his players, while the other warned the university telling him to do so could infringe on his rights. So it sounds like it's a no-win scenario. The Freedom from Religion Foundation
Here they come.
sent a letter to the University of Colorado on January the 24th about Sanders' preferences to Christianity and claimed they were contacted by residents who were concerned players were potentially being pressured to pray during their team meetings.
This is where somebody else is offended for someone else?
Yeah, the Freedom from Religion Foundation, I would tell them there is no right to freedom from religion. There's no right for that. That is something totally made up. We do have an establishment clause in our Constitution, which I support, by the way. I do not want our federal government telling us what denomination we have to be. And that all came out of, we've covered this 1,000 times, when we left England, the King of England would flip around different denominations, different flavors, depending on what he wanted to do, who he wanted to marry, and when he wanted to do it. So he dictated what everybody had to do. We don't want that. We want freedom to choose and worship as we see fit. But this Freedom from Religion Foundation, they want just that. They don't want any religion. They don't want to hear about it. They don't have to deal with it. You can't endorse a particular denomination. That's what the Constitution says, that the federal government cannot do that. So Deion and his personality and what he's doing there as a coach, I think this is just total hogwash that they're trying to force him to do this. Now, we all know, and I heard you guys talking about it in the kickoff hour, when a school says or a coach says we're going to have a voluntary anything, that still means you pretty much need to be there.
Yeah.
And most teams I've ever been involved with have some kind of prayer. They may just say the Lord's Prayer. They may have somebody pray, whatever. If that's not your thing, you don't have to participate. But you can just be respectful and be quiet while it's going on. But I think where the error is in this, when you start telling Deion Sanders or anybody else that they can't be religious in their job, that's where you go against the Constitution.
Yeah. And the prayer in question, I know it's that last paragraph here in the letter, it pointed out one prayer in question which read, Lord, we thank you for this day. Father, for this opportunity as a group. Father, we thank you for the movement that God has put us in place to be in charge of. We thank you for each player here, each coach, each family. In Jesus' name, we pray amen.
So
that is the prayer that is
so
controversial.
Let's say that you don't believe in God.
Let's say you don't believe in Jesus. That's fine. That's your choice to make. God has given you the free will to do that. But for Dion to say, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity as a group. We thank you for the movement that you have placed among us, the passion. We thank you for each player here, for the coaches and their family. Why is that offensive?
Yeah, even if you don't believe in any of that, it's not.
I think you'd have to
be
ask
offensive.
somebody that don't believe.
It's
that
the last.
question.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the last few words. In Jesus' name, we pray, amen. That's what they're upset about.
But even if you don't believe that,
I know we did grow up in a world
not,
where
you know.
it was, I mean, we kind of thought, goodness gracious, what's going on without the prayer? If somebody didn't pray, that was kind of way out of the norm. And unfortunately, Bubba, it is normal now to never have prayer in any kind of sporting event at any particular time. And so,
well, normal or not, you have the right to do so.
I got that.
Not to establish a religion.
I agree with you on that front. I'm just saying that it is out of the norm now for people to be praying.
And
this is out of the norm.
And I would even argue
Yeah.
this too. Establishing a religion, what does that mean? What does that mean? Putting up a Christmas tree, does that establish a religion? I think if you look to the Middle East, you see how they establish a religion. They tell you believe, or they lop your head off down at the beach. That is establishing a religion. Not having some religious symbols, or not having some a prayer, or not saying Jesus' name is establishing a religion. That's a mention. That's we're talking about our beliefs. That does not force you to do anything. It's just like we've had the folks, and we had the lady who's the trans whatever that's in the Biden administration. What did she say the other day? She says, we want an apology for the way you've treated us. We want to be accepted. We want this. We want that. We want you to celebrate us. We want you to be converted to us. Well, that is establishing something. You know, I think most everybody says, look, whatever you want to do, we disagree with it, you do it, but don't force it on us. Don't force it on our school kids, right? Well, the same thing can be said of this, and I understand that, but we're not forcing it on you. That's not our goal.
Yeah, the First Liberty Institute is challenging the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and they put out something saying that they want to correct the misstatements regarding the requirements imposed by the First Amendment on public school employees' religious expression that they put in the letter. It says the Supreme Court has repeatedly held that public school employees may engage in religious expression and exercise. Therefore, public universities like Colorado University may not target Coach Sanders or other members of the football staff for exercising constitutional rights on campus. And that's their response to the Freedom from Religion Foundation.
And you remember the case. It was a real high-profile case. It was not too long ago. The Washington State high school football coach who prayed with his team after the game.
Right.
And he was fired for that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that went all the way up the ranks through the courts. The courts determined the school violated the coach's First Amendment rights by trying to stop his prayers.
What they're wanting is they're using that big word force. And to your point, Bubba, Dion is not forcing anything. Now, Dion is influencing, which I think is actually a good thing.
Yeah,
it needs to be doing.
Yeah, I do too.
Right.
But it's not forcing. And so they're trying to take his influence and call it force. And it's just not the case. And it's just not going on, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, this group too, the Freedom from
they go around
Religion Foundation, they're always going around trying to stir up trouble.
Oh yeah,
and they never win any court cases that stick.
Yeah,
right.
And I would say, I would tell them, sue me, sue me, see you in court, baby. Yeah. And I think their letters will quit.
Because most people cave to them.
That's
so
right. They're a paper tiger on this, and they know they're a paper tiger. And when they have to perform and back it up, they never do.
Hey, most of the case factually wrong.
Yeah.
By law.
Right.
So we'll see how the Colorado Buffaloes turn out. I know they're going to be better than they have been.
Oh, yes.
No doubt. But we'll see. We'll be right
fall
back.
off the floor.
Be right back. Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just trying to come back. I
Stick it
run
in
over
real
and try
quick?
to and then I didn't realize the back, that old back part that comes off a sprinkler got me today. Got my shorts wet. And so Sherry comes out with a bag. Hey, we got one more bag. And at first it was weird that she's out there at that time.
Yeah.
And I said, well, good luck going through the minefield there. And she said the same thing. She goes, well, why are these on now? And I said, why would we ever set the sprinklers to ever be on while we're out here? I mean, this should be something that when we get up to start the day, when I get up to go to work, it should be over.
Yeah.
They should have already run. Because what do you hear from the landscaping people all the time? It all evaporates if you do it late anyway. You need to do it overnight so it'll sit there and not evaporate, and your plants and grass will actually get the moisture. If you run sprinklers in the heat of the summer, it doesn't do you any good.
Yeah.
It just evaporates.
That's the reason the golf courses do it overnight. It's
Right.
not because the golfers are on the golf course during the day.
Right. It's because it's effective.
Right.
So I thought to myself, if 5 a.m. and 3 a.m. are the same thing, well, let's go 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's all over before we're ever out here trying to put our trash can out.
Yeah.
Makes more sense, doesn't it? Yeah. And Sherry agreed with that too when she got hit with one this morning. You know what I mean? That'll make you. Hey, you know what? Yeah, this. And I realize that not everybody gets up that early. You probably think, for most people, you think, well, 5's.
Yeah, 5:30.
But it's not.
Yeah,
I need it like even 4 would work.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That way, I'm never out there dodging. You ever try to take 2 trash cans up a hill? A driveway that goes up. Now mine's not nothing like yours.
Can't
but
you change I dread today.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Really Sunday night, because I always take mine out the night before.
And it's one of those things too where Sherry said what I thought too. I said, I thought we set this to be done by now. She goes, I thought we did too. So something's happened on a lightning flash, or sometimes that'll happen. You get a lightning flash. Yeah, something's up.
Could have been just daylight savings time.
Could have been.
You hadn't noticed it till now.
Maybe, Hams, you're right. But I thought to myself, Rick, you put yourself in a struggle that's unnecessary. Just resolve it. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. It's doing what you're telling it to do.
Right. It's true. It's not.
Tell it to do something else.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Is the summit back on again with Trump and Kim Jong-un back on?
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like the historic Trump-Kim Jong-un meeting is going to happen tomorrow in Singapore. By the way, saw some things over the weekend, and I don't know if y'all are into this. And again, I have to ignore some of the things that are in there politically, and that is, I love the BBC's Planet Earth, where they go to different parts of the Earth and they tell you all about it. And that cool English-talking guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I like is when he builds up, when he really, really, really builds up for there's some big predator coming, and he'll sit there and he'll go, but for the calves that have just been born, there is trouble coming. Pause. The gray wolf. And it'll drop in there, you know what I mean? And but anyway, of course, they did this deal where they did one that we watched yesterday. Sherry and I did a little binge watching yesterday. We kind of took a rest day yesterday, which we desperately needed. And so we're watching these Planet Earth things, and they did the one about animals that actually have discovered that living in urban cities they actually can do better there than they do out in the wild.
Yeah.
Because of the way the buildings are built and different, certainly falcons do a great job. There's a lot of pigeons to eat. They said they're thriving better there than they do in the wild, like in New York City and these big cities. So anyway, the reason why I'm bringing it up with this summit meeting tomorrow, all of a sudden they went into Singapore. Are y'all familiar with Singapore?
I'm not.
No.
Now look, it's a dictatorship, and they hang drug dealers and they cane people for graffiti. So they do have law and order there. But this city it's like the big city. It's like unbelievable. I mean, it's the things they have are just. It's like a city so far advanced on everything. And what they've done is they've taken this idea and built like these giant trees with all sorts of, like you see people out in the park, and for animals that want to live there too, and it's these gigantic, and it's got natural plants and stuff all in it, and they've built these huge environments where you can walk through, and like there's tons of different kind of birds that live there and stuff. It's really amazing. I was because it really kind of flies in the face a lot of times with some of the why urban sprawl people, when you realize, well, actually, urban sprawl for a lot of animals and species has actually been quite good.
Yeah.
They actually have a longer life expectancy, and they thrive in some of these places. So anyway, but that's always the thing. And then there's always some, but their biggest problem is Earth's biggest predator.
Right.
Man.
Always.
The deserts are wonderful. However, they are growing because...
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
50 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We appreciate you joining us. 866 We Be Big. We're going to take your phone calls here in a phone troll. So you need to dial up that right now. 866 We Be Big. And oh me, Speedy, I was looking at this in the break. Matthew McConaughey. He's
got a pretty good gig.
He's being paid by Salesforce $10 million a year to serve as a creative advisor.
Now.
But in January, the company fired 8,000 workers because they had to cut costs.
Now, what does this company do?
He appeared, in the Super Bowl commercial for them, for the software company last year.
Okay.
And is a friend of the billionaire CEO and is receiving compensation of cash and equity, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. Salesforce is San Francisco's largest private employer and has hired nearly 30,000 employees from 2020 until this year.
You know?
Yeah, all the high tech companies are cutting back.
They are.
So,
they came out of the gate and was just stacking them in there because everything was great and wonderful.
Oh, because the economy is so good, y'all. Don't forget.
Oh, yeah,
everything is better than it ever has been,
Absolutely.
according to the administration.
Sure.
So
Doing a
I
heck of
guess
a
that's
job.
why every single company in California appears to be laying people off.
Yeah, they're all got the same line. Well, we got to looking, and we really had too many people than we need.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to, you're trying to figure it out. And obviously, worldwide pandemic, that threw everybody for a curve, and everybody's still trying to get back on their feet. After that, I had no idea we would have as much of a supply chain problem and as much trouble getting things going again. Of course, a lot of it is the administration that keeps passing things saying that they're reducing inflation, and it's just making it go higher. But, I wouldn't let that get in the way of anything. So 866 We Be Big. We have some calls here. It is a phone troll, so you got 30 seconds. So it's very important that you get to the meat of your call quickly. And Speedy is running the timer.
All righty then. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, what's up? 30 seconds.
Hey, y'all talking about Neon and what he's doing as a coach. I think it's a good thing. But I can tell you this. If he had a young Muslim guy that could run a 9.8-100 and his name was Naga Mukashimuti, he's going to be starting.
Absolutely.
That's not going to hold him back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True.
It'd be tough to get that on the back of his jersey, but you're right.
Yeah.
Well, you just abbreviate.
No, you're right. You're all over that.
Athletics is one of the places that performance really does trump the various things of race and
diversity,
religion, and everything else, because you have a goal that you're trying to get to, and you want the best people in that position, which is really, shouldn't it be the model we follow for everything?
I think it should be for everything, and if let the numbers fall where they may.
Sure.
I agree.
All right, let's go to Hunter. We're trolling 866 We Be Big. We have a few lines open if you want to jump in. 30 seconds. Hunter in Clay, Alabama. What's up, Hunter?
Yeah, guys, how y'all doing today?
We're great.
I was just wanting to know, y'all talked about baseball, the rules yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
That was right. Am I right?
Yes.
I want to know if y'all have seen last year in the minor leagues, in the Yankees organization, one of the players was able to challenge a ball or strike that the ump called over a video. I don't know if any of y'all have seen that.
Was that a test program they were doing?
Well, if we're trying to speed the game
they
up,
were testing out the rules.
if we're trying to speed the game up,
That's
throw
what
that
was
one
going
out.
on.
Yeah.
Well,
that's not going to speed it up. I know that.
I've been on the wagon of I like a computer calling balls and strikes anyway with an umpire that can overrule it if it makes an egregious call. That way, we've all seen the box on TV, and you go, well, that wasn't a strike.
Yeah.
So, and it's happening so fast. These guys are throwing in the high 90s now. It's just tennis had to go to that because the ball's moving quicker than humans can call it.
Yeah.
And most of the time they were pretty close. So.
Right. Let's go to not Health. Is that Heath? Oh, Heath. I'm sorry, Heath in Birmingham. Heath, what's up? 30 seconds.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Green Acres.
Hey, what's up, man?
Thank you for being out there working.
Go ahead.
That all these people have problems with religion until it comes to money, and nobody will say anything about all of our currency saying, "In God we trust." Doesn't matter when it comes to money.
Well, I think
we've actually had people.
Yeah, I think
about
they've objected to that too, and we've told them if it bothers them, don't touch it.
Yeah,
just stay away from it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't participate in it if I was against it.
Thanks for calling. Let's jump out to Pensacola. I can't see your name, but you wanted to help. It says me out with ordering food. What's up with that? Hey, no name. What's up?
Hey, buddy, I got a name for the condition where you got to order something that somebody else already ordered.
All right, what is it? Oh boy.
It's OCDO, obsessive compulsive dish order.
Dish order.
Sir,
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
what is the
I
deal
really
with your
hate.
phone.
Well, it
Yeah.
sounds like we're like on the space shuttle and they're trying to talk to
Right.
us. Man, taking the blast off.
It
Or
sound
maybe
like-
he's working the drive-through and
Sound
calling.
like he's off frequency there a little bit.
Yeah. Wow.
I want a
We're running
combo
out of time
meal.
there. So what I have. So what I have has a name. I didn't know that. Had no idea what I had has a name.
Not sure what he said, but
Right. I know Adler's probably. I can see him working hard in there. He's probably pulling something up that explains what I have. And if you just joined us, sometimes I'll just let somebody order for me, or
you'll
I
just
have
order
what I
what
call
they've
order envy, and that is I'll order something and then we'll all be sitting down together, and then I'll look over at your plate and I'll go, man, I should have ordered that.
Yeah,
Why
I've
didn't I
done
order
that, but you can't make your mind up what to
that's
order
tough.
without
Hey,
pooling the table.
I'm sorry that I respect y'all's opinion.
Well, Speedy, in your
Apologize
defense,
for it.
I understand because I usually have something I want or I think I want.
Yeah.
And then if I'm not the first one ordering, depending on where I'm at the table, or if there's ladies there, they usually order in front of you, and somebody says something and it sounds good to you, a lot of times I go, hey, I'll just have what she's having or what he's having. You know, maybe with a little change. Like
That's
Betty,
not what he does.
Add
though.
ketchup.
Betty will get like a salad sometimes and get a side protein, but she likes hers to be a little more well done than I do. So
Okay.
I'll get the same, but make it medium rare or
But
whatever.
Bubba, that's not what he does. He honestly can't make his mind up what he wants until he asks you what you're
Speedy,
getting.
I'm trying to defend you.
Well, and I
there.
appreciate you doing that, and I'm sorry that y'all my friends. and I
I'll
just
take it
wanted
to
know
another
what y'all
level.
get.
Let's say we were going on a trip, or he was going on a trip. Well, I wasn't even going. And he would time it out. He would ask me where I think, what time he should leave and what time he should get there. He won't know what I think about it.
Well, it's because he respects your opinion.
And then I'll say, then he go, what if I do this? And I'm saying, I don't know.
Well, you know what? We're friends.
Speedy likes
having a-
input
it's
on
actually,
every decision, and that's fine.
Actually, it's just friends having a conversation.
You know what? I think you're wise for asking input.
Thank you.
From
Okay, Bubba.
Thank
I
you,
was going
bud.
to say godly men.
Yeah.
but
I feel like I need to get out in front of something since Rick's not here, and we got only a minute left.
Yeah.
And hopefully he'll never hear this, but I need to tell the audience something. Somebody brought us a soccer ball.
Yeah.
Over the
I
holidays.
remember it was, I can't remember what group it was.
And I got to admit,
Tubers.
I've enjoyed it
No.
being here.
Yeah.
And
It was the
I'm saying
family that
this.
stopped through.
I'm saying this without Rick here. I've enjoyed it being here because when we're in the call screening room, I'm in there kicking it around.
Yeah. No, you're right. It was
you
a
got it
tuber.
right now.
Yeah,
It was
I
a
do.
tuber.
Look,
It
I
was a
feel like
tuber.
I can.
remember
I feel
I
like I
was
can
outside.
bring it out here because Rick's not here.
Show us what you got.
Look
Look,
here.
you got.
Oh,
What's
you
your
fall.
move?
no, Rick.
Okay.
Rick threatened to
Please
take it,
fall.
kick it across the parking lot.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now Helmsy's up. He's running around. He's acting like he's on a pitch.
Oh, that is good stuff.
There we
Oh,
go.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, then you use your hand. You can't use your
You're not
hand.
supposed to use your hands. That's true.
Well, you're trying to keep it from
You're
hitting the
qualified to be a
equipment. I appreciate
UAB
it.
soccer coach now.
Yeah, look at him. There's
Is
old
this,
bullet head.
is this the tennis player's influence on you?
Yeah,
What it
the
is, the
foreign-
foreign tennis player?
Yeah, he's working on his feet.
Vamos.
That's good. Speedy's going to be kicking around the soccer ball here in a second
Emma?
because he copies everybody.
That's
Right, right.
Guys,
Yeah.
thank y'all for joining us today.
What are you gonna have for lunch?
We
Bubba?
will see you again next time, or if you're on the podcast, whenever it kicks off again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.